Good morning and welcome along to Scottish Gas Murrayfield for a thoroughly exciting day ahead of us. It's the youth finals day and the pitch is in excellent condition. The sky overhead a little bit grey, but certainly the conditions much better than it has been in the capital city over the last few days. And our first instalment of live coverage, there's 8 matches in all incidentally around the various pitches around Murrayfield, but just to mark your card, there is the first game that we'll be covering today inside the National Stadium. Melrose up against Stirling County. Andy Cummins alongside me to cover that one. A bit later on, Biggar RFC take on Dunfermline and Boroughmuir will take on Ayr. After this game, incidentally, I will be going to the Hive to watch Stirling County Rugby under-16 girls taking on Dundee. That to come around 1:30. The teams have been on the park for much of the last hour preparing for such an occasion. They're in the changing rooms just now. The under-16 Youth Cup is on the platform waiting for one of the two sides to collect. There is a look at the Melrose side. They've had to make a couple of changes quite late on as a flu virus has hit their squad, and in particular 2 of the players in the starting 15. Ruben Newens comes in for Zach Foggin at lock forward, and in the back row wearing number 8 now is Jamie Gillespie. Ennis Stoddart Shanley, who's going to start in that back 3, is now on the bench. So some changes in the Melrose side, but it's a steady, settled looking Stirling side. No such problems for them. And they'll be looking to the likes of Nathan Sampson and Connor Murphy to be the architects of try-scoring opportunities on the National Stadium. Ewan Saunders wearing the 15 jersey, the side captained by Joss Olds in the back row alongside Charlie Ward and Liam Bartram. And we mentioned his name just a few moments ago, a chance before the teams come out to get a first word from Andy.
Good morning, everybody. Well, the scene is set. 2 sides who fought really hard to get through to this final. 2 cracking semi-finals. Those who don't know, Stirling County against Boroughmuir was a humdinger of a game. Finished at 33 feet all, with Stirling scoring 14 points in the last 5 minutes. And Melrose, another close fixture against Dumfries Saints. They came out winners 27-21, so both sides looking evenly matched. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, there's a bit of a bug that's gone through the Melrose side, but I'm sure these 2 teams will really give us some quality rugby today on a pitch that looks fantastic, and in terms of condition-wise, it should be free-flowing today.
Got a quick glimpse of our match referee as well as he makes his way to the halfway line. Both sides in that now familiar pre-match huddle. I'm sure they'll be just exchanging a few words of encouragement prior to taking on each other in this opening final this morning, 11:30 on a Sunday morning, and a healthy crowd having made the relatively short journeys from Stirling and from Melrose respectively, and some well-kent faces in the crowds as well. We can notice Rob Moffat in conversation with a number of supporters from both sides just a few moments ago. And Melrose then will get this match underway. 35-minute halves, and there will be no extra time as these teams will play direct to a finish. It's a chance then for Melrose and for Finlay Mitchell to get this match underway then. The Melrose skipper kicking off there, wearing the 9 jersey, and that was nicely trapped. And Stirling County again looking to try and work a phase immediately just from inside their 22. Nathan Sampson is their scrum half. They look to try and carry just over the 22. These are going to be important early moments, Andy, as both sides look to try and settle into an unfamiliar playing environment.
Yeah, just looking at the Stirling forwards there, just getting the first hands of the ball and trying to break through that attacking line. But a good counter-attack there from Melrose, set up for the first chance for their forwards.
Cheered on by the crowd. Melrose looking for some early touches to put a bit of pressure on a Stirling defence that's managed to win some turnover ball, looking to try and ship the ball out towards the left hand side. Sean Stark was readying himself for the pass. Tackle comes in there from Ewan Williams as Melrose on the defensive just now, mopped up by Nathan Sampson. And Stirling looking to try and get some ground again. Sampson is able to find his fly-half partner Connor Murphy. Sampson in again. looking once more to Murphy. Murphy launches it, right-footed, 2 black in the Melrose half. That was taken nicely. And again, the scrum half, Finlay Mitchell playing it downfield long to that 5-metre line. And Stirling's kick to the touchline, securely finds touch. That was a nice exit from the 22, taking play down Stirling, to that staggered 10-metre line, almost directly opposite our commentary position. Just over 90 seconds played, and no score.
I think coaches from both sides were pleased with that start, just consistent. No mistakes from both sides, and the players looking fairly confident, looking to spread the ball wide. But possession these first few minutes is key, so really good start from both sides, particularly the forwards. Strong running going through, good presentation. So yeah, really good. If I was a coach, I'd be really pleased.
Throw in Finlay Mitchell, just taking his time. Ball one in the air there by Ross Irwin. Stirling though applying the pressure, and are able to come away with possession now, as again they look to ship it quickly through the hands. And once more Sean Stark now has the opportunity to run a mazy run, challenged by 2 Melrose players. The offload though is good and allows Stirling to get beyond the 10. Stirling now recycle. Sampson scurries in, is able to gather possession of the ball. Forwards now doing a good job as it comes back once more to Murphy. Little sidestep. Teammates up in support. Bit of traffic. Liam Bartram just sitting as the number 8 in a deeper position, but the backs are doing a lot of the work at the moment. As again, Sampson goes in, but Stirling are penalised. Melrose able to weather that latest Stirling threat. And both sides at least have had a few minutes to have opportunities to carry and bring as many of the youngsters into the game early on as possible.
Yeah, Murphy just got slightly isolated there, and DK Gordon was very good, just coming in with that Jacqueline, just stealing the ball or presenting that he was taking the ball. So good opportunity for Melrose to show they're attacking from this position anyway.
So Melrose with the throw.
Just watch your timing at the breakdown, okay?
So this just in front of the west stand, and a throw in. That was Ross Millar electing to throw this time as the ball works its way back towards the halfway line. Grew a little with the initial pick up, spread the ball out towards that left hand side, but the hands just not quite connecting with that passage of play. And a little bit frustration there as Melrose, well, they had an advantage there, the referee with the signal that was a deliberate knockdown, and you could see the passage of play involving the centres, long pass with a collision coming in. Harris McDougall was able to, McDougall I should say, was able to offload. But Melrose have done well, Andy, to clear downfield inside the opposition 22, so this is a good attacking platform in the early stages.
Well, Stirling were obviously putting a bit of pressure on that huge tackle just a few minutes ago, but well weathered by Melrose, and then a cracking position here. See what the forwards do.
Millar again lining up the throw. Now he's going to get instructions once more.
Melrose, who's your receiver?
From Butler.
Everyone else back.
Butler then backs away.
Play on.
That was a clean take and a nice offload there as the number 8 looking to come in, but is grounded just by the edge of the touchline there. And Jamie Gillespie, who's in the starting 15, having come in for Innes Stoddart Shanley, who is one of the players back on the bench after a flu outbreak in the camp. And you could see the option was good there. That was a well executed move, but equally well defended by Stirling.
Yeah, good power from Gillespie coming through there, but it was well defended, as you say. But some promise there with the way he was ball carrying.
Rhys Fraser with the throw, that was nicely taken, and Stirling then with the platform inside the 22, trying again to get a bit of forward momentum. They'll want to try and wrestle back some possession. You can see that Nicholas Adefi is right in the thick of it with that distinctive blue scrum cap. It's launched forward, and that's an excellent kick as well. A good illustration of how good some of these players are at being able to get good distance on kicks inside the National Stadium, and that was a good exit from the 22 there.
I've liked what I've seen from Murphy, Conor Murphy, the 10 for Stirling. confident lad. Nice kick, as you said, going out, but there seems to be an air of confidence around, and the delivery of his ball to the players, the runners off him, have been very good so far. So yeah, promising the way he's playing at the moment.
Melrose able to gather the ball from the line. Once again, the centres linking up well with Gillen and McDougall out towards that left-hand channel, and once more they're looking to try and inject some pace in with Finn Shand out on that left-hand side, deeper into the 22, but they have to backtrack now as the referee has signalled another ball taken into contact without the release, and Stirling are able then to take a breath, an opportunity for them to clear from the 22. But again, quickly through the hands, using McDougall and Gillen in the centres, out towards the left-hand side. And again, Finn Shand looking to fend off the challenges, was getting close towards the touchline, cut back inside, and then he was surrounded by those Stirling jerseys, and that was well defended by the Stirling side.
Defences are doing well, actually, just covering these breaks. It was great footwork by Shand on that break and a good fend, but Stirling County did well to shuffle across, and they had the numbers there to defend. So defences are doing well at the moment.
Another well organised line out from Stirling, and once more the centres looking to Holmes and McAdam to create an opportunity down the centre. It's back now with Sean Stark. Stark is bundled backwards, but Stirling continue on the front foot, wrestling with determination here, the Stirling County players, as they work their way up closer towards the edge of that 22. Back they come again, recycling ball. Determination on the faces of these young Stirling players. Again, the challenge coming in, this time from Liam Gillum defensively for Melrose, as Stirling work it all the way out towards that right-hand channel. Ball is planted back, and they recycle and go again down the centres. Passage of play just breaks down. One or two Stirling players were on the follow-up there, were unable just to get the secure ball, but it's worked out to that left-hand side, and again the dangerous Sean Stark. Recycled by Sampson. Powerful players coming racing into that, including Harris Kirk, the lock forward. Within the final few metres off the line, Stirling are up and they're over, and the referee raises the arm, and that's an excellent Stirling score. That coming inside the opening 9 minutes of the game, and Andy, you have to credit the determination there on these Stirling players for producing the opening try, an excellent try.
Well, Liam Bartman, the scorer, right back, if you come back 20 or 30 metres, he started off with a powerful drive through the middle. He followed up on the outside to just a carry, but that's a really strong carry from the young man. Really good leg drive, good support play, and well worked by the support runners and the clearing out of the ruck. But Bartman there's made an impressive start, but he was involved in that try, that possession there 3 times in that score. So well played, that man.
Chance now for a conversion. Connor Murphy. Now we've seen him kick well from hand. Here's a chance from the 22. Oh, and he's desperately unlucky as it comes back off the uprights, but first blood then to Stirling County, and an excellent score from Liam Bartram, and that's certainly a moment that he will remember as we get to see it again.
Looking at the two sides, I've been really impressed how they're looking to use that width and attack that width. Particularly, you mentioned about the centres and their interplay, but the two wingers are really looking to take on their counterparts, and using good footwork and good fends to get there.
Marks outside.
From the restart, Stirling then able to play the ball from their own 22 with the throw-in, as Melrose had worked the ball down towards that Stirling 22. Reece Fraser over, readies himself, gets the instruction again from
Let's go, Stirling.
Adefemi.
Play on.
Back on the Stirling side. Again, platform is set. They've got some tall, rangy players that are able to work their way out of that 22. You feel the likes of Bartram could be in for a thoroughly enjoyable day if he can add to his score early on, and Stirling have worked it out towards the left-hand side, and they're using Sean Stark on that left-hand channel whenever available. Again, Sampson goes in, resets, recycles, will make himself available again. scurries in just beyond the 22. Back it comes to Murphy again, puts more height on the kick. Bounces just in front there of Finlay Mitchell, wearing those distinctive white sleeves, and clatters to the ground in between that 10 and 22. It's taken on there by Ross Irwin just on the deck. Irwin back on his feet now, gets back into position. Advantage with Melrose. 11 minutes of the first half gone.
Side entry.
And the referee signalling an infringement there, a side entry penalty given against Stirling, and Melrose will have the opportunity now to play this one down to the corner. They've been here before, and the kick from hand from the scrum half, Finlay Mitchell, presents a good attacking opportunity for Melrose with 12 minutes on the clock.
5 metres yours.
Discipline from both sides has been really good and really positive, and that's the first penalty that we've seen. Just a little bit of frustration seeing the ball and coming out the side, but some key players, back rows on both sides, taking the ball on and really looking to make the game line.
So throw in here, and again Melrose electing to use Ross Millar just towards the middle of the line. Platform is set, ball dislodged, bubbles, referee watches on. Melrose still with that attacking platform, and again they're working their way up closer towards the 5 metre line. Referee just moving direction there. Up with play was Ruben Nevins, who's just come in. Ruben Newens into the starting 15. He's a late replacement for Zach Foggan, who's going to be in the second row with Ross Irwin. Stirling up, playing a high defensive line of defence. Melrose still have it coming on to a rate of knots. There was Ross Millar. Recycled, the pick-up is good again from Finlay Mitchell, looking to try and find a route towards the line. Stirling players back inside those final 5 metres, and they're able to clear downfield. Ball bounces now favourably, an opportunity for Melrose then to run with the fullback Ewan Williams up and beyond the edge of the 22. Picked up again by Mitchell, recycled, taken on by Finlay Brown. Tries to gain a few metres inside the opposition 22. Passage of play begins to break down. Stirling are very quickly onto it, but bundled back inside their own 22. And again they'll look to try and recycle as it's played back, and that's a deeper lying kick. Saunders downfield, bounces once, is gathered by Ewan Williams. Williams again has got some space to run into to try and provide an opening for Melrose, who trail by 5 points to 0. The opening score, Liam Bartram with a try. Excellent phase of play involving many of the Stirling County players. Melrose again looking to try and take the ball on, and once more they play nice rugby through the hands. Jamie Gillespie involved in the move, so too is Oscar Wilson, the ball carrier just now, as he's devoured in the challenge inside the opposition 22. Picked up again by Finlay Mitchell, looking to reverse the direction, taken on by Gillespie. Gillespie's tackled just inside the 22, close towards the touchline. Stirling players just adjust their position defensively as it's taken on once more by Finlay Brown. Picked up again by Mitchell. Offload there from Ross Irwin. Referee intervening again. So Melrose got plenty of phases of play here as Stirling straying offside. A quick one taken then by Finlay Mitchell. Melrose looking to try and catch Stirling out cold and out on that left hand side. Well, the players up in numbers, the offload was good, they're over in for a score, and they were literally queuing up to finish off that move, Andy.
The one person I'm really impressed with is Jamie Gillespie, and he's supposed to be starting on the bench and was called into the squad. He's had a key feature in terms of these last 5 minutes or so, taking the ball on for Melrose and creating those sort of breakthroughs, and he's using his power and his strength to get through. But that's well worth. I mean, quick decision making by the 9 there, and then the ball out wide, acres of space there for the winger to score in that, and Sean Zark to score in that side. So really good play from Melrose, really adventurous, but using that opportunity, that quick touch there to break through that Stirling defence. And that's the first time really they've gone through and saw the gap and attacked that gap in the defence.
So 5 points all. The kick could then give Melrose a narrow advantage with 16 minutes on the clock. There's certainly height, purchase and distance on that. The assistant referees then look at each other, raise the flag. So Melrose, having conceded the opening points to Liam Bartram, find themselves now leading by 7 points to 5.
You do wonder sometimes some of the players how they react, to playing in the stadium and when in front of this crowd. But both sides have been really adventurous in attack. Defences have been strong, but I've really admired the players who want to take the ball on and try and get through the gain line and create those attacking options out wide. So close game so far, but both sides really working hard to get the ball out wide and try and find those spaces.
Well, we've certainly got Finn Shan down wearing 11 on our team sheet. The announcer, I think, had awarded the try to Thomas Redmayne for Melrose, but regardless of the scorer, Melrose then lead by 7 points to 5 with almost 17 minutes of the first half gone. Little stoppage as the players begin to group just between that. Again, 10 and 22 over on the right hand side of the pitch in front of the east stand.
I wait for the calls.
Set play here, Stirling with the platform, and Nathan Sampson just readying himself to throw the ball into, or feed the ball in to the scrum. Flags just at the top of the east stand are certainly blowing in the wind, but not as aggressively as they would have been about this time yesterday, it has to be said. So the conditions are pretty favourable. Stirling look as if they're going to make a replacement. I can see that Stephen Douglas wearing 17 is stripped and about to come on the park, so Stirling could make a change within the first 20 minutes of the final.
You can ask.
So the set piece and the scrummage for Stirling County. Nathan Sampson going to feed the ball in to this scrum.
Be interesting to see if there's a set move off within the backs of this set piece. I think it's a good 10-15 minutes for Stirling to be in this half of the pitch. So it'll be interesting to see what they do off this first phase.
So it's nicely orchestrated so far, and again the ball quickly floated out towards the left-hand channel. Stark again looking to peel his way in, weaving run inside the 22. Pointing the way forward was Sampson, the scrum half then. And Sampson watching on as Stirling now inside those final 5 metres. A great scurrying run there, and determination shown by these Stirling players. They're 5 metres from the line. They're looking to try and play a little bit of crash ball up practically underneath those posts. And again, it looked as if it was Cameron McPhee who was the ball carrier that was held up just as he was crossing the line. The tight head prop coming on at a rate of knots. He's back on his feet at the moment, but it's going to be a goal line dropout then for Melrose.
It was a great tackle by the 10 for Melrose there. Rory Little just to stop Bartman going over the line. I think Bartman had gone through 3 or 4 tackles, but the bravery of the 10 there to get that first hit, and then the bravery of his fellow players to get underneath and hold that ball up over the line.
Another throw in for Stirling County. So over comes Rhys Fraser. Fraser then has the ball tucked under his left arm as we get to see the replay again. There he is in the picture. So just confirming that I think Stephen Douglas has come on for Nicholas Adefemi. Adefemi involved in that front row as the starting loose head. Throw in here, so Stirling trailing just by the 2 points. They had the platform, but Melrose have done enough just to prevent them from getting the backs involved in the latest attack.
I liked how Stirling played off that last scrummage in terms of that set piece, really creating the space on the outside and looking to attack those outside 15 channels. So just a pity there, just a slight knock on the line. It looked as if something else was about to take on the forwards.
So at this stage now we're past the midway point in the first half. Melrose leading by 7 points to 5, and they've been awarded a penalty at the scrum. So an opportunity, Andy, for Melrose to get this one back inside the Stirling half off the field.
Yeah, it looked at the initial shove there from Stirling had taken them forward, but just a loss of the grip there and pulling down on that right-hand side. So Melrose back in and just outside between the 10 and the 22. So a bit of relief there, but did look as if Stirling had that initial push there in the scrummage.
Yeah, and of course that the first set piece since Stephen Douglas coming on as well, so a little change in the front three for Stirling after they started with Adefemi in the front row along with Fraser and McPhee. Throw in again, taken by Ross Millar. Platform is then set for Melrose. Finlay Brown with the passage of play out towards Harris McDougall. McDougall was again clattered into in the challenge, but Melrose able to carry beyond that 10-metre line, looking to recycle once more. Little blast of the referee's whistle. Stirling players get back to their feet. Another decision going the way of Melrose, and a chance for them to regroup once more inside Stirling territory this time. Not much to choose between these sides. Both have threatened when they've been in the opposition 22, but it remains Melrose 7, Stirling County 5.
I think that's the first I've noticed the actual backs from Stirling gone a little bit higher in the tackles, so Melrose were gaining a vital metres there just going forward, but maybe a little bit of tiredness in the middle there, but just slightly higher. I think that before we've had real pressure and tackles around the legs just to cut the runners down, but let's see where the set piece comes off this scrum.
So they look once more to the skipper Finlay Mitchell, picked up at the base there by Jamie Gillespie. Runners begin to peel off and look to straighten up as again they're slowed up just short of the 22, between that 10 and 22. Gillen puts the ball on, he's caught in the challenge. It's recycled again by Finlay Mitchell, on once more to Jamie Gillespie in a central position this time. Mitchell goes in looking to mop up, left-footed box kick, and that's certainly an inviting one for the chasers down that left-hand channel. Stirling 3 players back are able to weather the pressure, but in saying that they're still camped inside their final 5 metres, and Melrose have certainly executed the kick well enough and provided an opportunity and really got Stirling hemmed inside their final few metres. So from the in-goal area, the kick is downfield, but it's gathered just outside the 22, and Melrose go once more. Rudy Little now tries to accelerate into the challenge, is tackled inside the 22. Stirling looking to try and gain possession. Well, the referee has awarded Stirling the penalty on this occasion, and Melrose back away, leading by 7 points to 5 with 23 minutes on the clock, but Stirling can breathe a little easier just for the moment.
Yeah, Bartman just coming in there, getting that turnover, but I like the way the 9 and 10 of Melrose, Finlay Mitchell and Rory Little, are working. Finlay Mitchell just noticing that little bit of space on that far left-hand side corner, giving the option to give some space for his winger to chase the ball down. But Stirling did well to try and get that away. But I do like how the half-backs of Melrose are working and identifying the space and trying to attack that space.
So the kick downfield finds touch just in front of our commentary position, and it's back now with Rhys Fraser looking to throw the ball into this Stirling line. Coming up in 25 minutes gone, both sides contesting possession of the ball. There comes back on the side of the Bridge Hall club, was mopped up this time by Josh Olds, the Stirling skipper. They're forced back inside their own 22 just at the moment and looking for an opportunity to try and exit. Charlie Ward was surrounded by Melrose jerseys there, but did well.
That's fine, play on.
Still with Stirling. Again, the players just trying to be very assured with the passing of play, and that passage just slowing up there as Stirling again had worked it out to Cameron McPhee. Mopped up once more by Sanson.
Ball is there.
Melrose there looking to ensure players stay on side. That pass looked a fraction forward, is now signalled forward by a referee. So Melrose again presented with an opportunity with now 25.5 minutes on the clock in this first half. And Andy, a chance for us to watch some of these phases once more.
Yeah, like Nicholas Defemi that had gone off, but the replacements in the front row, nice little interplay and passes. Just unfortunately in there with that pass on the inside, just slightly going forward. But again, looking to offload into space with those sport runners. So Stirling doing well in terms of that and attacking on that left-hand side.
Set!
Another scrummage, another put in here for Finlay Mitchell and Melrose. Feels his way around to the feet there of Jamie Gillespie. Passes picked up initially by McDougall, floated out towards the left-hand side using Gillen as well, out to the left-hand channel, and Finshan now into the 22, accelerating around the corner and over the line, and that's an excellent Melrose score.
What a pass from Rory Little. The blind pass sets this up. It holds the defence and gives that option on the outside. We'll see that on the replay, but it's a great finish. Finshan really using his feet well, and that fend to get over into that corner. We've shown a couple of displays of that before with the fend and the footwork, but look at that for the pass, the blind pass. Correction, sorry, that was Harris McDougall with that blind pass. But lovely, floated out. Look at the footwork, the strength, the leg drive, and then the fend, and then the dive for the corner. Great try from Melrose there.
Yeah, Lachlan Dodds just could not get to him, the Stirling right winger, as he was tracking him all the way. But it takes Melrose on to 12 points with the kick to come from the touchline. Again, it's a well executed kick just across the face of the posts on this occasion. So it remains 12 points to 5 into the last 10 minutes of this first half.
I think if you were coach from Melrose, I mean, they'd probably taken the territory, and in terms of possession-wise, and earlier on, probably didn't quite capitalise on the amount of possession they had, but they're really starting to show their skills now and their finishing prowess, and that's a great finish for the work that was done inside.
He's had a good first half, Finshan, scoring the 2 tries in the game so far. There he is in a picture. He'll certainly be enjoying this opportunity to play inside Scottish Gas Murrayfield. The restart kick taken then by Conor Murphy is deep into the Melrose 22. They're able to clear downfield. Is that going to find touch? It does. On this surface, it bobbles nicely from a Melrose point of view into Stirling territory, and Stirling County will have the throw in just a fraction inside their own half of the field. 7 or so minutes left in this first half. Fraser comes across to throw the ball into the line. Those in the line just look to organise themselves. This time it's going to be Stephen Douglas with the instructions. Throw to more the middle portion of the line, and that was again excellent execution from the line out. Stirling looking to inject some pace as they work the ball up towards the halfway line. Mopped up once more by Sanson, setting up a platform.
Stay away, please. Leave.
Sanson will go in again, looking at the options. Has it once more. Murphy, little sidestep. Melrose with the tackles coming in, but that was good rambunctious play there by Stephen Douglas. He was able to take on all comers there, including McPhee, who was eventually involved in the tackle that floored him. Recycled again.
Away, Black!
And these Stirling players now looking for an opportunity to try and work something from the halfway line.
It's a good drive there from Douglas, taking the ball on, making those extra large and breaking through that Melrose defence, which had been stiff until that point, but yeah, just using his strength and his power to get through that first line of defence. And now we've got the pressure with Stirling now capitalising on that penalty.
So I need you to make an effort. You just
and inside the 22, I think first time in about 10 or 15 minutes. So
yeah, Stirling haven't had too much possession this deep inside the Melrose half of the field, it has to be said, as the players look to organise themselves now, and readying himself for the throw in here is Rhys Fraser. The Stirling players then coming forward now in number. This time the instruction from Charlie Ward
you're the scrum half.
To his hooker.
Scrum half, yeah. You need
Stirling
a hooker
then
and a
with the
half.
throw in inside the 22. Clean win in the line by the skipper Joss Olds. Back it comes again, and Stirling looking to inject some pace into the attack. Fending off Melrose challenges here, as again Murphy goes to ground. It's recycled and now taken on. Saunders involved in the challenge, and Saunders with the attacking run, but the offload there and the pass just knocked forward, and Melrose doing enough to apply a little bit of defensive pressure, and the Stirling attack from a well executed line out break breaks down just on that left-hand side.
Yeah, Oles, the captain, really securing that line out. That's the last 3 takes he's taken really cleanly and set up that platform. Just unfortunate, there was a little bit of drifting across from their Stirling backs there, reducing the space, but good scramble defence again by Melrose, really putting the runners under pressure, and that slight knock-on brings the scrum here. Now Stirling had the edge on that last scrum, so it'll be interesting to see if the Melrose front 3 can hold the Stirling 3.
Come on, guys. Okay. Let's have some space. Let's not preload.
Just a quick glance at our clock as well. Just under 5 minutes of this first half left to play. 12 points to 5. It's very much in the melting pot, Andy, and it's going to be down to the coaches and perhaps those on the bench as well to maybe bring a little bit of an extra spark into the respective sides for a tense second half.
Yeah, it's been close. Both sides evenly matched, and just 1 or 2 little decisions not going quite wide have caused a couple of mistakes. I think the coaches will be just trying to ask to cut out just the simple mistakes, the little mistakes, but maybe try and stay on the feet a little bit more, just to try and drive through this defensive lines on both sides, just to break that game lane and try and gain that extra sort of space on the outside.
Stirling ball wasn't touched.
Once more, Reese Fraser readies himself for the throw-in.
I'm predicting it might go to the familiar Oles in the middle, but we'll see.
Yeah, he's done well so far in the game, as again the instructions coming by way of Douglas, who occupies a position in the front of the line. That sails over the head and it's a Melrose take, but again Olds, the skipper, was the target there. Melrose again work it back. The pass from Mitchell, the clearance downfield, 2 back in the Stirling half. Stirling able then to gather. Again looking to work something in and over with play there as Harris Kirk providing a platform then for Sanson to go once more, taken on this time by Bartram, who's already a try on the board for Stirling in the game. Taken on the angle there by Finn McAdam out towards the right hand side, and the kick downfield, and the chase is on here. Melrose got a couple of players back, but at a rate of knots. Lachlan Dodds is coming onto that ball there. I don't think he's been able to quite get in and ground the ball. The referee, I think, is going to go across and have a word with his assistant over on the far side, and what's he going to decide to do here? He's signalling no score, but it was a fantastic run from Lachlan Dodds. He was up against 2 Melrose players who could certainly shift themselves. We'll get to see this again, Andy. Look at the acceleration here, particularly from Dodds, as he was being he was the one that was effectively chasing, and well, he was mighty close there, because certainly that was good defensive work by Finn Shand, who's got a couple of tries on the board himself today. And that was 2 pacey players that were asked to show what they can do. But Melrose now on the charge here, and a chance for Oscar Wilson down the left hand side, creating a platform on which Melrose can perhaps build before half time. Into the final 30 seconds then of this first half in the youth under 16s cup final. Melrose then with the narrow advantage, 12 points to 5 the scoreline just at the moment, looking to recycle. Again Mitchell goes in, just steadies himself, nice little side door pass. Ball bobbles, is dislodged. It was picked up there by Ewan Williams. Back go Melrose once more. The delicate little chip this time from Mitchell, but Stirling are able to pick up. The offload is good. It's taken on by Baltazar Holmes. Holmes then over the halfway line into the tackle. The referee puts whistle to mouth and signalling once more the infringement. Stirling have to back away. Melrose again have weathered the storm there. Baltazar Holmes had certainly set up a platform for his teammates, but they couldn't continue that forward momentum. And this, Andy, I would imagine, will be the last phase. Indeed it is, of the first half then. The ball is kicked into touch. The referee then blows for half time, and we've got an intriguing second half awaiting us. 12 points to 5, 2 Finn Shand tries for Melrose. An excellent executed score from Liam Bartram though for Stirling County had given the Bridgehawk side the opening score in this Youth Cup final, and it's anyone's game with 35 minutes to play.
Well, if you take that last 3 minutes, I wouldn't think you want to be a coach on either side. It really did open up, and some great running particularly in terms of the outside backs looking for the space, chipping through and trying to outrun the defenders, but the game opened up towards the end. Both teams have been very close in terms of their attacking options and defensively, but what have really impressed me has been the work rate of the back row in both of our packs today. They've really taken the ball on and tried to gain that advantage.
Just as you're speaking there, Andy, an opportunity for us to watch once again these tries, and this was the Stirling County score coming. Now there you can see Liam Bartram taking the ball on, and his sheer power was able to drive him and Stirling into a 5-0 lead.
Yeah, looking at some of the scores, it's been the more powerful and those with the bigger sort of leg drive with the ball in contact that made the big impression. I've been impressed also with Jamie Gillespie from Melrose. He's been really consistent in terms of the ball carries he's had, and he's created quite a few opportunities. And we're seeing the try for Melrose where from a break through the midfield, a quick tap by the scrum half, providing the two defenders drawing them, then that option to give the ball out wide.
Finn Shand with the opening score, again scoring from close range, and this was his second. And again, good link-up play from initially McDougall, then back to Mitchell. The ball eventually finding its way out to Finn Shand. He had more to do here because the challenges were coming in, particularly from Lachlan Dodds. And those two were involved in a dramatic chase towards the Melrose line just about 7-8 minutes later after Shand had scored for Melrose. He prevented a try with Lachlan Dodds chasing him down and almost getting hands to the ball. You can see Dodds was disappointed he couldn't floor him. Here is the incident we were talking about there. You can see that again Shand was looking over his shoulder, was aware of the threat coming, and how close is this? An opportunity there for Lachlan Dodds.
I don't think you could be certain of their touchdown there, and in that respect you have to give it to the defending team in terms of going forward. So yeah, it wasn't clear cut in terms of the awarding the try there, so I think that's a correct decision. One thing I would say, if I was looking on as a member of the performance team for Scottish Rugby, I would be really impressed with some of the technical skills that both these sides have been presented with, particularly in attack, some of the offload, the blind passing, but the accuracy of the passing when to allow the runner to run onto the ball with pace and to attack that space. And also the enterprise. Some of these little chips and chip overs and chip into space are really causing some disruption amongst the defence. So very often you don't see that in some of the younger sides, but I've been really impressed by the attacking options and the attacking decisions by both sides.
And that's not always happening when a side has an advantage. That is happening just naturally in open play. There seems to be a freedom of expression in both sides. Yeah, definitely. And I would think it's something that's been put in the minds by the coaches as well, to allow themselves to really express themselves and show what they're capable of. Particularly on a day like this, on a pitch that's so wide, you want to be able to show that your teams can play fast-flowing rugby. Okay, there'll be times and places where you need to take the ball on, secure possession, etc. But both teams have been attacking with real endeavour and looking to really try and stretch defences, which hopefully this second half we'll see again. So Conor Murphy will get this second half underway. 12 points to 5 then to Melrose. A very quick turnaround, and Murphy then clears it long downfield, with Melrose looking to try and return the ball with a bit of interest. That's going to be a touch finder, taking play down back inside the Stirling half of the field, with these sides having obviously changed direction at half time. Little bit of a breeze around Murrayfield, but generally it's a perfectly good day for rugby. And Harris McDougall there, seeing a picture, playing that left-footed downfield, providing then the throw-in opportunity here for Stirling County. That throw, again the referee signalling just the infringement in the line, not quite what Melrose or Stirling were looking for there, because I think both were willing to contest that, but it's gone in Melrose favour with the infringement from the line out.
Yeah, I thought so. Right, scrum. Scrum option.
Yeah, the throw.
I think that's the first throw that's been inaccurate for the Stirling hooker, which is unfortunate. The breeze has picked up a little bit, but Yeah, just turn to the left-hand side more to his players.
Finlay Mitchell then again in position
Crouch!
ahead of this scrum.
Bind! Set!
Mitchell then with the signal.
Okay, hold!
Feels the ball in, round to the feet of Gillespie once more. Decision gone the way of Melrose again, so Stirling head back beyond their own 10, and Melrose, who have the lead by 12 points to 5, have a chance now to try and work this down closer to the Stirling 22.
A little bit of inexperience there. I think there's definitely the power. I think the weight advantage in the Stirling front row there, but we've got to drive forward and we've got to drive straight. Unfortunately, just unbalanced, and the turning of that front row, they need to just use that power to drive straight. I think they could dominate, and it'll be interesting to see that battle between the two front rows as we go through this second half.
Yeah,
So it's Millar wearing 3, Finlay Brown and Luke Butler, the 1 and 2 then in the front 3 for Melrose this afternoon. A throw in for Melrose as we've now crept into the early part of this Sunday afternoon. The drive is on. I think the ball has worked its way back then to Millar. Millar is able to offload if he chooses to, but peels away. That was a nice ball taken on there again by McDougall. Outside centre is Gillen. He's wrapped in the tackle. Again, the support cast coming in now, and Mitchell looking to offload through the hands then of Little. Taken on this time by Shand, who's peeled off his left wing.
Still yours, Melrose.
Irwin in support as well, as it's picked up by Mitchell once more. He's bundled to the ground. The referee coming back as again some advantage was played there for Melrose, so they're close towards that Stirling 5-metre line, and those players racing up there wanting to take the quick tap. The referee saying no, just hang on a second. So the ball goes to the ground, and Melrose using this opportunity to then bring on 2 new faces in the form of Innes Stoddart Shanley. You can see down there he's wearing 17, and number 22 is Dara McLaughlin. So they will be taken to the field, but there's another phase of play and another opportunity here for Melrose to add to their 2 scores so far. Little pod of 3 opens up, they're driving towards the line. The referee then squatting down to see if there's a clean grounding, and raises his arm, and Melrose are in for a 3rd try, and that's a very different score to some of the ones we'd watched so far. But there's the youngster with a broad smile on his face, and once again Ross Millar, who's been pretty accurate himself with the throw-ins. He's delighted to be a try scorer at the National Stadium this Sunday afternoon.
Melrose with it. Little set play there, just a tap with the forwards moving to the left as dummy runners, and then out to the right. And then Millar with the strength with the 2 support runners driving him over the line there, working hard and fighting to get the ball down over the line. Great score from Melrose.
17 points to 5. And I think the kicker's going to require a little bit of support. The ball on the tee. In fact, it just stays, it's steady, but that kick just wide there off the uprights. Little shake of the head, but you can understand that that wasn't even on a day like this the most straightforward kick there. As Ross Millar, his name then, it rings round the National Stadium, Scottish Gas Murrayfield. 17 points to 5 then the score, and Stirling quickly restart this match back into Melrose territory, and Melrose play it then downfield right footed, and that is another excellent kick, just bouncing once before finding touch down by that Stirling 10-metre line, and the Bridgehawk side will have the throw.
That's a great kick from McDougall again. It's obviously his key role to clear the lines, but he puts more pressure on Stirling. Stirling in that last 5 minutes really rushing up in defence, but they got to keep their discipline. They were caught offside, and that's where we got the penalty from. So it's great being eager in defence, but you must maintain that discipline and stay onside.
Lewis Taylor has come on for Cameron McPhee in the front row for Stirling County, and this line out has locked in Stirling's favour. They were able to execute the throw, and it wasn't a squint one on this occasion, and now they have the platform, and again they're looking at likes of Conor Murphy to build an attacking opportunity. Bartram had to spin round. The offload is good, it works its way out to Baltazar Holmes again on the left hand side, but the referee up with play signalling another infringement, a forward pass, and back it comes just to that edge of that 10-metre line. So Stirling throwing the ball forward, penalised for that. Melrose back with possession inside the opposition half.
It's great pressure from the Melrose defence, particularly in the back line. They're right up in the faces of the Stirling opponents, putting pressure, forcing the pass, making them force the pass. And we've seen 2 or 3 forward passes now from the backs in Stirling, but it's great pressure from that back line in Melrose in defence, really rushing up, trying to cut the space down and put the pressure on the passer and the support player.
Remember, coming up at the Hive as well a little bit later on, Stirling County under 16 girls in the youth girls final up against Dundee Rugby. Another one of the 8 matches that we're certainly covering, following the fortunes of the respective sides inside Murrayfield this Sunday afternoon in youth finals day. Under 16s and under 18 matches played. Mitchell then again had set up a platform. Melrose just knocking the ball forward there. That was unfortunate there for Liam Gillen, couldn't take the ball in cleanly, and the knock on was picked up by the match referee. So another set piece, and Melrose won't worry too much just at this stage because they are the team holding all the aces, but another Stirling try would change the complexion very quickly, you'd imagine.
Well, back to the scrum again. Melrose, the front three there held firm and set a good platform. Just a slight error in the handling in the backs, but I think these next 5 minutes or so will be key, particularly whoever scores next will really cement in terms of what's going to happen in the game.
Sampson then in with the ball in the scrum. The referee though signalling another infringement at the set piece. A knock on, and Stirling then will get to see this again as the ball was played in then by Sanson, worked his way around just to the back. Again, he disappears momentarily from view, and the referee intervening and signalling that it will be another set piece and a Melrose put in at the scrum.
Interaction of foot, hand and ball there. I think the foot just knocking the ball under the hand and forward, so just unfortunate for Stirling.
Mitchell once more.
Oh, great scrum from Stirling, but the ball's come out of the back.
Yeah, Gillespie was under a bit of pressure there. It works its way back then to Little. He carries the ball up and just beyond that 10-metre line. Mitchell once more on this time towards Gillespie. Melrose looking to reorganise. Mitchell had a look towards the left hand side, opts to play it on the right hand channel. Little with a little side foot kick, just ricocheting off Stirling legs though, and the ball bundles backwards. The referee spotting another knock on. Little untidy phase of the game, but you can imagine that such a spell was going to occur in the match. We'll get to see this incident again.
There's a great little tackle by Rhys Fraser in the middle just to cut down the Melrose forward on the attack, but
so just remember, 1.5 meters, yeah?
Melrose then once more looking to their skipper Finlay Mitchell from this set piece. Just a few metres inside the Stirling half of the field. The 2 scrum halves then, Sanson and Mitchell together. That's just picked up at the back of the scrum. Thomas Redmayne with outstretched arms there was trying to secure possession for Melrose. They still have it and working the ball into contact. It is Ewan Williams who's wrapped in the challenge, but several Stirling jerseys around him, including the Stirling skipper Josh Olds. And it's been won. The tackle comes in there by Liam Gillen, but Stirling still in possession of the ball just at the moment. Melrose looking for the turnover. They've won it. They're able to launch it left-footed. Bounces just the once, and Stirling had players over then on this Stirling right-hand side. They try and maraud their way up towards the edge of that halfway line. Picked up again then by Sanson. Supporting Casting coming onto the ball as Carriers work it up closer towards halfway. Sanson again taken on by Bartram. That early try scorer Bartram now into his running his away up into the 22. Can he go alone? He's got Melrose players wrapped around his ankles there, and that was an excellent piece of defensive cover by Ewan Williams. 5 metres from the Melrose line. He was able just to slow up the challenge. Watching on now, and Stirling again spreading the ball out towards the left-hand channel. The momentum of this latest Stirling attack perhaps just dropped ever so slightly, but they're still in a very, very dangerous position here inside the Melrose half of the field. 17 points to 5. Warm applause there for both sides, both in attack and in defence, but Melrose have still some work to do to get out of this sticky situation.
It's been a bit of an arm wrestle between the two sets of forwards, particularly in terms of the ruck situation, and we had a maul before, and then the ball swapping sides, then Boroughmuir with that power and that strength and pace to go forward. But what a fantastic tackle, covering tackle from Ewan Williams. And the Melrose team did well in their scramble defence there, just a force and spread across, and then just that loose pass out to the outside, just missing the chance there to go into the corner.
So just as we were saying, it's maybe a rather sticky spell in the game with a few mistakes creeping in. We had that very exciting moment there, which had Stirling crossed the line. That certainly would have changed things, would have taken them on to double figures. 17-5 though remains the score. But there's an attacking scrum then for Stirling. You can see how close they are to the line. Back it comes, it was a little bit untidy. Finn McAdam taking the ball on. Ball bobbles and goes loose, just dislodged. Referee with another infringement against Melrose. Quick tap taken by Murphy. Murphy looking to go himself. Murphy then has to be forced, and forced back he is, as Harry Brown involved in the action too. Good pace of play here. Dodds now appearing. Dodds with the fend off. Dodds going towards the line. He's stopped just short though, the right winger. Recycled again. Josh Old was in possession, so too was Ewan Sanders taking the ball up close towards the try line. Picked up once more, again Stirling trying to go on the front foot, getting close towards that try line with Bartram once again. Back it comes, the half-backs linking up with the right winger there. Dodds peeling away, receiving the pass from Murphy. Back it comes again, this time it's open side flanker and skipper Auld up towards the line. Melrose players trying again just to get bodies between themselves and the line, and again you can see the delight on the face there of Rory Little, applauding the efforts of his teammates, just forcing Stirling back 5 metres.
Could be a warning here in terms of just for the offsides and the number of penalties. Quick chat with the player just regarding cards, but great defence from Melrose, really strong, trying to keep the Stirling players out. Bartman, who scored previously, was held up there and really forced back by 2 of the Melrose players.
Referee just adjusting the position there. Sanson then on towards Rhys Fraser. Fraser though is held up, and Fraser is bundled to the ground there. The hooker plants the ball back though, and it's back now towards Sanson, the scrum half. Quickly through the hands. Again it's taken on by Charlie Ward. Ward is slowed up there, bundled backwards. Out towards that left-hand channel, a 3-2 situation opening up, and it is, of all players, Stephen Douglas across on that left-hand side. He's slowed up, back it comes again, recycled very deliberately, bundled back this time. The Stirling players are knocking at the Melrose door. Again, they're looking for some options to try and cut their way through. Up inside those final 5 metres. Again, wrapped in the challenge. Jamie Gillespie in the tackle. Back it comes again through the hands of Murphy. Getting close towards the pads of the post. Looking to try and get a clean grounding. They'll need to recycle one more time, you think, Stirling here. Taking on the scrum half and half-back partnership, linking up well. It ends up under the legs there of Josh Roger. But round the corner again, very quickly onto it was Lachlan Dodds. Meantime, Melrose have done again enough to bundle Stirling players into touch, force the knock-on as well. They've had to be very mobile defensively there, Melrose, and Stirling were knocking at the door at one side of the park and then the other, but they've still to reach that Melrose line again, but they're coming mighty close.
Just picking out two of the players. Well, again, Williams with the tackle on the big ball on the outside, but strange ways allowed us to come on. 2 big crunching tackles to hold the Stirling runners going forward. And Gillespie as well in there just to come and take on and hold up these players on there. So Melrose really working hard as a team to keep out this Stirling count and attack.
50 minutes then on the clock. So we've got 20 minutes of this match left to play.
Binds.
Melrose then will have the feed into the scrum. The two scrum halves absolutely together. Stirling with it, the shunt on. Melrose again, well, the ball has found its way back to Rory Little, and they've done well to wrestle the ball clear. He didn't have a clear opportunity to play the ball downfield. They can now exit through the scrum half, Finlay Mitchell, and it bounces once just down below us, just short of the 10-metre line, and another excellent exit from the hands. Both Stirling and Melrose have got players that can certainly find good distance with kicking from hand, and we've seen that illustrated a few times today.
Little McDougall working really well under real pressure there from the Stirling defence, but wriggling their way through, and then that clearance kick out. So great skill shown actually under the pressure there, the Stirling County pressure in terms of the defence, rushing defence forward. So
Slam ties, laces.
Just going back to the scrums, we're having some great battles with both backs at the moment.
Good to go.
Well, the last few lineouts have been a little askew, so it'll be interesting to see if they go to their faithful olds. No, they've gone forward, gone to the front this time, Stirling.
Stirling again remaining on the front foot, and again Charlie Ward is the player leading the charge, goes to ground. Stirling will look to try and quickly recycle. Well, they've won the penalty, so Melrose forced back once more, and it's a quick penalty from Sanson on this time towards McPhee. McPhee then bundling players out the way with the offload once more on then towards Bartram. Bartram from a standing start this time. Stirling through the hands there. Kit was able to offload on that left hand side. It's picked up this time by Finn McAdam, but the referee again was up with play and signalling a Stirling knock on out on that left hand side. Watching this again, Andy, this opportunity here for Stirling, and what about that for a means of just trying to swat away your opposition?
I think someone calls out the Fijian sidestep, isn't it? But yeah, power, just sheer power through the defensive line. Bravery of the defender, but you're not going to take that man down.
Is the clock still running there? Yep.
A Stirling player down, I think, just tightening his bootlaces.
There's only a whole stadium watching.
17-5 is the score line.
It'll be interesting to think, coaching wise, at this time, looking at the bench, who you might start to think about bringing on, because definitely there's been a lot more errors in these last 5 minutes or so. Fatigue will start. As I mentioned about the size of this pitch, this is a big pitch to play on, so in terms of fatigue will be a factor, and both coaches will have this in their head coaches will have this in their mind when to start making some additional substitutions.
Set. Hold.
Melrose scrum held well there under pressure, and we're going to get that clearance kick again. Great length on the kick.
Well, we've said so far this afternoon and during the course of this game that the kicking has been a real weapon for both sides, and you could see there was a little bit of uncertainty there in the run towards the ball there from Lachlan Dodds to see if he was able to actually retrieve it before it ends up going into touch. But again, Melrose just doing enough, having certainly been tested defensively in the last few minutes. Stirling, they can't be too dispirited by that, because they've breached the line once, they've come mighty close. They just need to try and find a way to score again to set up a grandstand finish. 15 minutes of the game then left to play. Taken on then Stirling, the longer pass out, but it's Sanson and Murphy setting up a platform. Stirling remaining in their own half of the field at the moment. Back it comes then towards Murphy. Kicks ahead, bounces once, and ends up in touch back inside that Melrose half of the field. And will be a throw in then. Stirling, in fact, have the throw across on that far side in front of the east stand.
I think at this moment in time, if I was the defensive coach for Melrose, I would think that's the edge at the moment. Although Stirling have put plenty of pressure, I would be really pleased with the effort and the attitude of the defence in Melrose at the moment. They've really shown up today and really fought hard and battled hard.
Platform now set up then for Stirling. Again, a passage of play with a pass out the side door, and the intelligence and the execution was good as Stirling once more looked determined up towards the edge of that 22. Picked up once again by Sanson. Changes direction here. Sean Stark, who's been a little bit quieter in the second half, coming in off his wing to get involved in the action. Taken on again by Josh Olds. The offload out towards the left-hand side. And again, Stirling with some determination, taking the ball into contact with Sanson ready to recycle ball. Forwards again, take it in turns to try and work an opportunity through. This time at Harry Brown, little offload on the right hand side here. Stirling weaving their way towards the line. Melrose though, and again it's that man Gillespie with the tackle. Important intervention there as Stirling used their number 8, Liam Bartram. So both have been significant characters in their respective sides this afternoon. Sanson, it was juggled there by Ward. The offload was good. Stirling now have a man, and it's their captain who had peeled away in a little bit of space, and it is Josh Olds flings the ball in the air in delight, and he's brought his team back to within 7 points in this final with the kick to come. And Stirling, certainly at the third time of asking in recent times in that 22, they come away with at least 5 points, Andy.
That's just rewards for Josh Olds. He was right in the midst at the start of that. Him and Kirk, great interplay, and set up that ruck that brought the ball out right. Gillespie again, really strong in defence from Melrose, but the numbers counted with the ball passed out to the left-hand side. And they just, Stirling managed to get round the outside, got round that corner, and with the overlap, a really good finish. But really good reward for the work rate and the attitude of our Olds. And as I said, he's been key in terms of that attack and taking the ball forward and maintaining possession for Stirling. So good reward for him.
Well, this is an important kick. Connor Murphy, the ball just toppled off the tee. So his rather rushed attempt there. An unconverted try, 17 points to 10, but it does set up that finish we were perhaps anticipating. Melrose remain in front, in control, but that margin, that lead has been just reduced to 17-10.
I think if we're looking possession-wise, Stirling definitely have had the dominance these last 10 minutes or so and really pressed down on the Melrose line. So it's key Melrose come back now and try and press forward, work hard to get deep into the Stirling half and try and keep possession of the ball, because that's one thing they've been starved off these last 5 minutes or so.
That kick downfield was played there by Finlay Mitchell, and Harris McDougall just taking on the scrum half duties momentarily as the ball worked its way back once again to Jamie Gillespie. Stirling have managed to strip the ball, and once more now Charlie Ward's becoming a more central figure now, the blindside flanker for Stirling, setting up another opportunity here on the Melrose 10. Stirling sensing that perhaps can create another opportunity. Little grubber there from Connor Murphy, not quite enough perhaps on the ball, but comes in with a challenge. It works its way back now to Finn Shand. Shand with 2 tries in that first half for Melrose when they had the lead by 12 points to 5. Melrose though penalised, and Stirling will have another chance to play this downfield, and they've got kickers that can certainly provide a platform that will take them into the opposition 22.
I wonder if all that defensive effort from Melrose is starting to show they're just a little bit late in terms of the support runner helping the ball carrying, clearing out, and still managed to turn the ball over, or jackal on the ball being there first. So could be a little bit of fatigue setting in now for Melrose after that great effort in terms of the last 10-15 minutes in terms of defence.
The tackle made there, and Finn Shand really had nowhere to go, tried to plant the ball back. The kick downfield again was well executed from Conor Murphy. This is then the Stirling platform. Remember, this is a 70-minute match, so we're into the final 10 minutes then of this under-16s final. Short stabbed throw towards the front there by Rhys Fraser, now taken on by Bartram. Bartram's over. Stirling are back within 2 points of Melrose with just under 10 minutes of this game to play. A lot will rest then on this conversion attempt, but with an hour of the game gone, Stirling again have executed a well-worked set piece, and they come good inside the Melrose 22.
I think that took Melrose by surprise. The clever little set piece there by Stirling the line. There's a little bit of hesitation by the forwards, and then the ball works it out to Bartman, who we know will drive for the line. But look at the power and the strength to go over.
So it's Bartman with the score, his second of the game. Remember, he opened the scoring, Liam Bartram, with an excellent stride from close range, fending off challenges, but Bartman coming good. And now a few whistles as the kicker has been supported by Stirling and tried to be put off by one or two in Melrose colours, and the conversion attempt just drifts wide of the upright. So Stirling have battled their way back into this final, and with 8 minutes left, it's a 2-point game. Melrose still in front, but just by 2 points, 17-15, Andy.
Well, we talked about these last 10 minutes and possible fatigue. I think both coaches will be looking out just as if there's any tired players, and I've got to say Melrose looked a little bit tired there in that last set play from the line out, so maybe we'll see a few changes in these last 8 minutes or so, but it's going to be a humdinger. Both sides really have worked hard to get in this position, and we thought it'd be a close game, but these last 5 minutes or so are going to be a cracker.
And perhaps in keeping with how close the respective semi-finals were as well. You touched on that a little bit earlier on, both sides battling their way to the final with two tense semi-final victories. Stirling though infringing just outside of the 22, and Melrose then looking from a central position to kick downfield. It's not a touch finder, it presents itself back then towards Lachlan Dodds, and Dodds then, little sidestep, he's up against some yellow and black hooped jerseys. The Melrose players swarming around the right winger. Stirling then are going to have to do it from deep inside their own half, still inside the 22. 17-15 the score. Again the clearance from Murphy downfield. It's not a touch finder this time. Melrose able to use replacements, and now on towards their skipper, and the scrum half with that little grubber kick. Finlay Mitchell back infield, no supporting runners to latch onto the ball, but suddenly Stirling are back inside their own, in fact over their own try line go Melrose again, and Melrose have managed to snatch it there. Andy, that really coming out of almost nothing, a great opportunity that Finlay Brown was simply not going to pass up.
Well, Finlay Mitchell, if we see this again, a little bit of a little dink through on here, not much on, and then we see this little dink through, and it puts a lot of pressure on the defenders there for Stirling. Slight error there, but look at the follow-up in terms of the Melrose players. Quick anti-ruck across, and look at the anticipation there to crash over in terms of Finlay Brown seeing the option, picking the ball up and taking the score. But clever play from Finlay Mitchell there. There wasn't much option, but that little dink through put a lot of pressure on those back three defenders for Stirling.
And what a time to score such a try. The conversion attempt is just wide of the uprights then from Finlay Mitchell.
It was interesting just before that score, with first errors really in the kicking game, and I know Melrose had the choice to kick for goal or go for the side, but two short kicks, and look what happened in terms of open play. Smart play by Melrose to take the outside channel of 15, and then as we spoke about Finlay Mitchell, he's played a great game, just putting that little dink in behind to cause that confusion.
Yeah, that was good work as well from Sean Stark and Finn McAdam, just from Finn Shand and Harris McDougall there from a Melrose point of view, just applying the pressure. And there is a sad sight. I think it could well be Jamie Gillespie involved in that last phase of play. He's picked up a knock, so he's been helped off the pitch, but he's put in quite a shift during this now 65 minutes. So Melrose again going to the bench. Jamie Gillespie has been replaced by number 16, Max Brown. Brown is on now for the final 4.5 minutes of this final. Have Melrose been able to do enough, courtesy of that Finlay Brown score then?
Sad to see Gillespie leaving the field. There's someone who was a late replacement to the starting side, but he's been a real positive aspect in terms of the Melrose in both attack and defence. But he'll be proud of what he's done today. He's played really well today and put a great shift in.
Stirling then, they'll want one last 40. They'll have certainly time for one. This, remember, a 70-minute game, so into the final 5 minutes. But in saying that, again, Melrose applying some pressure. Stirling infringing, just crossing that halfway line. And both sides very well supported today, Andy, as we get to see this replay again. And at this stage in the game, you can ill afford to make mistakes when a passage of play breaks down because of a forward pass or a knock-on. I'm
really impressed how both sides are still trying to force that width in terms of the game and open those options. Even in these last few minutes, vocally, crowd have been great and really vocal in terms of supporting both sides. They know how tight this is, and all it needs is just one little error or one little positive play from one of the key players here, and we could have a change with these last few minutes.
Melrose then through Douglas, the scrum half, and that's taken on this time inside centre. Harris McDougall doing well. Back it comes to Douglas. Melrose will be quite content just to have a few minutes in this section of the park. Ross Millar, Douglas once more. Again, just trying to work a position, find a bit of space. Bundled to the ground there was Rory Little. Douglas in. Bundled to the ground was Finlay Brown. Try scorer along with two from Finn Shand and one from Ross Millar. Penalty decision going against Stirling though at this stage in the final, and they'll be desperate to get back inside that Melrose 22, but there's some work to do to get there.
Well, final minutes, Stirling throwing the ball. Caution to the wind now, really taking it to Melrose.
Dodds then in possession. Sorry, Andy, as Dodds went into contact. It has been recycled, and Stirling again looking to try and gain ground up to that 10-metre line. That's their first initial target, as again Liam Bartman up and over the 10, crashes to the ground. Ball is planted back, recycled. Stirling once more trying to straighten up. Passage of play opens up in the right-hand channel. Back with the hard-working Dodds. Lachlan Dodds going to ground. Andy, you have to think at this stage in the game as well, with just a couple of minutes left to play, there's a lot of youngsters out there that would certainly be in the frame for player of the match. Who we do single out as the top performer in this final?
Well, I've been really impressed with both of the half-backs in terms of both Stirling and Melrose, but the one who's made the impression, he scored 2 tries and at the moment is still on the winning side. That's Liam Bartman, and I would have him as today's man of the match in this final. He's just been the edge, I think, that's created and scored those 2 tries using his power and his strength, but for me he's the man of the match today.
So Stirling's Liam Bartram then. Liam Bartman is the player of the match, so Liam Bartman is Andy's choice of player of the match as Stirling. Well, they could be away down this left-hand channel again. Some great aggression shown, but a tackle coming in there from Dara McLaughlin, just showing up Stirling some determination, but some real desperation as well now with these Stirling players trying to creep their way into the 22. They know there's just 30 seconds left in the final. Connor Murphy then thought about the offload there. Stirling again looking to try and straighten up. Out the side door. They've got perhaps a 2-on-1 situation opening up here. Down towards the corner. Well, the run was made there by Lewis Taylor, and it was on to Lachlan Dodds. and the referee signalling. I think Melrose have been able to deny Stirling a dramatic try scoring opportunity, because Stirling thought they were in the combination there, the run initially from the replacement. We'll get to see this again, Andy, but how close for Stirling to closing the gap to 5 points at this stage in the game. The ball dislodged there and it was Dodds onto it, but he appealed. But I don't think the referee, after long deliberation, was going to give that one.
Well, Kai Telfer came from nowhere. What a hit right across the ball carrier and dislodged the ball, and the ball rolling forwards there. So good decision, but a great covering tackle from Telfer.
Just here,
and I think that will be final seconds. I think, I'm not sure where Stirling will go, but I think we might be into the red.
We're going this way.
Yeah, but by our watch, we've played the 70 minutes, so the final is now in the last phase of the game. Stirling have a decision to make here in terms of what to do. They trail by 7 points. You can see Cameron McPhee just looking around. So the decision is, there is time for Conor Murphy to go to the corner. Kai Telfer with that tackle. Melrose have one final defensive shift to put in. Stirling one final opportunity to try and breach this Melrose line, and of course if they were to do so, it would all rest then on the conversion. So the throw-in will be the responsibility then of Rhys Fraser. But just like the respective semi-finals, this going right down to the wire. 22 points to 15. Stirling, their supporters banging their drum. Can Stirling find a way to knock down this Melrose defensive door? Back again using Bartman, the man of the match then in Stirling County colours. The ball dislodged from Bartman, and it was kicked into touch there by Kai Telfer, and Melrose now can celebrate victory in this under-16 youth boys cup final, winning the game by 22 points to 15, with tries scored by Finn Shand, 2 tries by the left winger, both in that first half. Finlay Brown and Ross Millar then on the score sheet in the second half. Stirling County scoring 3 of their own. Josh Olds, the skipper, after Liam Bartman, the player of the match, scoring 2 excellent tries, and Stirling just couldn't do enough in the end, coming mighty close to land a 4th blow. But it's Liam Bartman who's the player of the match, and Melrose who are the team that walk away with the trophy and the victory this afternoon.
Well, I think it was the commentator's curse at the end for Bartman. He was an outstanding player, and then just stripped of the ball going over the line. But fair play to Melrose when it got difficult and they were pressed by Stirling County attacking line wave after wave. They stood resolute, worked hard, dug deep, and kept the Stirling County team out for a good 10-15 minutes that second half. And Melrose are well deserved in terms of their win. Took the opportunities when they created the space and created the opportunities, but a cracking final. We said it was going to be close and it went down to the wire, but well done Melrose, and well done to both teams for an absolutely entertaining, cracking game to watch, and some real skill, and hopefully performance managers and performance coaches were watching on, so some players with real talent there and potential for the future.
Yeah, thoroughly agree. As a little strip of sunshine then is able to illuminate part of Scottish Gas Murrayfield. We'll get to see the tries then one final time in this enthralling final. There is the scoreline on your screen, with Melrose winning by 22 points to 15. But Andy, just a look back at some of the key moments in the game, and our player of the match, Liam Bartman, then opening the scoring. This very early on, inside the opening 6 minutes of the first half here, taking the ball on, and just too strong for the Melrose defence. Yeah,
I like the way he uses his feet, but also his body height when he goes into contact, and he uses his leg strength and that power to break through that defensive line. And he's demonstrated on a number of occasions when he's taken the ball on. But what I liked about Melrose was taking the opportunity and that quick decision making. And here we see the 9 again, taking on, drawing that defence, and the ball being worked out. And Shand, he featured well in the game. He had some really good runs on the outside. Again, good footwork. Tended to use his hands to push off the defenders, and that lovely little blind pass from the centres there then create that space at the outside for Shand again. And again, look at the footwork, the strength in terms of the handoff, and carefully over into that corner.
Melrose then had a 12-5 lead at the interval, and they continued on the try scoring front. It was their forwards, their front row forwards then, that certainly got in on the act, and this again was an illustration of strength there. Brown and Millar scoring tries in the second half, and it showed they can mix it up a little bit from close quarters.
Here again, this is after the phases of play on that right hand side where we had Bartman and Olds actually, and then Olds came back into the play to score over in that corner. Great work by Stirling to create the overlap, but it came off that clever little shift play in the line out. Bartman pushing forward here, again using that strength, using that footwork and drive to get over the line.
And Stirling were certainly knocking at the door on a few occasions. There was some excellent defensive work from Melrose, but here's the pace injected into the move. The left-footed grubber kick through, a little bit of hesitation that Stirling couldn't quite mop up the ball here and get control of it. It again was Harry Brown was able to ground the ball, but the follow-up was significant, and Melrose were then in for the score. So here comes Liam Bartman, and he's the man of the match, receiving the trophy, the award from Scott Forbes. And Bartman then makes his way down just in front of us, and the Stirling County players then making their way up. Hazel Swankie, the Scottish Rugby Vice President, part of the presentation party. I think she's going to be the one tasked with handing over the runners-up medals. Keith Wallace also part of the presentation, and both were in Stirling yesterday for the Arnold Clark Women's Premiership final, and handing out winners' medals to the Stirling County winning women's team. But today, these Stirling County players, having done so well, will leave with runners-up medals. There's a glimpse again of Adefemi, who was one of the first players to leave the field. He was taken off after about 17 minutes and picked up a bit of a knock, still making his way down rather gingerly down those steps at Murrayfield. But these are important moments for these players. They will be disappointed that that's not a winner's medal, but they'll want to experience this sort of occasion again.
Yeah, you can see on some of the faces they're disappointed, but they've had a tremendous season coming through, and the closest in terms of their semi-final, and they put on a great display today, and hopefully they'll look back at this and realise what a great game they had today and what a great performance. And I hope the coaches really emphasise that to them afterwards, that they put on a great performance and they pushed Melrose all the way, and it was a great spectacle for all here today, for ourselves and the spectators. So yes, disappointed, but they've come away with a runners-up medal, and they've worked hard all this way. So I hope they do have a chance to celebrate and realise how well they've done so far this season part.
Yeah, just the final few Stirling players collecting their runners-up medals, and all credit to them as the match officials today also receiving the medals. The last of the Stirling players, Liam Bartman, has already been up as player of the match. And then the Melrose players then, one at a time, taking the congratulations. A mixture of Stirling and Melrose supporters either side of the front of the West Stand. And just broader smiles on these Melrose players' faces. And of course, at the very back of the line, a glimpse of the back of the jersey there of Finlay Mitchell, the skipper. And this is a nice moment for these players. Many of them will have watched Scottish captains in the past, English captains as well, heading up these steps to collect the Kolkata Cup. This their moment to pick up a bit of silverware of their own and a winner's medal. And of course, Stirling and Melrose, both sides no strangers to appearing on Silver Saturday in past spring afternoons at Scottish Gas Murrayfield. But it's been the youth of today that has been very much on show in the last couple of hours.
Big hands of these Melrose players. Again, both teams, but real demonstration of what I would call real grit and heart in terms of defence. They were put under the cosh, they were put under pressure, but they took their opportunities well, and deserved winners overall.
And now, as is customary, They will gather just at the very front. Their skipper will receive his medal. The silverware will be handed to him now by the presentation party, a warm handshake, and these Melrose under-16s boys players, the youth final, and the trophy will head to the green yards as it's raised to the skies by Finlay Mitchell, and Melrose then enjoying this moment. Finlay Mitchell then with cameras, mobile phones all around, capturing this moment with the silverware in the hands of the Melrose scrum half and captain, and a chance for him to pass the trophy around the various members of the team, and how they will enjoy the rest of this Sunday afternoon. 14th of December 2025 will be a memorable one for these youngsters as they look to make their way in the game, and they've certainly got a very good grounding at this level so far, Andy.
Yeah. Just a final note, just to say how well Melrose adapted as well, because we know they had a bit of a sickness bug and some late changes in the squad. But I think Finlay Mitchell should be really proud as captain how his team, how his squad adapted to that and the performance they put on. Well deserved winners today. So congratulations, Melrose, and I know that trophy will be well received at the green yard. So well done to everyone down on the borders. Give them a big praise, and well done to the coaches on both sides, because that was a really good performance for both sides. So I would like to just applaud and say a huge thank you to the coaches on both parts for what was an outstanding and entertaining game today.
And well supported by the fans from both sides, making the journey from Stirling and from Melrose to the capital, and enjoying this opportunity to feature in a game of this magnitude inside Scottish Gas Murrayfield. And you can see there is the board, there is the trophy, and there is the final photographs for today that's showing that this year the National Under-16s Boys Cup winners are Melrose. So the Stirling players then have headed into the changing rooms. They'll be bitterly disappointed not to come away with a victory, but they made this a thoroughly entertaining final, and it's Melrose who will leave with the silverware. They are the first winners inside the National Stadium today. Andy, a final word from you before we head off.
I've really enjoyed the occasion. I think both sets of fans really made a cracking atmosphere for these players. Both teams came out really ambitious in attack and produced a great display. But I think in terms of defensively, just Melrose edged it there and prevented from Stirling capitalise on some of the ventures out over the line. But what an outstanding game, and Melrose, well done. Congratulations, and great winners of today's Under-16 Stroke Cup final. So thank you to both sides for such a great game.
Yeah, well said. A great advert for rugby at this level, and we'll leave Melrose to continue their celebrations. We'll be back shortly with further coverage. Remember, coming up, Stirling County back in action. Of course, it's their Under-16 girls up against Dundee.
Scotland's oldest rivalry. A battle that goes back generations.
Edinburgh Rugby versus Glasgow Warriors. History written in blood,
sweat and tries.
I told you it was going to be dramatic, and that is exactly what it is.
Now the stakes are even higher. 2 cities,
2 games. A former champion against the fierce challenger.
fans divided, a nation watching. Hampden Park,
Murrayfield. Pride, honour, bragging rights.
This is the derby that defines Scotland. This is the 1872 Cup.
Scotland women's rugby team are making moves.
To a stadium we've dreamt of, a stadium every rugby player dreams of. We're making moves to Scottish Gas Murrayfield.
Scotland women face England's Red Roses in the Guinness Women's Six Nations at Scottish Gas Murrayfield on Saturday the 18th of April 2026. Join the movement.
Scottish Rugby is on a mission to get more young people playing the game, in schools and across your community. To encourage more young boys and girls to play the game, we've introduced a new initiative called Turn Up and Play. As the name suggests, it's all about just turning up at one of the events across the country and having a go at playing under the watchful eye of experienced coaches. For more information, head over to the Scottish Rugby website.
Imogen, she came through our ranks of minis. When she reached 12 and started Preston Lodge High School, unfortunately she wasn't allowed to play with the boys as the rules changed. So we seen a need to bring girls rugby in, canvassed our committee and membership and opened rugby up to East Lothian and implemented East Lothian girls rugby. That was 10 years ago.
And what kind of state is girls rugby in right now at PL?
Absolutely thriving. So we are delivering taster sessions in all of our primary schools. So we have 4 primary schools that we cover, St Gabriel's, Preston Pan's Infants, Preston Tower, what's 5 then? Blindwell's Primary, the brand new school in the new town that's being built here, Cokenzie Primary School and Long Nidry Primary School. So we deliver taster sessions to nurseries and in school and right through our high school, through our School of Rugby. It's phenomenal. We see girls wearing their badges out and about, we hear girls talking about rugby, they're hashtagging rugby, they love it, they breathe it. It's bringing a whole new generation into our game. They're bringing their parents along, their siblings along. It's just great to see.
What's your name?
Erin. Sarah.
And how long have you been playing rugby for?
4.5 years. 1 year now.
And how did you first get involved with rugby?
My grandparents were very involved, well, my granddad, and I just really loved it, like watching it. My friends went to it, so we just all went together and started here at PL.
And what draws you into playing rugby?
The team sport aspect, and then there's so many aspects of the game to kind of be good at, if that makes sense, and then obviously the contact I really love. And
what was that the first couple of weeks of learning the game and doing training sessions like?
It was pretty tough because you didn't really know anybody, but after a few weeks you got into the rhythm of it and you started making really good friends, so it was good.
What's the best bit about the camaraderie and the environment at Preston Lodge?
I feel like it's just kind of, if you're unsure of anything, you can say there's a drill going on and you're kind of unsure of what to do, you can ask literally anyone, like the person next to you, or even if you've never spoken to them before, and yeah, I think that's just That's kind of thing, yeah.
How has the player pathways experience been for you?
It was tough at first, meeting new people and like seeing all these players with different abilities than you. But like once you got into it, got knowing the coaches and the players, it was really good. There was a really good positive environment in it. So yeah. Well, I'd encourage them to come along to just one session, like not put any pressure on them, and even they don't even need to do the actual drills, just to look, meet people, say hello, watch how we do it, and look at how the environment really thrives and stuff like that.
And the personal, the very best thing about getting on the rugby field, what do you most look forward to?
Contact, but also just the entire game, really, playing the game.
Scotland's oldest rivalry. A battle that goes back generations.
Edinburgh Rugby versus Glasgow Warriors. History written in blood,
sweat and tries.
I told you it was going to be dramatic, and that is exactly what it is.
Now the stakes are even higher. 2 cities,
2 games. A former champion against the fierce challenger.
Fans divided, a nation watching. Hampden Park,
Murrayfield. Pride, honour, bragging rights.
This is the derby that defines Scotland. This is the 1872 Cup.
Women's rugby team are making moves.
To a stadium we've dreamt of, a stadium every rugby player dreams of. We're making moves to Scottish Gas Murrayfield.
Scotland women face England's Red Roses in the Guinness Women's Six Nations at Scottish Gas Murrayfield on Saturday the 18th of April 2026. Join the movement.
Scottish Rugby is on a mission to get more young people playing the game, in schools and across your community. To encourage more young boys and girls to play the game, we've introduced a new initiative called Turn Up and Play. As the name suggests, it's all about just turning up at one of the events across the country and having a go at playing under the watchful eye of experienced coaches. For more information, head over to the Scottish Rugby website.
Imogen, she came through our ranks of minis. When she reached 12 and started Preston Lodge High School, unfortunately she wasn't allowed to play with the boys as the rules changed. So we seen a need to bring girls rugby in, canvassed our committee and membership and opened rugby up to East Lothian and implemented East Lothian girls rugby. That was 10 years ago.
And what kind of state is girls rugby in right now at PL?
Absolutely thriving. So we are delivering taster sessions in all of our primary schools. So we have 4 primary schools that we cover, St Gabriel's, Preston Pan's Infants, Preston Tower, what's 5 then? Blindwell's Primary, the brand new school in the new town that's being built here, Kilkenzie Primary School and Long Nidri Primary School. So we deliver taster sessions to nurseries and in school and right through our high school, through our School of Rugby. It's phenomenal. We see girls wearing their badges out and about, we hear girls talking about rugby, they're hashtagging rugby, they love it, they breathe it. It's bringing a whole new generation into our game. They're bringing their parents along, their siblings along. It's just great to see.
What's your name?
Erin.
Sarah.
And how long have you been playing rugby for?
4.5 years.
1 year now.
And how did you first get involved with rugby?
My grandparents were very involved, well, my granddad, and I just really loved it, like watching it. My friends went to it, so we just all went together and started here at PL.
And what draws you into playing rugby?
The team sport aspect, and then there's so many aspects of the game to kind of be good at, if that makes sense, and then obviously the contact I really love.
And what was the first couple of weeks of learning the game and doing training sessions like?
It was pretty tough because you didn't really know anybody, but after a few weeks you got into the rhythm of it and you started making really good friends, so it was good.
What's the best bit about the camaraderie and the environment at Preston Lodge?
I feel like it's just kind of, if you're unsure of anything, you can say there's a drill going on and you're kind of unsure of what to do, you can ask literally anyone, like the person next to you, or even if you've never spoken to them before, and yeah, I think that's kind of thing, yeah.
How has the player pathways experience been for you?
It was tough at first, meeting new people and seeing all these players with different abilities than you, but once you got into it, got knowing the coaches and the players, it was really good. There was a really good positive environment in it, so yeah. Well, I'd encourage them to come along to just one session, not put any pressure on them, and even they don't even need to do the actual drills, just to look, meet people, say hello, watch how we do it, and look at how the environment really thrives and stuff like that.
And the very best thing about getting on the rugby field, what do you most look forward to?
Contact, but also just the entire game, really, playing the game.
Scotland's oldest rivalry. A battle that goes back generations.
Edinburgh Rugby versus Glasgow Warriors. History written in blood,
sweat and tries.
I told you it was going to be dramatic, and that is exactly what it is.
Now the stakes are even higher. 2 cities,
2 games. A former champion against a fierce challenger.
fans divided, a nation watching. Hampden Park,
Murrayfield. Pride, honour, bragging rights.
This is the derby that defines Scotland. This is the 1872 Cup.
The Scotland women's rugby team are making moves.
To a stadium we've dreamt of, a stadium every rugby player dreams of. We're making moves to Scottish Gas Murrayfield.
Scotland women face England's Red Roses in the Guinness Women's Six Nations at Scottish Gas Murrayfield on Saturday the 18th of April 2026. Join the movement.
Good afternoon and welcome along to the Hive, and it's a rather blustery Hive. I was in the National Stadium, Scottish Gas Murrayfield, just a little bit earlier on to watch an enthralling youth under-16s boys final between Melrose and Stirling County. Melrose coming out on top, winning that one. Well, Stirling County are involved in the youth girls final in a couple of minutes' time, and I'm delighted to say that alongside me is Louise Dalglish to watch Stirling take on a Dundee side who'll be hoping to head up to Tayside with the silverware a bit later. But first of all, you have to say, Louise, this is well, typical for December, but it's going to be a factor in how these players approach this match, these conditions.
Yeah, I think when we hit any kind of finals time at this time of year in Scotland, we know, and I think we saw that in the women's Premier final last night up at Bridge Hall. It was definitely some challenging conditions, and the younger generation get to think about their game management and how they play that today. Oh, that was the bleak midwinter up in Stirling for sure, yes. But all credit to those players. So it's been a big weekend as well for Stirling, because of course they were playing on their home turf yesterday, victorious in winning that final, and against what's on his side, coached by Bruce Millar, who'll be involved in our live coverage in some of the later afternoon fixtures. But at this level, reaching a final, Louise, you know, it's so important for these two sets of players to be well supported, and they are today. The crowd have come out in number. They're here at the Hive. They're going in encourage over the two spells of 30 minutes these girls to perform at their absolute best. Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to be reaching finals, and I think the growth in the under-16 space in the women's game, it's delighted to be able to see these teams kind of put everything out there on the field today. I think we know how strong a pathway Stirling County are building, and to see a challenger in Dundee, and exciting to see how they go up against them this afternoon. And therein lies, the interesting contrast. The challenge coming from Dundee, but Stirling seem to be on the way up. You look at the success that the women's have had, not just last night, but in recent seasons, winning 2-3 championship titles in the women's game. The youths are here en masse this Sunday, and it does show that there is a lot of strength in the age grades coming into the club. There's clearly a good catchment area, and youths in that area are enjoying playing the rugby at Bridge Hall. Absolutely, you can tell they are well supported. They've got strong coaching groups at each age group. They are a bit of a destination for a youth player in terms of the boys and the girls game, and it's obviously now we're seeing that success at their senior team level as well, and that also gives the younger players something to aspire towards to become those Premier champions in Scotland. And again, from a Dundee point of view, success here, or simply reaching the final here, is in itself a good marker for those that are watching on, that are taking an interest, that could be inspired by the development of this young group of girls and what they've been able to achieve in simply getting to the final. Absolutely, and I think Dundee as a whole has got a strong history in the game, as we know, and I think that Tayside and Fife area being represented here, and I think it's a finals day. It's 13 against 13 at this level, and just looking forward to some exciting, expansive rugby. Now, you touched on that, an important point based on the age grade, 13 against 13, so effectively there's no blind and open side on either side, so we've got a slightly reduced number of personnel out there on the park. And I think that'll be another interesting factor for them. I mean, in terms of the size of the pitch and having that much space, I think the team that can look after ball, find that space in attack, make sure that the contact area is nice and well resourced and looked after, and hopefully, as we say, see some really good attacking rugby. Well, let's have a look at some of the players then, the respective sides that are going to be taken to the park in just under 5 minutes' time. We'll take a look first of all at the Dundee side. Layla Melville is starting at fullback. Again, they'll be looking in these rather tricky conditions at Tavendale and Hughes to create opportunities for the speed on the wings, Ruby Lermouth and Layla Patterson. And again, there's going to be an emphasis on Maisie Clark in that front row when provided with opportunities to feed the ball in at line, to try and be as direct as possible in these blustery conditions. Absolutely, some critical factors there in terms of the game management, and hopefully the connections that they've got in that team can really drive that forward. And also nice to see Sophia Sanf on the bench there. Both her mum and her auntie Julian and Val Sanahan were mainstays in Kirkcaldy ladies rugby for such a long time, definitely in my era of the game, so nice to see the future generations coming through. Yeah, and it is in a lot of these cases, it is a generational
thing. There'll be some that maybe don't have family members that played the game, but a lot will have been influenced by generations within their own family. So that's the Dundee side that will be taken to the park. They're up against Stirling County under-16s girls. Let's have a look. They're captained by fly half Heather Wood. So Heather will be wearing 10 today. Of course, they've got Forrest, Snadden and Douglas in the front row as well, with Florence Price at full-back. And the day we were talking about, line-outs, it's a tricky day for kickers as well. And an occasion like this as well, if you are going to be tasked with kicking, you want to be as accurate as possible, and this is an unpleasant additional element that you don't necessarily want, the strong wind.
Absolutely, I think it gives that tactical lesson, and that's where the communication with the coaching teams and what some of their decisions and their messaging has been, because ultimately they may have had ideas and game plans coming into this final, but we know that conditions on the day will always have to be the kind of impact, and that'll be informing some of the final conversations in the changing rooms now, I'm sure.
Tram just heading past towards the National Stadium. Tram stopped. I would imagine there'll be a few just having a little glimpse in, just to establish what is going on if they're not familiar with what has been happening in the National Stadium and at the Hive during the course of the afternoon. The respective coaches are stripped and ready. Some adopting shorts with a padded jacket and a woolly hat, but I suppose if you're on the move and you're willing to bare your legs in these elements as a spectator, then well, all credit to you.
I am a strong believer in having shorts on pitch side, so as long as your upper body's warm, you'll be alright.
Well, certainly it's that is the chosen look, not from everybody, but certainly from the backroom staff, and they will be ready to watch on and cheer on their respective sides. Kick-off just a couple of minutes away, and just a reminder, of course, we have coverage throughout the afternoon into the early evening, with 8 finals being played, and it has become, a really significant part in the calendar for a lot of these youngsters. We had, of course, the very inclement conditions that delayed Wednesday's final, that has been pushed back now to this coming Wednesday, but I don't think there was any danger that the strength of this wind and the potential rain would have an impact on today's fixtures.
Yeah, I think all going ahead, and it's great to have this community feel. So many different rugby clubs and supporters coming together to celebrate all things youth rugby across the country, both in the boys and girls game. So again, looking forward to this game kicking off and seeing what we get from them.
And of course a similar element is Silver Saturday. When you think to the springtime, the time will have changed, and Silver Saturday will certainly be on the horizon in the not too distant future. But to the here and now, and both sets of players then making their way onto the park. Dundee racing on then, led by Josh Muir, and Dundee themselves led there by Chloe Kempton. Josh Muir of Stirling County just organising the respective huddle, along with Heather Wood, the Stirling skipper. Stirling in their familiar colours, the black numbers with the red, white and black hoop jerseys, black shorts and socks. Dundee in their darker jerseys with the yellow numbers, be slightly easier to identify. And it looks as if Dundee will be playing down towards the mouth of the tunnel and the north stand of Scottish Gas Murrayfield in this first half. And these matches are 30 minutes each way. The boys are playing 35, 30 minutes. So again, an opportunity with a quicker turnaround for these players to play a good hour in such an arena as this.
Yeah, I think as an aspirational young kind of girls player in Scotland, to be playing on the pitch where Scotland women have been playing their recent matches, it's phenomenal for them, and hopefully they can enjoy their day.
So Dundee will get this first half underway. The floodlights are on around the Hive. The sky is that watercolour grey. The pentlands are beginning to disappear in a little bit of mist as Sophie Mallinson then kicks off for Dundee. Players just looking to try and find their footing and deal with these rather blustery conditions. Stirling involved in the clear out and Isla Mackay will want a quick touch, but the front row forwards then willing to get into the running very early on. Planted back there towards Mackay. Out then, and that was a carry as Stirling again looking to Phoebe Forrest to work her way up the park, but the referee just intervening, signalling the knock on, so Dundee will have the opportunity in the opening 90 seconds to try and feed the ball deeper inside the Stirling half of the field. But these will be nervous moments for some of these players. One or two, I think, identifying family members in the crowd, and that will be a source of reassurance.
Yeah, I think so. It's always nice to look up and see a friendly face, getting a wee wave before a game kicks off, and I think hopefully take away the nerves after the first couple of phases and get into the rugby.
Remember, the scrummages without blindside and open side flankers in this match, as Dundee again looking to try and build out towards the right hand side. Leila Patterson across starting on the right, but perhaps forgiven for knocking the ball forward in these conditions. The referee bringing the players together for another set piece.
Yeah, I think we obviously talk about the impacted kicking and lineouts for the wind, but it's just that last bit of movement for the ball when you're attacking onto a pass that you're receiving, just keeping your eyes on the ball, really making certain of that catch before you're thinking about the next job, because that last little the kind of ball moving away from you can be the thing that causes a handling error. And
players may then become distinctively quite tight together because they don't want, you know, a pass to be too loose and looped and avoid being either intercepted or just going astray. As Stirling again using Mackay. Forward they come once more, ranging runners, but Dundee doing well defensively. And Lola Orr was in a good position just to slow up the latest Stirling challenge. Stirling trying to work it on their right hand side. Mackay goes in once more. Quick touch there from the skipper Heather Wood, taken up closer towards the halfway line.
There's some really nice defensive work there from Dundee, just to put some pressure on around that breakdown and ultimately again just cause that turnover to give them the chance for some transition attack. Yeah, Ciara Bell, who was involved in the tackle, takes the ball into contact. It's been again recycled by Tavendale. Tavendale working hard at scrum. Stirling again looking though to be rather menacing defensively as it comes back on their side, up and over the halfway line. So Tavendale and Hughes will want to link up again when they get the opportunity to do so, but they're on the defensive just now. Now there's an example of a pass just going a little bit loose, and Dundee looking to try and get into the running as Ruby Lermouth was able to pick up possession of the ball. She still has it, she's needing a little bit of support, but the referee just taking a step back as it comes back now towards Hughes. Hughes has it again, and again she's bundled to the ground there. The Stirling players looking just to try and close the door on this latest Dundee attack. Comes then to the second row forward, Kempton. Made a few good yards there before the referee intervening with a raised arm and Stirling infringing. So a chance again for Tavendale for Dundee from hand. Coming forward there was Sophie Mallinson. So Mallinson in conversation with Tavendale at the moment. Yeah, Sophie Mallinson, for me, she's had a couple of really nice touches in this game already, just looking to move the ball, like the step back on the inside when she identified a defender maybe over chasing slightly. So I think she'll, that link up in the 10-12 channel for them will be critical for Dundee today.
The strength of the wind evident in the stands. Players readying themselves for another scrummage. Tavendale looking to feed the ball in then to this scrum. In the number 8 position, Ciara Bell, and her opposite number is Ciara Little. On then Tavendale is able to find Hughes. On a race of knots there is Mallinson again taking the ball over that 10. Still Dundee have possession of the ball at the moment, with the scrum half Tavendale ready to recycle if required. They're running directly, and it's Tavendale leading the charge there with Bell in support, the number 8, but Stirling are able to intercept and they go to ground looking to recycle now. Pass from Isla Mackay, ball bobbles along the edge of their 22. And another blast from the referee's whistle. A Stirling knock on, so pressure being applied in the open stages by Dundee.
Yeah, I think it's being helped by the wind blowing at Stirling. They're probably getting a little bit flat in their attack, so when they're getting those opportunities to shift ball, it's maybe just kind of going into them a little bit. They can afford to take a couple of steps deeper, maybe just give themselves more time to kind of transfer that ball, find their pass into space.
It's another scrum for Dundee in the early stages, just under 6 minutes gone. Tavendale readies herself with Isla Mackay just at the other side. Tavendale into the scrum, again is able to find Hughes. Inside centre is Mallinson, a dangerous figure looking for the offload once they get inside that 22. Mallinson over the ball, but it's back towards Tavendale, taken on this time by Kira Bell. Dundee's number 8 closing in on that 5 metre line. Tavendale once again finding Esme Hughes.
Bit of defensive work from Stirling there, a real dominant tackle, great technique, and just taking the pressure, put the pressure back on Dundee there.
And tackles like that can sometimes just take the momentum and the sting out of the attacking side's play. Dundee still have the possession inside the Stirling 22, and it's again Kira Bell trying to weave her way dangerously up towards that 5 metre line. Tavendale goes in once again. Ball is played just off the side of Esme Hughes' right foot there. It's gathered once more by the scrum half Tavendale. Stirling again looking to lead the defensive line. This time second row forward, Kempton, Chloe Kempton galloping up, making some good metres. Dundee players just taking a step back, having a look at the options. Esme Hughes with the pass, the ball bobbling, going to the outside centre there. Lola Orr, a little bit of hesitation, but they stop and check and go again, and that's a driving run towards the line, and Dundee opened the scoring. 7 minutes off the first half gone, and a fine direct piece of play, and right at the centre of it was the outside centre, Lola Orr.
Yeah, I think those connections through that midfield, like they kind of used their feet, attacked inside shoulders, and then just looked to shift that ball, and even the bouncing ball kind of checked the defence a little bit, as it so often does, and then just be able to find that again, that space, that step back on the inside, and a really lovely finish from Dundee there.
Dundee then looking to attempt to add the extras, and it's understandable that Esme Hughes is then going to be required just to place an index finger on the tee, as Sophie Mallinson looking to add the extra 2 points. Mallinson and Orr have certainly been very effective, and what a kick.
Lovely strike, yeah, her just looked really composed, hit through the ball, finished through to target, and that wind right behind her, and just maybe, I don't think it needed the wind to help it, just soared through the posts there.
Yeah, you have to say all credit to the Dundee players and those in the midfield, and that will certainly lift their confidence. Stirling really have yet to have a significant foray into Dundee territory, with almost 9 minutes of this first half gone. But from the restart, they'll look to try and challenge the kickoff, as Stirling County under-16s, Girls Youths, then trailing by 7 points to 0.
Yeah, not surprising that ball spent more of the time down in that Stirling County half at the moment, so they hopefully, if they can secure possession here, just build a couple of phases and get themselves back on the front foot, we'll see them moving up the pitch.
Again, Stirling evading the challenge coming in there from Kayleigh Allen, the Dundee front row forward. The penalty though awarded to Dundee, and Stirling again having to backtrack.
That's unlucky. I think that was Joss Mayer from the second row getting like a really strong carry, but just a wee bit disconnected from her support players, and that's just allowed that opportunity for Dundee to get in and win that penalty.
And this is an illustration of confidence with Sophie Mallinson from practically that 10 metre line, and again maybe an illustration of how the wind may support this kick, but once again she's going to require somebody to place the ball, just support it on the tee because of the wind. So she landed a conversion from the opening Dundee try just a few moments ago, and it's going to be a relatively short run, you can see. Here she goes, Mallinson. Well, that's not going to be too far away. Oh, that's an absolute beauty, and how her teammates are celebrating And what a start to this game for Sophie Mallinson.
Absolutely, picked her out early and she just nailed that, and I think it's a really tactically good decision, because if that misses and Stirling have to try and play out from that kind of goal line or 22 dropout, then I think it keeps the pressure on them and certainly keeps that territorial battle very much in Dundee's favour.
And in windy conditions like this, do you want to make absolute best use of it by trying to rack up as many points as you can in the half that is favouring you, with the wind behind you? As Stirling then are able to retrieve possession of the ball. Once more they'll look to try and counter, but Dundee have done well with the turnover.
Another just that little bit of disconnection in the Stirling attack from their support play, and Dundee were right on that ball. And then as I say that, they've done exactly the same to them, and off they go in their transition attack.
Yep, Stirling then working the ball up towards that halfway line. Recycling again. It's a more composed phase of play here from Stirling. And again looking to bring Ciara Little there, number 8, and Rosie Shawn, Josh Muir into play. The forward players not necessarily in that front row, but looking to try and create opportunities. The ball had worked its way out there towards Jessica Matheson on that left hand side, but the referee had already whistled, and there's a player down looking to receive a little bit of treatment. So 11.5 minutes of the first half gone, and Dundee lead by 10 points to 0. Chance for both sets of players to regroup and stop of the watch as the player down injured is certainly receiving some treatment. I think a third medic is going to head on to see if any additional attention is required. Meanwhile, I think Stirling are going to be offered water just at this moment as a carrier makes its way onto the park. Just a stoppage in play here. 8 matches during this Sunday at a rather blustery Hive and Murrayfield, and here is the first try again. Now this is an excellent piece of running, and it was picked up then again by Orr. Now she was able just to offload out towards that right hand side, and again the run is exceptional, and then go Dundee for the score.
Yeah, again, for me, Sophie Mallinson, the kind of take and give that she picked up there, she kind of picks it up around about her shin, still manages to shift that ball into space, and as you see, the continuation of keeping that ball alive just allowed Layla Melville that step back off her right foot, and just straight through that gap that the county defence had left her.
So the score going to Layla Melville of Dundee. Our try coming early on in this first half. Players still down receiving a bit of treatment, so Layla Melville with the opening try for Dundee, and that kicked by inside centre Sophie Mallinson, who also then landed a fine penalty goal from long range in these windy conditions, but certainly concern at the moment for the injured player down. Just trying to identify who it is that is receiving a bit of treatment, and this is a concerning stoppage at this stage, but I'm sure all due care and attention will be given to the player on the park at the moment receiving the treatment.
Absolutely, it's certainly not a sight that you like to see, but the training and the care that's provided by Scottish Rugby, the coaching expertise and the medical expertise around events like this is phenomenal. We've got, I think, probably biased slightly, but some of the best in the business in terms of our medical team, so no doubt they'll be very well looked after and make the correct decision based on what's right for that player right now.
So it's good to see her getting back to her feet. She's going to make her way off to the sidelines, so Dundee then forced into a change, but again the welfare of the players is absolutely paramount, and Dundee are then forced into an early change, and that will be bitterly disappointing for the player then leaving the park, but it's good to see she's up and she's mobile. think Kayleigh Tuff has come on the park for Dundee as the replacement. Still just trying to get the identification of the player that has come off the park, but play will resume with this set piece, and this just inside the Dundee half of the field, and a chance for Isla Mackay to feed the ball in to this Stirling line. Mackay then in just at the feet then of Ciara Little, the number 8, looking then infield at Wood and Herbert and Boyer to perhaps set a platform, but it's back now towards Mallinson. Mallinson again stays on her feet.
Brilliant footwork from the match official there as well, just to make sure that she kept her feet under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, you have to be fleet of foot as an official, not just as a player in the park, of course. Grubber kick through, 3 back now, 4 for Stirling, and they'll look to pick up and go. Nice bit of work there, and again they look to try and ground the ball. Good work then from the Stirling fullback Florence Price. Dundee coming onto that and disrupting the Stirling momentum, and it's recycled by Layla Melville, the try scorer, on then towards Ciara Bell. She's stopped his shot, but it's once again Layla Melville out towards the right hand side, and Esme Hughes with the little grubber kick through. That's watched all the way there by Florence Price and supported there by Jessica Matheson in Stirling colours. Cross on that far side. The referee though bringing play back. Advantage was played. Dundee had been awarded the infringement. Stirling not rolling away, so Dundee a chance now from a more central position, close to where Matheson landed that long range penalty goal, to try and go again.
Yeah, I think, and we can confirm now, it looks like Layla Melville's moved up into that 9 position, with Sophia Sav coming on at 15 there, as Natalia Tavendale's unfortunately been the player to be replaced for Dundee.
And again, the confidence is shown, because Sophie Matheson is going to go for the posts the other side of the 10 metre line. Again central, again she's going to use Esme Hughes. The opportunity for Esme Hughes then just to rest that index finger on the ball. Again it's going to be a short run up from Sophie Mallinson. Here she goes then, a step back, 2 forward, another clean strike. That's not quite connected the way she had previously, and then Stirling now are looking to try and race away, and an opportunity for them down the left hand channel, opening up a bit of space, peeling away, and a chance then for Jessica Matheson on the left hand side. She goes to ground. Ball is, well, they attempted to recycle, but the ball was knocked on as a consequence of that breakaway and player in isolation, and Dundee have a chance again almost directly opposite our commentary point to try and attack Stirling back inside their own half of the field. 10 points to 0 then to Dundee. We've played almost 15 minutes.
Yeah, Mallinson just getting under that last penalty attempt a little bit much, give it maybe not quite catching it as nicely as the last one, but Stirling County midfield there just fielding it really well, making some excellent decisions, and then allowing them to go and attack up that edge, and they'll just be wanting to tidy up some of those handling errors to really give themselves a chance to maintain some continuity in their play and put some pressure on Dundee.
Stirling ensuring that they provide a bit of width from the set piece, and away they go now. We're going to spread the ball out towards this right hand channel. A pass just in behind Isla Gillan, but Gillan does very well and is equally well tackled there by Lola Orr. Recycled again, forward again come Stirling. Muir with the carry, locked forward. Stirling again just trying to ease their way up the park as it's recycled, and again it's taken on just on that left portion of central field. Another Stirling knock on, a double knock on in fact, but Stirling the first to infringe, and the ball already with Layla Melville, the Dundee try scorer, and as you say, I think she's then going to, for the foreseeable future at least, take on these scrum half duties, feeding the ball into the scrummage.
Yeah, absolutely. Just flashes in that Stirling attack. Joss Mayer coming up again, like she looks really physical. She's kind of strong in that contact area. Great work on the ground in terms of her ball presentation, and then it's just been that like little loose carry where the ball's been lost forward in contact for them. Again, just back to those errors. Kind of error count definitely higher on the Stirling side right now.
Melville doing well from a standing start. Again, the kick very much caught in the breeze and works its way into touch just in the halfway line, so Stirling will certainly have that advantage in this second half. But for the remainder of the first half, we've just passed the midway point in the first half, and it's Dundee who lead by 10 points to 0. Stirling though will have the throw in just down below us. Snadden coming over then to throw the ball into this Stirling line. 5 then in the line, thrown towards the front. It's contested, it's worked back there by the lock forward Muir, and taken on now Stirling, looking to try and inject a little bit of pace there. Again, Isla Mackay and Heather Wood involved in trying to force Stirling to go forward just a little bit quicker. It's back now with Mackay. Again, 3 making themselves available just out on that right hand side. Isla Gillen was in position to take possession of the ball. She may well get a further opportunity now. She does so, and it's taken on down this right hand side by Gillen. Isolated, tackled well though by Esme Hughes. Interception was good, was ripped there by Ruby Lermouth, and she's forced now into touch. She was able to offload there towards Richie's, but Richie's back on her feet, and the decision going the way of Stirling this time. Now suddenly an opportunity for Phoebe Forrest to come racing into the opposition 22, and Stirling suddenly looking to recycle through Mackay, but it's back then with Forrest through the hands then very quickly of Wood out towards the left hand channel. Stirling again looking to try and straighten up and go direct towards the line, and they're going to be over the first real significant foray into the Dundee 22, and they come away with at least 5 points, and that's an excellent response then from a Stirling side who've been under the cosh a little bit in the opening 18 minutes of the game, but they hit back with an excellent try.
Absolutely, I think just that, like a little bit of control, a couple of positive contacts, and then being able to move that across. And I think it might have been Joss Mayer again in those wider channels, just hitting a really positive attacking line. You know, again, just reacting and then cutting through, and a real powerful finish.
Yeah, it looks as if it's Josh Muir who went across the line, who made the final break and breached the Dundee defence to open the scoring then for Stirling County in this under-16s youth under-16s girls final. 10 points to 5, just over 10 minutes of the first half left to play. Can Stirling then add the extras from the tee? That's another excellent kick from the opposite end of the park, and Stirling clearly showing that when they've given opportunity from the tee, they can equally produce points, and they've done so with a converted score. We're back to a 3-point game.
Absolutely, it's another beautiful strike. The wind just seemed to pause for a moment, and she absolutely nailed that kick, so it's brilliant to see that being executed with such confidence in the face of that wind.
Stirling then looking to restart this match, having worked their way back into the contest. A little grubber-like kickoff there because the ball would hang in the wind, picked up by Dundee, so it wasn't contested, but Dundee then trying to break away using Kira Bell, their number 8, with the initial break up and over that 10-metre line. Stirling got players back to try and just disrupt the momentum of that Dundee charge. Melville again was on to Esme Hughes, played just beyond that 10-metre line, closer towards the Stirling line though. Melville becoming a real central figure at the moment, was able to find Riches once again. She's bundled off the ball. It's going to be recycled once more. A little glance to the left hand side, but Matheson playing the ball out towards the right, and it's Sophie Mallinson again, another dangerous figure. The referee though signalling that a Stirling player is down, requiring some treatment, so there'll be another stoppage. The Stirling player getting back now up onto her haunches. 20 minutes off the game gone, and despite the blustery conditions, there's been plenty of good talking points in the game so far.
Yeah, I love it. There's definitely been some of the intent. Like, I don't want to stereotype your back rowers, but for me, Kira Bell for Dundee, that carry off, that kick-off receipt was, you know, really powerful, really direct, good quality contact. We've seen some, like I said, flashes of what Stirling County can do when they get some of that attack and breakdown detail, and they're able to shift it to some real dangerous players as well. So I think it's the fact that it's only a 3-point match is going to keep it nice and exciting as we approach that kind of last 8 or 9 minutes up towards half time.
And it has to be said that no player on the park, certainly neither set of players on the park, has shown any signs of early nerves. They've settled into the occasion. They're clearly enjoying playing on the artificial surface, and as a consequence they're making it an entertaining game, and they themselves are challenging the elements to show that, you know, they, despite the fact it's a windy day, they can still produce the goods.
Absolutely, I think that enjoyment factor is massive at this kind of age of the game, and you know, you want to see that in all teams when they're taking on finals and playing with their friends and teammates, and just relishing the occasions that they get to play. Like you say, the artificial pitch helps because you're not trailing through the mud on the way in, and yeah, can really have a smile on their face and challenge and take part in these, like I say, closely contested finals.
So into the final 10 minutes then of this first half. Set piece, Dundee will have the put in. Layla Mallinson taking on the scrum half duties after that knock to Natalia Tavendale brought her final to a rather abrupt halt a little bit earlier on. Matheson then just at the feet there of Kira Bell, the number 8. Dundee looking to recycle, taken on by Sophie Mallinson. Outside centre then is Lola Orr, who was involved in that opening try, and the kick is quite long into and just beyond that in-goal area. A much tighter in-goal area than inside Scottish Gas Murrayfield, of course. But players now making their way back, and Dundee all outside of the Stirling 22 now.
Yeah, another lovely option. We've seen 2 or 3 of those, the shorter kind of attack and grubber kicks from Dundee. So what I love about what they're doing is they've got a variation in who's kicking for them and where they're kicking from. So that style of kick variation really just trying to keep challenging Stirling County and keep them pinned in their own half of the field.
Is there maybe now, is it fair to say, a greater emphasis much younger for, you know, these girls to work on their kicking game, because perhaps 10, 15, 20 years ago it wouldn't have been as apparent as it has been, particularly on the day with these conditions?
Oh, you're speaking to the right person with this. I really value the kicking, like the ability for players to kick across a pitch in rugby. I think too often we maybe rely on certain playmakers, and I think when you've got multi-threat players across forwards and backs, for me adds a huge layer of attacking threat to your team.
Yeah, Stirling players back on their feet, back on the defensive, as once again Layla Melville looking to try and breach that Stirling 22. Melville goes in once more, pass just bounces in front there of Esme Hughes. Dundee have time to be composed out on that right hand side. Referee following play. Dundee again using the width to good effect there as they remain inside the 22. Recycled again, looking to inject some pace into this latest attack now, and the lock forwards are coming on at pace with power. An excellent try, brilliantly executed there. Ritchie's over for the score. A second try in this first half for a Dundee side that are clearly enjoying this occasion, and that's an excellent response given how well Stirling County opened up that opportunity to execute a try themselves just a few moments earlier.
Absolutely, you saw them again, the handling to get them right to an edge, and then the ability just to make some good decisions, like carrying. You'll see the footwork there, a really lovely attacking line, strong through contact, and the support play off the shoulder from Riches there, and just a quality finish right under the sticks.
Yeah, Miffy Riches with the try after Layla Melville had scored the earlier try, and again Forward she comes. She's been an important element in the kicking as Esme Hughes has just been resting the ball. Marlinson in front of the sticks, and with great confidence is able to play that literally over the top of the stand that sits just in front of the Scottish Gas Murrayfield North stand, and that's another converted try. And these kicks are going to be important in close matches. 17 points to 7. Then again, we've got to see that the try and the kick, and a player showing great confidence on such an occasion. Dundee then, we'll see what they do when they're playing in the opposite direction. See maybe just how much of a factor the wind has been during the course of the first half, but Stirling able to retrieve possession, pick up once more. In goes Mackay, readying herself to get involved in the action, but that was good work from Phoebe Forrest just to continue Stirling's spell of possession on the ball. Mackay goes to ground just at the moment. Another blast of the referee's whistle. Dundee penalised this time. One or two players maybe perhaps just a little bit overzealous. And a chance now with a little tap from the Stirling 10 there, Heather Wood, the skipper. Dundee penalised once more. And a chance now for Stirling closing in on that halfway line. Little tap from Mackay, setting up another attacking platform. Stirling have again 3-4 players out on this right hand side, but again an excellent breakaway run. Ball there intercepted there because it was chased back by Ruby Lermouth. Comes back though on the Stirling side once more. Nice little sidestep from Wood. Continues just beyond the 10 metre line. Once again taken on by Mackay.
Yeah, I think it's important now for Dundee to make some good decisions around that breakdown area. You've seen them going for those jackal opportunities through the course of the game so far, and they've been rewarded, but those last in a couple of areas, unfortunately, kind of disciplines kind of crept in. The referee's seen a different picture now, so they need to be aware of not giving Stirling the opportunity to build those attacks.
Set piece then, 17 points to 7 the scoreline. 3 minutes of the first half left to play. Ball then will be fed into this Stirling scrum by Isla Mackay. Works her way around just to the back of the scrum. Continued forward there by Wood, out towards the left hand side. The ball was juggled, but it worked its way out towards Jessica Matheson. Up and inside that 22 they go again. Stirling looking to keep possession of the ball, sensing another opportunity to perhaps breach this Dundee line. Now they begin to go direct. Could this bear fruit? It certainly looks promising from a Stirling point of view. Held up practically on that try line. Dundee's defence then caught in a little bit of uncertainty, and Stirling are over for their second score in the half to bring the score to 17-12 with the kick to come.
I love the kind of intent that Stirling had there. I really like how Heather Wood's controlling this from 10, because she's just making good choices to move the ball, and her team are then able to connect on outside edges. Those phases there are just a real secure catch transfer, and essentially minimising those errors that we saw earlier in the game. And you can see how good quality their team and their support play is when they get into those positions, and a brilliant finish going over the line there.
So Stirling now looking to see if they can add the extras. Heather Wood will land an excellent kick from out wide. Now this is happening increasingly during the course of the game, where the ball is toppling off the tee just as the player is trying to settle with the ball, with a rather rushed effort, but a good effort as well, because it's landed the further 2 points there. Heather Wood, an excellent score there. And those Stirling players in the front row. We get to see the try again. I'm just trying to see if it was Phoebe Forrest who actually ended the score. We'll get to see her coming into the picture just on the left hand side now. So she's on the 5 metre line, and she takes the ball in, and over she goes for the score.
That's another brilliant piece of defensive work from Stirling there. Chased that kick-off. Excellent tackle, straight to ground.
3-point game. Macy Clark doing well to secure this platform for Dundee, but their attempted clearance on this occasion comes to nothing, and the offload there, that was an awkward one there for Grace Boyer to try and gather in, but it's chased back there. Florence Price goes back and is able just to get hands on the ball, secure a platform then for Stirling. Eagerness showing there in the Dundee side as they were coming through Layla Orr, but suddenly away goes Stirling once more, and Heather Wood perhaps becoming a more significant part in this Stirling revival in the half as it works its way back. The Stirling players looking at the clock. We have reached half time. It's tapped into touch there by the Stirling skipper Heather Wood, and at half time it's Dundee Rugby 17, Stirling County 14. It will be a relatively quick turnaround, but a lot of positive talking points in that first 40 minutes.
Yeah,
the first 30, I should say.
Absolutely. I think the variation of the kicking game that we've seen from Dundee's been excellent. I'd say Stirling's defence has looked the more comfortable, so Dundee have had a huge amount of the attack, and arguably Stirling have looked connected. They've got off the line, they've made some really excellent tackles, and then they've given themselves the opportunity to kind of stay with Dundee in that scoreboard, lacking like a lot of possession in terms of, if you look at some statistics, and then and they've taken their chances really well when they've been down that end of the field.
Yeah, and you can see that, well, we mentioned, or I did certainly in commentary, Lola Orr's involvement, but Layla Melville has been a significant player. This is her try, and again it was good work from the centres, coming very much from the midfield. The pick and gather, and there was the offload, the slight deflection, picked up though by the Dundee fullback, and it was Layla Melville that was in for the opening try. That coming very early on, really settling any signs of early nerves from the Dundee players. Stirling though were able to hit back themselves and again use a bit of width down the park, and an excellent response from a Stirling side who certainly wanted to, in their first attack inside Dundee territory, come away with points.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you talk so much in rugby about your conversion statistics when you get into that attacking the opposition 22, and counties have definitely been like they've been super effective in that space in the field.
And again, Dundee showing confidence here. This time it's second row forward. Miffy Riches crashing in underneath the post, slamming the ball down in delight, and this was the try close towards the half-time whistle. Again, a fine piece of marauding running from Stirling, requiring the forwards to come in en masse, and the ball eventually working its way then towards Phoebe Forrest, who was over for the score. And at half-time it's Dundee 17, Stirling County 14. Those the tries, but some excellent kicking in the first half from Heather Wood and from Sophie Mallinson in Dundee colours. So this final is very much up for grabs. 30 minutes to go, and it's anyone's guess who's going to come out on top.
And this is where I think obviously the coaches will be deciding about if they're going to be making changes at half time, where those changes can be made. You want to give an opportunity for everybody to be involved on such an occasion like this, and how the players on the coming off the bench are going to feel, what they can add to the game, and allow them hopefully to settle into this next 30 minutes of rugby quickly, and also just get out there, connect with their teammates, kind of understand the conditions, and then have a positive impact over the next 30 minutes.
So a quick turnaround, but these important moments for both coaches and players to take on new messages with a cup final up for grabs, and they'll certainly want this opportunity. And at half time as well, you know, the conversation I would imagine will be something similar from a officials' point of view, because they're in a huddle as well. I suppose they'll assess the aspects of the match and you know, how they performed in the first 30 minutes, and you know, the conditions will be something that they would have been aware of beforehand. But I'd imagine they'll be relatively impressed with the level of rugby that they've watched and they've officiated
Yeah,
this
and
afternoon?
I think absolutely. They obviously, we know how important the kind of match officials pathway is as well. So it's great to see our teams of 3 out for all the finals today. And I think they have to perform on the big stage as well. And I think good experience for our match official development. And hopefully, I think they probably don't really want to be front and centre of the game, do they? They just want to let the players do the talking, so they don't have too many big moments to make decisions on or involve themselves in.
So the second 30 minutes will be getting underway in just a few moments' time. Sky's beginning to clear overhead. The wind is certainly blowing the clouds at a reasonable rate of knots over the Hive and towards the National Stadium. And this is an occasion for these youngsters that they will remember for a very long time indeed, regardless, I guess, of what they go on to achieve in the game, because these are the very foundations. As they now change ends, and the final 30 minutes will begin, and the big prize up for stake, the silverware.
I think we also need to put in an apology to Chloe Kempton, because we've been giving her second row colleague the credit for that Dundee try under the post. It was in fact number 4, so just an apology to Chloe there for giving the credit to your teammate and Rich's next to you.
That may be a numbers change then, because I think we had 4 and 5 numbered as Rich's and Kempton, so that's possibly the reason why it's gone the way of Rich's rather than Kempton. But yes, just to echo the apologies there for the outcome there, going by our teams. We can adjust that for the second half.
No doubt about the quality of the try though, Stuart.
No, that is
that support line right off the shoulder.
That is very true indeed. Again, Stirling then setting up a platform. Mackay and Wood. Wood continues a run, has the offload, has 2 options out to our right hand side. Stirling continuing forward. Isla Gillen looking for a bit of width out on that right hand side. And again inside the final few metres before they close in on the 22. This is a fine phase of play here. Ciara Little then continuing the run into the 22. An excellent tackle from a Dundee point of view, and Dundee looking to get players over the ball carrier, but Stirling still in possession. Couldn't take that in cleanly. Referee signalling it wasn't knocked forward, so comes back on the Stirling side. Back then through the hands very quickly there of Phoebe Forrest. Stirling looking to start the second half on the front foot. Once more, almost at walking pace, just trying to build up another phase of play. Comes back, Forrest fends off 1-2, continues a run into the 22 with the little offload, continuing to go forward. And again Forrest is able to pick up. This time she's bundled backwards, the ball dislodged, and Stirling winning the decision by the referee. The infringement from Dundee. Stirling looking to try and take the quick tap, but in such haste they knock the ball forward, and the ball will be back with Dundee inside their own 22. So Stirling will be rather frustrated that opportunity comes to nothing, but a bright start from the Bridgehawk side in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely, they were really direct. Like coming back to that play from the line out again, Heather Wood just taking that like a little DSP play. She takes it to the line, she attacks square, she just picks the right option at the right time. So I'm really liking what she's doing, especially off that first phase attack for Stirling.
Set piece then inside the Dundee half, inside their 22. Dundee then the little tap. Lila Melville has been taking on the scrum half duties for much of the game after the initial injury to Natalia Tavendale. That ball bounces rather awkwardly just on the very fringes of the touchline there, bounces once then over. So
yeah, you see Sophie Mallinson there just really noticing how much it's going to affect her kicking coming that way, just that ball hanging in the air before just dropping in on that bounce into touch.
Throw in then from Stirling, that was Pam back, but again Snadden just waiting for a little drop in the breeze to throw the ball in. Dundee have done well to gather possession of the ball, and once more it's their fly half, Esme Hughes, but that has been intercepted, and suddenly the break is on, and Riches this time, as she's watching on here the challenge coming in from a Stirling point of view. Muir and Shaw were linking up well out towards that right hand side. Stirling though, it's been intercepted, and Dundee come away with the ball once again on their left. So Stirling looking dangerous through Muir and Shaw. I certainly believe that the Stirling 4 and 5 haven't swapped jerseys, as the ball is played from hand downfield, just almost over the shoulder of the backline Stirling player, who goes to ground close to her own 10-metre line. Will now just get back to her feet, and the ball bubbles its way across on this Stirling left hand side, and over on the left is Isla Gillen. She goes into the tackle. Stirling again looking to try and regroup. Over the ball at the moment is Katie Douglas. Douglas then, but Dundee have been able to snatch and offload, and it's taken on by Lola Orr. Solid fend off there, and the referee's going to go to the pocket, and the crowd were incensed there. The referee's just going to have a word here with Isla Gillen. Gillen has been shown the yellow card, so she'll take a few short steps towards the edge of the touchline. So again, going by our team sheets, the Stirling 14.
Yeah, I think actually it's that way where it's unfortunate, because any kind of contact or grabbing of the hair there is usually dealt with in the card, but a windy day like this, somebody coming in for the tackle, you're trying to wrap, you're trying to get hold of something, and unfortunately I think it is the letter of the law, it's what should happen, but really unfortunate for one of the county players to have to take a short break from the game.
Dundee then with a platform now between the 10 and 22 inside the Stirling half of the field. So Stirling will be down just to the 12 players, 13 aside at this level for the under 16 girls. Dundee throw in then. Macy Clark was able to work its way to the fullback Melville, and now an attacking platform and racing away Sophie Mallinson. And as you mentioned, a really good line there, but Stirling able just to close the door. Melville again looking to recycle. Layla Melville popping up then with that recycling opportunity, but Stirling doing enough to win the penalty decision, and they this time take the quick tap. Remember, they're just chasing a 3-point margin, but down a player just at the moment, and Stirling now looking to show a bit of strength, fending off. That ball just couldn't find Katie Douglas, and Dundee pick up once more. Good work then from Kaylee Allen, loose head prop through the hands then of Hughes. Dundee looking to try and spread the ball out the left hand side, but again Lola Orr getting into a running. Lola Orr, it takes two Stirling players to bring her down.
Yeah, I think Lola Orr just such a threat with ball in hand, but again the quality of that recognition from Stirling County in defence just to get over, recognising that she was a little bit isolated there and managing to get that jackal turnover via the penalty from the match official.
Just a little break in proceedings. So 7 minutes of this second half gone. There was that stoppage in the first half for treatment to Natalia Tavendale.
think Dundee have noticed the difference. So as much as Layla Melville's doing a good job at 9, especially around that set piece area, I think the speed of ball that they had in attack with Natalia Tavendale at 9 from the start has probably dropped a wee bit, because I'd say that Layla's maybe a little bit less experienced at 9, maybe not quite so certain on what she's doing. Phenomenal player, but just it's maybe slowed up the Dundee attack just a wee bit.
Stirling enjoying plenty of ball at the moment. Over the ball at the moment and providing the pass there was Phoebe Forrest. Now it's popped up towards the right hand side. Dundee applying the pressure, trying to force Stirling back on their heels, and they've been able to steal good ball, forcing Stirling into that knock on out on the right hand channel.
Yeah, initially a really good read by Ruby Lermont in that left wing for Dundee, just stepping in and making that tackle. Really effective decision making in that edge defence, when you can sometimes feel a little bit isolated out there.
Another set piece, scrummage platform. Layla Melville just alongside Isla Mackay. Melville then feeding the ball in.
Yeah, I think if you're Dundee here, you're really looking at that gap that Isla Gillen's absence at the moment has left, and seeing if they can capitalise on that. And I'd say that that kick there, absolutely designed to target that space where a right wing would be.
Yeah, grubber kick coming through, and it was certainly chased all the way there by Layla Patterson, just applying a little bit more pressure on the Stirling defence. But a nice break there from Alana Herbert, and Stirling continuing to cross not only the halfway line but over the 10.
I think Alana Herbert's just beaten about 7 defenders in that space there, so I think Dundee will be maybe slightly frustrated with the tackle quality, but look at the platform that's given Stirling.
And Forrest out on that right hand side again, continuing the forward momentum for a Stirling side, still chasing the match by just a margin of 3 points. Can still see that Isla Gillen is sitting in front of us on the chair watching on before she can return to the fray. Almost an interception here from Dundee, but suddenly an opportunity opening up here for Stirling. And could they find a way towards the line? They need one offload and they're over for a score, and that will give Stirling the lead. 19 points to 17, and they ground it underneath the posts.
Brilliant, and again that work from Alana Herbert to set that attack in motion, and then again that last offload there when it looked like she maybe could have made the line, but the presence of mind just to get 2 hands round the back of the defender, lift that back onto her inside and get a brilliant finish.
So
you can see her there, just that like awareness. She knows she's surrounded by Dundee defenders and keeps that ball alive.
Stirling doing very well indeed to then cross the line. I think it may well be Josh Muir who was the player that worked her way around the posts to touch the ball down, get the score, and they've added the conversion as well, so that's a further 2 points. And Stirling, well, they've come out of the second half. It was a close run thing just before the half-time interval, and Stirling have come out the stronger in the second half, and Dundee really need to just try and get back into the groove. But again, perhaps the conditions are playing a part as Dundee are going to the bench looking to bring on some fresh legs at this stage in the match. We've played 41 minutes off the contest. Of course, it's a 60-minute game, and Dundee going to the bench to bring on a fresh player.
Like number 21, Ailey Shearer, who's just joined the game, moving out towards an edge.
Again, the strength of the kick there, and the bounce was an awkward one there for Layla Patterson to try and read, and the ball goes into touch. Referee and our stand side assistant just in brief conversation, and you can see these posts are swaying quite vigorously in the wind around the Hive at the moment, so that kick just that little bit too strong, so back we come to halfway to restart the match with a set piece on the halfway line. Scrummage, and Stirling will have the put in.
That's the other side of managing these conditions, is that you've got strong kickers. Heatherwood's shown that she can strike the ball really cleanly, but just that ball going dead from kickoff means that Dundee get to come all the way back up to halfway and launch a potential kind of attack from their set piece, which has been strong. They've secured that ball at scrum time really well, and again County are going to have to defend this with just their still with that space on the right wing.
You wonder if these county players have been perhaps in some way inspired by the actions of the Arnold Clark Women's Premiership champions Stirling County yesterday, defeating Watsonians in the final.
Yeah, I'm sure it's been a massive weekend of celebrations across the club. They've got obviously their women's teams represented, their boys teams represented here massively, and a lot of success in that club, and it's a really strong community, so no doubt they'll be taking inspiration from the women's side from last night.
Dundee working out towards the left hand side there, and Ruby Lermouth was trying to bring Layla Melville into play. That the ball was down towards her shins, just ricocheted off the hands and legs, but an opportunity there for Dundee to try and hit back. Width has been effective for them during the course of the game, but nothing doing on this occasion. 16.5 minutes then left to play. Another set piece, Stirling with the put in. Forward comes Isla Mackay, works her way round to the feet there of Ciara Little, launches a platform. Stirling can't take the ball in cleanly, knocked forward. Another chance then for Dundee inside Stirling territory. They are now the team chasing this final.
Yeah, I'm sitting almost bang in line with that scrum. You could just literally see that ball drifting away from Heatherwood's hands. She's not someone, she's had a real strong performance in the 10 shirt for Stirling County today, so really low error count, so she'll be frustrated with that, but I'm sure she'll still have a strong role to play in the outcome of this match.
Just looking down, Dundee had a few players, I think, stripped and ready to come onto the part. Oh, that's an excellent take there from the inside centre, Sophie Mallinson. And again, she was trying to play the ball forward into the 22, little grubber kick, but an excellent take and a marauding run, and Stirling equal to it defensively, and they themselves looking now to try and find a gap, find a little bit of room to manoeuvre here. And it's on again, Forrest taking the ball forward. She's been a dangerous figure herself and been instrumental in the Stirling comeback, really setting it up just prior to half time when they were still behind but were getting very much into their groove. The ball works its way out towards the Stirling left hand side. The tackle is made though, because they couldn't completely forward attack there with Jessica Matheson just deflecting the ball forward. Back on the Dundee side and back with Melville on then towards Hughes. Again, Dundee perhaps looking to go a little bit more centrally, picked up this time by Kayleigh Allen. Allen then stopped short just a few metres after taking the ball into contact. Back it comes to Matheson again through the hands of Hughes. Looped pass out just above head height and taken on this time by Ruby Lermouth. Dundee recycling again, using the 10 out on the wide left hand side. Hughes. Stirling have got a good grip on it defensively there, and Dundee had players scurrying back looking to try and gather the ball in before it went into touch there, and chasing all the way was Kayleigh Tuff, one of the second half replacements for Dundee, who's been involved now for about the past 10 minutes. 46 minutes on the clock, 17:21.
We seem to be coming back from an earlier knock on, but just touching on that decision where Sophie Mallender, that break into the 22, going for the kick ahead, I think there's an argument in terms of support players, if they're there, like keeping that ball alive, maybe just keeping hands on ball to try and just generate a little bit more pressure back on Stirling again. So hopefully they can get the opportunity from this set piece to just get back into that Stirling County 22 and give themselves the opportunity to get back on that scoreboard.
There's the touch, there's a put in from Melville. Round at the feet of Ciara Bell. Pass just above head height but taken nicely. Now another splinter run from Lola Orr. We've seen Orr do this a few times. Oh, lovely sidestep! And Orr is going to be in underneath the post. She had a good grip of the ball in the right hand, and under she goes. And she's been certainly a clinical player in this match, helping set up the score that was well executed and finished by Layla Melville in the first half, and all racing in, showing great acceleration, and it swings the tide back in favour of Dundee. 22 points to 21 with the kick to come, and we've seen plenty of impressive performances so far today, haven't we?
Yeah, I think the last couple of options off set piece, Sophie Mallinson's almost picked up that shorter line off 10 and Esme Hughes, and that time they just moved it one more out, and it was Lola Orr that just picked that beautiful shoulder ball off Sophie Mallinson when the Stirling County defence are going to have to check on her, and they've ID'd that space outside or between the centres, and Lola Orr's just finished that beautifully. Like, that is absolute confidence under the sticks, acrobatic finish, and fair play to her. She has had a huge impact on this game.
Now can they add extras? They can indeed. So Dundee now lead the game. They've opened up a margin of 3 points, 24 points to 21. But this cup final still very much up for grabs. These players playing with plenty of confidence, and you still feel this one will go down to the wire. But after Stirling coming out of the blocks with a lot of confidence and purpose at the start of the second half, the last few minutes Dundee have found a way to get back in front. So this seesaw final continues to intrigue. Almost 11 minutes of the match left to play. A flatter restart kick. Stirling again can gather, and once more looking to work the ball infield. That was a good initial take from Grace Boyer. Played the ball infield, back it comes then to Forrest. Out on this left hand channel, the ball is taken on by Isla Gillen, back in the park. Forced into touch. The referee had spotted the Stirling infringement though, and it will come back, and Dundee will have the put in at the latest scrum.
I think flashes like from half time up until now when Stirling have had ball, you've seen the damage that Phoebe Forrest can do, Joss Mayer can do, Ciara Little. When they're carrying, they're taking out multiple Dundee defenders. So I think their recipe very much needs to be to keep that ball carrying going, get those players running up against maybe some of the smaller defenders and then sucking that defence in so that they can leave themselves some space. But they're going to have to defend another set or two here with Dundee in possession.
Final 10 minutes then of the final. Melville goes in, retrieves possession of the ball, on then towards Hughes. Matheson and Orr, the two centres linking up well. Orr goes to ground, plants the ball back. Picked up again by Melville. Hughes out towards the left. Macy Clark taking the ball in, more centrally stripped, and Stirling have it again once more. Forrest has some options, again takes on 2-3 players. Boyer goes in.
Sorry, Stuart, the speed of that transition and how well the Stirling County's players just shifted ball across to get to the edge.
Yeah, I think there's a stoppage down because I think it could be Phoebe Forrest down receiving a bit of treatment there. A little shake of the head. She's obviously picked up a knock, but again she's put in a real shift in that front row. 24-21, 9 minutes of the game left to play, 30 minutes aside, or 30 minutes a half I should say, and these sides are certainly going toe to toe, full throttle right through to the very end.
Well, there's been some amazing contests, like both players in the 13 shirts for their team, like Lola Orr and Alana Herbert, who we've certainly seen more from Herbert in the second half. Real critical defensive intervention off that last Dundee scrum attack as well. So those two that's been a fascinating match-up in that channel for both teams. And again, we've spoken a lot about the roles that both 10s are playing, like Esme Hughes, a has been making some control in that attack, picking out the right passes, and Heather Wood's matched that on the Stirling County side. So I know I do favour the backs, but for me, seeing some real good quality game management and decision making out in that back line from both teams.
Zoe Maxwell and Rebecca Imrie are warming up at the moment, so Stirling looking to perhaps bring them on. You'd imagine that given the nature of this final, both sets of coaches will be looking to use all 22 players that are part of the squad. But good to see that Phoebe Forrest is back on her feet.
Yeah.
No ill effects.
Yeah, she has been so strong. Like we've talked about the number of defenders she's beaten. She's a strong carrier. She's also really brilliant work on the ground. All the detail of her ball presentation, giving her team the best opportunity to play and attack off her quality of carry.
Into now the final 9 minutes. Dundee 24, Stirling County 21. Youth Girls under 16s final, and Stirling against Dundee, going toe to toe for victory and for the silverware.
Well, it's been a nail biter. You can hear the excitement. The crowds are getting noisier, the coaches are getting noisier, the benches are getting noisier.
Yeah, I think that's just the energy, and Stirling again injecting some good pace into the game. They're trying to work the ball again out on that right hand channel. Again, they've switched wingers quite a bit, bringing Matheson and Gillen across. Matheson has occupied space out on that right hand side for much of the second half, with Gillen just on the left hand channel. Stirling again recycling. Again, they'll look to Mackay and Wood to set up a platform, and Stirling are able to hit right back after Dundee had opened up a 3-point lead. Stirling then find themselves leading by 2 points, and I think Stirling will look to try and bring on some further players off the bench for the closing stages, but again using width and pace, and how effective that has been, we'll get to see this again. Yeah, Stirling could be Josh Muir who was over for the try out on that right hand side. Nevertheless, Stirling are back in front.
Yeah, I think probably we spoke about it earlier, that sometimes that Dundee defence not quite looking as comfortable and connected as the Stirling County have been when they've been defending, and just Joss Muir able to make some really good decisions. I think it was possibly Esme Hughes trying to fly out the line a little bit and put pressure on the carrier, and unfortunately that just leaves a bit of space either side.
Stirling with a kick, and again under pressure, a significant kick, because it takes them just that little bit further in front, and Stirling find themselves now holding the Aces, leading by just a narrow margin, but they've come right back. 20-24 they now lead. So Stirling County could be in for a under 16s success as they play the ball forward. That just bounces once, twice into touch, and it will be a throw in just down below us.
I think that decision from Heather Wood there with a kick, she's just put that bit more of an angle on it, so that even if it's the wind takes it, it's just hitting and rolling, but still putting big pressure on Dundee from a territorial point of view. So really smart kick off to ID that space, and then just look to keep that pressure on Dundee in their own 22.
Dundee, you can imagine, in a hurry now, chasing this game by 4 points, but what a contribution both sides have made. How intriguing a fixture this has been. As Dundee, there's some height on the throw, but the referee had a whistle ready to blow as soon as the ball was mid-flight. Scrummage, and Stirling with the put in. So they have Dundee exactly what they want them at the moment. 5.5 minutes. Is there going to be a final twist in this intriguing tale?
It's been so exciting, and I think Stirling County, like, they have got a really good platform to play from here and force some pressure on Dundee, but they'll also be wary because they know that Dundee have got players who can get back up that end of the field and turn games Lola in the centres, Lola or in the centres, so they'll be mindful of that threat and they'll need to look after this ball well.
Well, it was taken on just at the angle there from Heather Wood. They've kept possession, they've found their way into the 22. Dundee with some desperate tackling. Back it comes again.
I think that was Alana Herbert again, just making a really good decision, putting her foot down, taking a gap, getting them back on the front foot, and again Joss Mayer involved.
Chloe Kempton with an excellent tackle. Dundee just again keeping tight defensively. Stirling knocking the ball forward 7 metres from the Dundee line. Just over 4 minutes of this final left to play, and the posts continuing to swing quite aggressively. Just another illustration of the wind and how these players have performed very well. Meanwhile, Zoe Maxwell and Rebecca Imrie are still stripped and ready to come on the field for Stirling in these remaining seconds of the game. Dundee themselves are making a further change. You can see that certainly leaving the field is Kayla Allen. Get confirmation of who has come on to replace her. Just over 3 minutes then of this final left to play. Dundee chasing the game. There's a scrummage inside their own 22.
Definitely entering that territory, or do you keep the ball in hand? Do you try and kick it to get out of that area, knowing that the winds and the elements are against you? So some real tactical decisions to be made by those players in the Dundee shirts right now.
Yeah, it works its way back, so they're still inside their final 5 metres of their pitch in the 22, and there's the determination shown by these Stirling players, sensing that they could be victorious in the Hive this afternoon from their own in-goal area. Dundee looking to launch it forward. That bounces, well, somewhat kindly, but again they couldn't take the ball in as players were rushing on at a rate of knots. Dundee replacements on the park, looking to try and make a name for themselves today. That was Carla Chambers that was coming onto the ball there and just couldn't quite. She got into running well, but she just couldn't take the ball in. Otherwise, Clara Chambers might well have been down the other end of the park. Stirling again, another knock on as the ball is in mid-flight, and Kira Little just couldn't gather the ball in there. Dundee don't have another opportunity to try and gather on this left hand side, up and just beyond the standard 10 metre line. The referee bringing play back just the other side of the 10. Dundee still have the advantage. Back onto the field comes Dundee's number 5, so that's Miffy Riches. So Miffy Riches on for Shearer, the replacement then, Riches having started in that second row alongside Chloe Kempton.
If you're Stirling County right now, you're probably not too concerned about another scrum to take some time out that clock. There's minutes, the seconds are now ticking down. Pressure is very much on Dundee to find a way of making sure they can look after that ball and just try and maybe draw some Stirling County defenders in, create some space on edges for certainly those centres that we've centre partnership that have been so effective for large bits of the game today.
Dundee perhaps one final fling into the final minute of the regulation 60, and they're beginning to find a little bit of space out towards this right hand side. Chalmers then is able to find a teammate, and acceleration now, the second row forward, away she goes. Could well be up towards the edge of the 22. Reinforcements coming in. Dundee looking to reorganise. Still they're looking to try and apply the pressure. Right into the very thick of it is Riches once more, back on the field of play, recycled. Dundee sensing this certainly the last opportunity. Can they break Stirling Hearts? Out towards the left hand side. Learmouth was gobbled up in the challenge, but still Dundee find a way to go forward. Inside those final 5 metres, they did a dramatic route towards the final itself. Can they snatch it right at the very end? Dundee on the charge at the moment, still looking for a way to find victory, snatch it from the jaws of defeat. Back it comes again, situation opening up. You can see poised and ready perhaps to play another part is Lola Orr. Carla Chalmers just outside her. But Stirling have been able to win back possession. Dundee penalised. Stirling play it into touch and they begin the celebrations, and it's been for the most part Stirling's weekend in terms of women's rugby. They found a way to come back, produce an excellent spell in the second half, which did swing the advantage their way. Dundee though were able to hit back, set up a grandstand finish. Stirling producing the goods in the end, winning by 28 points to 24, and serve up a really interesting final at this level. So many really good performances, and all credit to all players taking part.
Absolutely, I think the impact for me in that second half, Alana Herbert in that 13 shirt for Stirling County, this real impactful moments. We talked right through the game about Heather Wood's decision making, but I think Phoebe Forrest, Joss Mayer that we talked about, how effective they were in really driving Stirling County forward. But arguably it is, as ever, it's a massive team performance. Rugby is it's a 13-a-side, it's a 15-a-side game, and I think everybody across both squads contributed to a phenomenal final for that Under-16s Cup today.
The presentations will take place in just a few minutes' time. So there we are, the Girls Under-16s National Youth Cup final. Winners Stirling County by 28 points to 24. Presentations again will take place in just a few minutes, and Dundee will think, well, a case of what might have been. They made such a great contribution, scoring some excellent tries here. An illustration of what they could do this very early on. Again, Lola Orr setting up a platform, worked its way out, the pass out the side door, superbly gathered by Layla Melville, and she raced in to score. But Stirling themselves were able to find a route to the line, and a player who's set this one up, Phoebe Forrest, with the initial pass, the front row forward in the wars a little bit later on. But again, just determination and confidence, these Stirling players, resulting in a try that then brought them right back into the contest. Sophie Mallinson again, who kicked 2 long range, well, 1 penalty goal and 1 long range conversion, and with the offload, and it was Chloe Kempton who we discovered was in fact wearing the number 4 jersey. Chloe Kempton that was in underneath the posts, and Dundee hit back straight away. And then just coming into the picture again is Phoebe Forrest, and she was able to finish off this move close on half time, and this really perhaps was the start of the Stirling revival.
Yeah, and I think you saw Joss Mayer carrying there to start with, and again the decision making of Heather Wood just to transfer that ball. She knows she's got somebody who can finish tries on her outside shoulder, and just good decision making, really effective around that contact area, and great work from Stirling County.
So there we are then, all credit to both sides. Dundee, an excellent performance. They will be bitterly disappointed not to have come away with the victory. Stirling, we have mentioned obviously the wider impact of the club itself, but Dundee, all credit to them. I mean, this is a fine platform for them to build on.
I think there's a lot of players in that Dundee side again that we've talked about right through the match, the decision making, some of the work that they've been doing. For me, I was super impressed right from the start for Sophie Mallinson and Lola Orr. That centre combination for Dundee was one of their big strengths. I think if anything that's maybe swung County's favour today was just a little bit better connection in defence, but certainly in attack, in terms of our ball carriers, in terms of the decision making from our 10s and 12s across the match, really not much between that, and I think that's reflected in how close the scoreboard is.
Yeah, and the thing is, with Dundee as a club, they'll want to obviously build on this. This in itself is a great achievement in reaching the final. They will inspire those coming up in future years at under 16s level, but they clearly have a great deal of talent to show, and this afternoon we've seen illustrations of that in testing conditions. The fact that they started so well, they took a lead into half time, and they could very well have been the side that were leaving with the trophy at the end of it all. But fine margins in the end, and you know, we've mentioned success in other aspects of the club at Bridgehawk, but no, you have to really appreciate the efforts of a Dundee side that on another day would have been the side tasting victory right now.
Absolutely, and I think those players, the coaching team, their families, I'm sure they'll all be delighted with what they've produced. They'll be disappointed now, but hopefully can look back on the day and just be really pleased with the performances they've put out, and as we said, not much between those two squads on field at all.
The medal presentations will be taking place in just a few moments' time. Of course, that does include the match officials today. And Josh Muir has been awarded the player of the match. She gets her moment just to receive her medal, get a photograph taken. And not surprisingly, in these conditions, nobody's taking the hands off the silverware right now, in case that is toppled off the white plinth that makes its way, or has made its way onto the playing surface. So Dundee come forward then, and all credit to them, receiving their runners-up medals now, and they will be disappointed, but you have to say they put in quite a shift during the 60 minutes.
Absolutely, numerous players in that squad for me could have would have been, or are in the mix, or would have been in the mix for that Player of the Match award. I thought Kira Bell was great from the back row. We've talked a lot about Sophie Mallinson, Esme Hughes, Natalia Tavendale's impact in that early stages of the game before she was removed, kind of under kind of injury protocols. But she was certainly looking lively in those early stages, and Lola Orr and Layla Melville in the backfield for what they did as well. So some fantastic performances from Dundee, and as we said, a lot to be proud of for the club as they move forward.
Rudy Urbach is part of the presentation team as the Dundee players come through just one at a time, receiving their medals, and they will go just past the trophy to the other side of the park. And the supporters of both sides staying to the end to applaud the efforts of both sets of players. And the journey back to Tayside, they will be able to reflect on a very proud afternoon inside the Hive and in front of these spectators, and some great moments to look back on this Dundee side, who will certainly look to inspire and look as this age group to go on to the next level and continue their development in the game.
Absolutely, and we see a lot, like, I mean, the pathway that we've talked about with County, clubs like Biggar, again, they've got a very established pathway, but Dundee are really building that, and I think it's exciting for them to see what happens next year as some of these players go into their under-18 age group. Some of them will stay maybe at this one for another season, and hopefully really just bring themselves back to these type of contests in this environment, because they definitely deserve that.
Stephen Turnbull just handing out the medals to the match officials, and then Stirling will come forward to collect the silverware. Carefully being looked after on the platform. And the ground announcer then brings forward the winners, Stirling. So Stirling County, warm applause for them as they now make their way forward to receive their winners' medals. Duncan Campbell then handing them out one at a time, and they will just go behind the white plinth and the now familiar advertising board that comes on to show who has won the Under-16 Girls' Cup is also in the park, and the photographers in many of these pictures on social media will appear, and they will have Stirling holding the silverware. Dundee watching on and applauding the efforts of these Stirling players as well. Just a 4-point margin in the end, and how close it could have been either way, but serving up a really, really entertaining game. So they move the plinth just away from the centre field as Stirling raise the trophy, move the advertising hoarding, celebrate with the cup, and it is their moment right now as they receive the attention of some of the photographers on the park. Dundee though will make their way down to some family members, and they've plenty to reflect on and plenty to be proud of as well.
Absolutely, and I think the support for both squads today, it's been really noisy in the stand here at the Hive, and again the kind of connection with friends and family now. You know, they'll remember the result, but hopefully they'll remember the kind of memories from being on the field, being involved in the finals and having kind of friends and family around them as the main ones.
So commiserations to Dundee and congratulations to Stirling Under-16s girls lifting the cup, and they'll certainly enjoy these moments on the pitch just now. Thank you for joining us for live coverage of the final of it. Overall, an excellent spectacle all round.
Scotland's oldest rivalry. A battle that goes back generations.
Edinburgh Rugby versus Glasgow Warriors. History written in blood,
sweat and tries.
I told you it was going to be dramatic, and that is exactly what it is.
Now the stakes are even higher. 2 cities,
2 games. A former champion against the fierce challenger.
Fans divided, a nation watching. Hampden Park,
Murrayfield. Pride, honour, bragging rights.
This is a derby that defines Scotland. This is the 1872 Cup.
women's rugby team are making moves.
To a stadium we've dreamt of, a stadium every rugby player dreams of. We're making moves to Scottish Gas Murrayfield.
Scotland women face England's Red Roses in the Guinness Women's Six Nations at Scottish Gas Murrayfield on Saturday the 18th of April 2026. Join the movement.
Scottish Rugby is on a mission to get more young people playing the game, in schools and across your community. To encourage more young boys and girls to play the game, we've introduced a new initiative called Turn Up and Play. As the name suggests, it's all about just turning up at one of the events across the country and having a go at playing under the watchful eye of experienced coaches. For more information, head over to the Scottish Rugby website.
Imogen, she came through our ranks of minis when she reached 12 and started Preston Lodge High School. Unfortunately, she wasn't allowed to play with the boys as the rules changed. So we seen a need to bring girls rugby in, canvassed our committee and membership and opened rugby up to East Lothian and implemented East Lothian girls rugby. That was 10 years ago.
And what kind of state is girls rugby in right now at PL?
Absolutely thriving. So we are delivering taster sessions in all of our primary schools. So we have 4 primary schools that we cover, St Gabriel's, Preston Pans Infants, Preston Tower, what's 5 then? Blindwells Primary, the brand new school in the new town that's being built here, Kilkenzie Primary School and Long Nidri Primary School. So we deliver taster sessions to nurseries and in school and right through our high school, through our School of Rugby. It's phenomenal. We see girls wearing their badges out and about, we hear girls talking about rugby, they're hashtagging rugby, they love it, they breathe it. It's bringing a whole new generation into our game. They're bringing their parents along, their siblings along. It's just great to see.
What's your name?
Erin.
Sarah.
And how long have you been playing rugby for?
4.5 years.
1 year now.
And how did you first get involved with rugby?
My grandparents were very involved, well, my granddad, and I just really loved it, like watching it. My friends went to it, so we just all went together and started here at PL.
And what draws you into playing rugby?
The team sport aspect, and then there's so many aspects of the game to kind of be good at, if that makes sense, and then obviously the contact. I really love.
And what was the first couple of weeks of learning the game and doing training sessions like?
It was pretty tough because you didn't really know anybody, but after a few weeks you got into the rhythm of it and you started making really good friends, so it was good.
What's the best bit about the camaraderie and the environment at Preston Lodge?
I feel like it's just kind of, if you're unsure of anything, you can say there's a drill going on and you're kind of unsure of what to do, you can ask literally anyone, like the person next to you, or even if you've never spoken to them before, and yeah, I think that's just that's kind of thing, yeah.
How has the player pathways experience been for you?
It was tough at first, meeting new people and like seeing all these players with different abilities in you, but like once you got into it, got knowing the coaches and the players, it was really good. There was a really good positive environment in it, so yeah. Well, I'd encourage them to come along to just one session, like not put any pressure on them, and even they don't even need to do the actual drills, just to look, meet people, say hello, watch how we do it, and look at how the environment really thrives and stuff like that.
And the very best thing about getting on the rugby field, what do you most look forward to?
Contact, but also just the entire game, really, playing the game.
Scotland's oldest rivalry. A battle that goes back generations.
Edinburgh Rugby versus Glasgow Warriors. History written in blood,
sweat and tries.
I told you it was going to be dramatic, and that is exactly what it is.
Now the stakes are even higher. 2 cities,
2 games. A former champion against a fierce challenger.
Fans divided, a nation watching. Hampden Park,
Murrayfield. Pride, honour, bragging rights.
This is a derby that defines Scotland. This is the 1872 Cup.
The Scotland women's rugby team are making moves.
To a stadium we've dreamt of, a stadium every rugby player dreams of. We're making moves to Scottish Gas Murrayfield.
Scotland women face England's Red Roses in the Guinness Women's Six Nations at Scottish Gas Murrayfield on Saturday the 18th of April 2026. Join the movement.
Scottish Rugby is on a mission to get more young people playing the game, in schools and across your community. To encourage more young boys and girls to play the game, we've introduced a new initiative called Turn Up and Play. As the name suggests, it's all about just turning up at one of the events across the country and having a go at playing under the watchful eye of experienced coaches. For more information, head over to the Scottish Rugby website.
Imogen, she came through our ranks of minis. When she reached 12 and started Preston Lodge High School, unfortunately she wasn't allowed to play with the boys as the rules changed. So we seen a need to bring girls rugby in, canvassed our committee and membership and opened rugby up to East Lothian and implemented East Lothian girls rugby. That was 10 years ago.
And what kind of state is girls rugby in right now at PL?
Absolutely thriving. So we are delivering taster sessions in all of our primary schools. So we have 4 primary schools that we cover, St Gabriel's, Preston Pans Infants, Preston Tower, well it's 5 then, Blindwells Primary, the brand new school in the new town that's being built here, Cokenzie Primary School and Long Nidry Primary School. So we deliver taster sessions to nurseries and in school and right through our high school, through our School of Rugby. It's phenomenal. We see girls wearing their badges out and about, we hear girls talking about rugby, they're hashtagging rugby, they love it, they breathe it. It's bringing a whole new generation into our game. They're bringing their parents along, their siblings along. It's just great to see.
What's your name?
Erin.
Sarah.
And how long have you been playing rugby for?
4.5 years.
1 year now.
And how did you first get involved with rugby?
My grandparents were very involved, well, my granddad, and I just really loved it, like watching it. My friends went to it, so we just all went together and started here at PL.
And what draws you into playing rugby?
The team sport aspect, and then there's so many aspects of the game to kind of be good at, if that makes sense, and then obviously the contact. I really love.
And what was that the first couple of weeks of learning the game and doing training sessions like?
It was pretty tough because you didn't really know anybody, but after a few weeks you got into the rhythm of it and you started making really good friends, so it was good.
What's the best bit about the camaraderie and the environment at Preston Lodge?
I feel like it's just kind of, if you're unsure of anything, you can say there's a drill going on and you're kind of unsure of what to do, you can ask literally anyone, like the person next to you, or even if you've never spoken to them before, and yeah, I think that's kind of thing, yeah.
How has the player pathways experience been for you?
It was tough at first, meeting new people and seeing all these players with different abilities than you, but once you got into it, got knowing the coaches and the players, it was really good. There was a really good positive environment in it, so yeah. Well, I'd encourage them to come along to just one session, not put any pressure on them, and even they don't even need to do the actual drills, just to look, meet people, say hello, watch how we do it, and look at how the environment really thrives and stuff like that.
And the very best thing about getting on the rugby field, what do you most look forward to?
Contact, but also just the entire game, really, playing the game.
Scotland's oldest rivalry. A battle that goes back generations.
Edinburgh Rugby versus Glasgow Warriors. History written in blood,
sweat and tries.
I told you it was going to be dramatic, and that is exactly what it is.
Now the stakes are even higher. 2 cities,
2 games. A former champion against a fierce challenger.
fans divided, a nation watching. Hampden Park,
Murrayfield. Pride, honour, bragging rights.
This is the derby that defines Scotland. This is the 1872 Cup.
The Scotland women's rugby team are making moves.
To a stadium we've dreamt of, a stadium every rugby player dreams of. We're making moves to Scottish Gas Murrayfield.
Scotland women face England's Red Roses in the Guinness Women's Six Nations at Scottish Gas Murrayfield on Saturday the 18th of April 2026. Join the movement.
Scottish Rugby is on a mission to get more young people playing the game, in schools and across your community. To encourage more young boys and girls to play the game, we've introduced a new initiative called Turn Up and Play. As the name suggests, it's all about just turning up at one of the events across the country and having a go at playing under the watchful eye of experienced coaches. For more information, head over to the Scottish Rugby website.
Imogen, she came through our ranks of minis. When she reached 12 and started Preston Lodge High School, unfortunately she wasn't allowed to play with the boys as the rules changed. So we've seen a need to bring girls rugby in, canvassed our committee and membership and opened rugby up to East Lothian and implemented East Lothian girls rugby. That was 10 years ago.
And what kind of state is girls rugby in right now at PL?
Absolutely thriving. So we are delivering taster sessions in all of our primary schools. So we have 4 primary schools that we cover, St Gabriel's, Preston Pan's Infants, Preston Tower, what's 5 then? Blindwell's Primary, the brand new school in the new town that's being built here, Cokenzie Primary School and Long Nidry Primary School. So we deliver taster sessions to nurseries and in school and right through our high school, through our School of Rugby. It's phenomenal. We see girls wearing their badges out and about, we hear girls talking about rugby, they're hashtagging rugby, they love it, they breathe it. It's bringing a whole new generation into our game. They're bringing their parents along, their siblings along. It's just great to see.
What's your name?
Erin.
Sarah.
And how long have you been playing rugby for?
4.5 years.
1 year now.
And how did you first get involved with rugby?
My grandparents were very involved, well, my granddad, and I just really loved it, like watching it. My friends went to it, so we just all went together and started here at PL.
And what draws you into playing rugby?
The team sport aspect, and then there's so many aspects of the game to kind of be good at, if that makes sense, and then obviously the contact I really love.
And what was that the first couple of weeks of learning the game and doing training sessions like?
It was pretty tough because you didn't really know anybody, but after a few weeks you got into the rhythm of it and you started making really good friends, so it was good.
What's the best bit about the camaraderie and the environment at Preston Lodge?
I feel like it's just kind of, if you're unsure of anything, you can say there's a drill going on and you're kind of unsure of what to do, you can ask literally anyone, like the person next to you, or even if you've never spoken to them before. And yeah, I think that's kind of thing, yeah.
How has the player pathways experience been for you?
It was tough at first, meeting new people and seeing all these players with different abilities than you, but once you got into it, got knowing the coaches and the players, it was really good. There was a really good positive environment in it, so yeah. Well, I'd encourage them to come along to just one session, not put any pressure on them, and they don't even need to do the actual drills, just to look, meet people, say hello, watch how we do it, and look at how the environment really thrives and stuff like that.
And the very best thing about getting on the rugby field, what do you most look forward to?
Contact, but also just the entire game, really, playing the game.
Scotland's oldest rivalry. A battle that goes back generations.
Edinburgh Rugby versus Glasgow Warriors. History written in blood,
sweat and tries.
I told you it was going to be dramatic, and that is exactly what it is.
Now the stakes are even higher. 2 cities,
2 games. A former champion against a fierce challenger.
Fans divided, a nation watching. Hampden Park,
Murrayfield. Pride, honour, bragging rights.
This is the derby that defines Scotland. This is the 1872 Cup.
Scotland women's rugby team are making moves.
To a stadium we've dreamt of, a stadium every rugby player dreams of. We're making moves to Scottish Gas Murrayfield.
Scotland women face England's Red Roses in the Guinness Women's Six Nations at Scottish Gas Murrayfield on Saturday the 18th of April 2026. Join the movement.
Scottish Rugby is on a mission to get more young people playing the game, in schools and across your community. To encourage more young boys and girls to play the game, we've introduced a new initiative called Turn Up and Play. As the name suggests, it's all about just turning up at one of the events across the country and having a go at playing under the watchful eye of experienced coaches. For more information, head over to the Scottish Rugby website.
Imogen, she came through our ranks of minis. When she reached 12 and started Preston Lodge High School, unfortunately she wasn't allowed to play with the boys as the rules changed. So we seen a need to bring girls rugby in, canvassed our committee and membership and opened rugby up to East Lothian and implemented East Lothian girls rugby. That was 10 years ago.
And what kind of state is girls rugby in right now at PL?
Absolutely thriving. So we are delivering taster sessions in all of our primary schools. So we have 4 primary schools that we cover, St Gabriel's, Preston Pan's Infants, Preston Tower, what's 5 then? Blindwell's Primary, the brand new school in the new town that's being built here, Cokenzie Primary School and Long Nidry Primary School. So we deliver taster sessions to nurseries and in school and right through our high school, through our School of Rugby. It's phenomenal. We see girls wearing their badges out and about, we hear girls talking about rugby, they're hashtagging rugby, they love it, they breathe it. It's bringing a whole new generation into our game. They're bringing their parents along, their siblings along. It's just great to see.
What's your name?
Erin.
Sarah.
And how long have you been playing rugby for?
4.5 years.
1 year now.
And how did you first get involved with rugby?
My grandparents were very involved, well, my granddad, and I just really loved it, like watching it. My friends went to it, so we just all went together and started here at PL.
And what draws you into playing rugby?
The team sport aspect, and then there's so many aspects of the game to kind of be good at, if that makes sense, and then obviously the contact I really love.
And what was that the first couple of weeks of learning the game and doing training sessions like?
It was pretty tough because you didn't really know anybody, but after a few weeks you got into the rhythm of it and you started making really good friends, so it was good.
What's the best bit about the camaraderie and the environment at Preston Lodge?
I feel like it's just kind of, if you're unsure of anything, you can say there's a drill going on and you're kind of unsure of what to do, you can ask literally anyone, like the person next to you, or even if you've never spoken to them before. And yeah, I think that's just That's kind of thing, yeah.
How has the player pathways experience been for you?
It was tough at first, meeting new people and like seeing all these players with different abilities in you, but like once you got into it, got knowing the coaches and the players, it was really good. There was a really good positive environment in it, so yeah. Well, I'd encourage them to come along to just one session, like not put any pressure on them, and even they don't even need to do the actual drills, just to look, meet people, say hello, watch how we do it, and look at how the environment really thrives and stuff like that.
And the personal, the very best thing about getting on the rugby field, what do you most look forward to?
Contact, but also just the entire game, really, playing the game.
Scotland's oldest rivalry. A battle that goes back generations.
Edinburgh Rugby versus Glasgow Warriors. History written in blood,
sweat and tries.
I told you it was going to be dramatic, and that is exactly what it is.
Now the stakes are even higher. 2 cities,
2 games. A former champion against a fierce challenger.
Fans divided, a nation watching. Hampden Park,
Murrayfield. Pride, honour, bragging rights.
This is a derby that defines Scotland. This is the 1872 Cup.
Welcome back to Scottish Gas Murrayfield for our penultimate live match in the National Youth Cup Finals. It's the Girls Under 18 Cup Final. Biggar against Dunfermline. Kickoff at 3:45. Well, let's quickly run you through the results from the earlier games today. 8 games spread across 3 pitches at the Murrayfield campus. The back pitches, Hive Stadium, and of course here the main bowl at Scottish Gas Murrayfield. And at 11:30 this morning, 3 games being played concurrently. The girls under 16 Shield final, and it was Stuart who saw off Highland 38 points to 31 in that one. And the boys under 18 Shield final, it was Stirling County who defeated Peebles 29 points to 12. And then in the boys under 16 cup final, here on the main pitch, it was Melrose who beat Stirling County by 22 points to 15. Stirling County featuring in 4 of the 8 finals here today. Well, delighted to be in the company of Lindsay Smith, the Glasgow Warriors women's head coach and the Scotland Under 18 girls head coach for this one. We'll get Lindsay's thoughts in just a second, but let's look ahead to this final. That's Biggar against Dunfermline. Biggar no strangers to the Youth Cup Finals day. Dunfermline, their first visit here. I'll run you through their route to the final. Biggar in the quarter-finals, seeing off Cambuslang by 71 points to 21, and then 14-0 winners over Stirling County in the semi-finals. The game between Dunfermline and Geary in the quarter-finals ended up being a development game. Dunfermline going through and then beating Preston Lodge by 56 points to 15 in the semi-final. And the two sides met in early November in the Inspire Sport Girls Under 18 National League, the phase 2 of that one, and that ended in a 17-all draw up at Dunfermline. So Lindsay, on the basis of that, we could expect a fairly evenly contested match today.
Yeah, I think firstly fantastic to see Dunfermline here, their first ever final. Just shows the amount of hard work they've put in over the season. I know quite a few of the girls that are within that squad, so I'm delighted to see them here. But yeah, I think we've got a pretty nice final lined up for us today. As you said, Biggar are no strangers to a day like this. So hoping that Dunfermline aren't overawed by the occasion and can put in a performance similar to what they already have to get here.
And Dunfermline include players from Dundee Rugby and Glenrothes, which is great to see as well. The 3 clubs collaborating, and I'm guessing you will know some of those players as well.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic to see those kind of 3 clubs represented underneath that Dunfermline banner. But we've got some girls there, you know, Juliet Ramsey playing at 12. Loves the contact, she's very abrasive, hard to stop once she gets a bit of momentum going. I think Megan Lawney as well, if you give her a bit of space, she's fast. You kind of don't want to give her too much of an invitation around that, 'cause she'll definitely finish. And Isla Napier playing at 7 as well. She kind of transitioned from scrum half to back row. Probably quite small in stature, but very strong around that contact area, so she'll be one to watch today as well.
You mentioned Juliet Ramsey. We'll talk about her in a while. She's got another life as a Highland Games athlete as well, so very, very strong. And looking at the Biggar team, she will run through the teams just very shortly, but Robin Allen in the centres as well, who's featured for Biggar at Premiership level. So
yeah, Robin Allen, she's a pretty talented athlete, background in hockey, but she's also recently been named in the Glasgow Warriors Celtic Challenge squad as well, only 17, so very talented and lots of opportunities ahead of her, so it'll be good to see her kind of sign off her under 18 club career.
Well, let's run through the Biggar side. Lily Clarkson, their captain, said half of this team lost to Stirling in the Under-18s Cup final last year, the other half lost to Cambuslang in the Under-16s final, so just glad to be back and have the opportunity to try to do better. They start with Kate Leaper, Lily Clarkson and Eve Hamilton in the front row, Holly Frame and Grace Kenny in the second row, and a back row of Libby Cuthbertson, Morgan Gemmell and Autumn McDougall. Half-back pairing of Emma Wiley and Lucy Ronald. In the centres, the aforementioned Robin Allen is alongside Beth Bailey. In the back three of Rose Scott, Connie Sanderson and Niamh Murray. On the bench, Erin Stewart, Caitlin Hode, Sophie Errol, Skye Anderson, Katie McGurk and Rebecca Rose Legg.
Second row number 4, Holly Frame. Wearing number 5 alongside Holly is Grace.
For Dunfermline, they have a front row of Robin Stevenson, Katrin Malcolm and Michelle Godos. Second row of Anna Stoddart and Scarlett Forrester. And a back row of Zoe Leonard, Isla Napier and Ailey Rose. Their half-backs, Kirsty Sivright alongside captain Emma Martin. Centres, Juliet Ramsey and Olivia Buchanan. And a back three of Megan Laurie, Sophie Chalmers and Daisy Smith. On the bench, for Dunfermline, Carolyn Wilson, Emily Chada, Ellie Lister and Isabel Money. So Dunfermline, as we mentioned, their first visit to Murrayfield. Biggar, beaten finalists last year, won here in 2023 and beaten finalists in 2022. And we probably sound like broken records, but we'll mention it again. We spoke about Stirling County and how many teams they have got featuring here today. Biggar, another club well known for their youth development system.
Yeah, both clubs have done a pile of work over the last number of years to have that structure in place at their clubs. They've got players that move through their club pathway, and yeah, you know, they regularly make it to these finals days, and I think that's kind of testament to the hard work of all the coaches, volunteers, and of course the parents as well, who buy in and commit to that kind of club ethos.
So a reminder, our penultimate game here on the big pitch at Murrayfield. We've got one more to come after this one. That's the boys under 18 cup final, Boroughmuir against Ayr, but kicking off at the same time, 3:45 as this one, the girls under 18 shield final, Stirling County against Preston Lodge, and the boys under 16 shield final, West of Scotland against Highland. But let's focus on this one. And the sides waiting in the tunnel. Out they come. And taking their applause from a sizable crowd down in front of us. So Biggar wearing the red and black strips, with Dunfermline in blue and white. Our officials today, Mary Pringle out in the middle, and she'll be assisted by Yvonne Tunnicliffe and Niamh Hay. And it looks like it will be Dunfermline to kick off, playing from right to left as we watch from our commentary position in the West Stand. Biggar just breaking out from their huddle. How do you see this one going, Lindsay, just before we kick off? Who's your money on?
If I went on history, I'd potentially go with Biggar, but I definitely think some of the players in this Dunfermline team, what I know of them, I don't think they're going to take their foot off the gas here, so I would be expecting a pretty tight affair.
Well, a reminder, 17-all in the previous meeting between the sides just over a month ago. It was Dunfermline kicking off. So first possession for Biggar, just on their 22. Happy to play out from there. A loose pass, need to go back to tidy that one up. Pressure on from the Dunfermline defence.
Right, hands out. Take a step back, step back.
Biggar just in front of their own posts here. Still happy to keep ball in hand now. They'll get the clearing kick away across towards this West Stand touchline. Oh, that's a good clearing kick, but it's a long way from the middle of this Murrayfield pitch to the sideline. Rolls into touch just down in front of us on the Biggar 10-metre line.
Yeah, I think Biggar have done really well to exit there. Probably note the pressure that Isla Napier at 7 put on, that kick through. From Dunfermline's point of view, I think it's going to be a bit nervy this first 10-15 minutes, I think.
Cartron Malcolm to throw into the line out for Dunfermline. Ball goes loose. It's been picked up by Dunfermline, but a knock on in there, and we'll have our first scrum of the day. One of your specialities, Lindsay.
Scrum here.
Apparently so.
Mark's here? Yep, perfect.
Yeah, I think this will be an interesting first scrum. It gives both teams an opportunity to kind of settle into the game. Gives the forwards an opportunity to show what they can do as well.
Ready? Crouch!
Lily Clarkson, the Biggar captain, in the middle of that red and black front row, and it comes from Emma Wiley. And sweeps the ball away to Lucy Ronald, out to the centres, and the dummy, and off goes Robin Allen. We mentioned her at the start, having featured for Biggar in the Arnold Clark Women's Premiership this year. So expect her to feature strongly for Biggar today. And up against Juliet Ramsey, quite the clash between the two number 12s. Biggar is using the forwards, a tip-on pass. Well, I'm about to say well taken, but it was knocked on. And the penalty awarded by Mary Pringle to Dunfermline.
Just take your time. Have we got a physio on?
Yeah, if you just watch Robin Allen there, she steps in and then bounces back out again to get on the outside, or try and get on the outside of Juliet Ramsey there. But I think both players trying to just suss out what each other's about at the moment.
Well, thankfully, Biggar player seems to be okay. Still looking a little lame, but play goes on, and it's Dunfermline taking the tap from the penalty. First real possession, and there goes Juliet Ramsey, weaving her way through the Biggar defence. Still going, Ramsey looks for support now. She may not need it, almost to the try line, just inches short. In come the hands from Biggar just to slow that ball, but it's still with Dunfermline. Juliet Ramsey setting up the position, pick and go round the corner, almost there. That ball on the line. The try's awarded, and it's first blood to Dunfermline. Island Napier, the try scorer, but it all came from the run of Juliet Ramsey.
Yeah, Juliet did really well, beat defenders to get closer to that try line, break down, recycled the ball pretty well, and if you watch Isla, she's a bit of a bump and burrow to get over that line, so very well done by her.
Juliet Ramsey there wearing 12 for Dunfermline, going very close. As you can see, just biding their time. Isla Napier, wearing number 7, is picking the ball up. As the strength, she's driven over the line, and Dunfermline leading by 5 points to 0 after 4 minutes of this final. Well, the conversion attempt unsuccessful. But a great start for Dunfermline.
Yeah, we've got one. Oh, bad. Okay.
Of this final for Dunfermline, scored by number 7, Isla Napier.
So the restart taken by Zoe Leonard in the back row for Dunfermline.
Tackler roll, tackler roll.
And the ruck in the midfield. Out to that right hand side. And away they go down the right flank.
Hands out now.
Dunfermline certainly getting the better of these opening stages.
Yeah, I think Dunfermline are doing really well. They're being pretty direct with their ball carries, and Biggar are starting to soak them up a little bit, but probably just going to have to be a little bit more careful around that breakdown with their discipline.
Yes, the second penalty of the match given away by Biggar, and that allows Dunfermline to take play into that Biggar half again, with a line out over on the far side of the pitch. So Catrin Malcolm again. A good throw taken down by Anna Stoddart, and again quickly out into the midfield. Dummy thrown by Juliet Ramsey. Shows her strength again as she drives into the heart of that Biggar defence. Slow ball here though for Dunfermline.
Yeah, Julia is so strong. She's taken 2-3 defenders with her every time she carries, so if Dunfermline can speed up the breakdown a little bit, we'll get a little bit more joy to move that ball quicker.
Good advantage. Stay out, stay out.
And the ball's there on the Biggar side. A loose pass though.
No advantage there. Okay.
First knock on there by Dunfermline, so we'll come back for a Biggar scrum.
There we go. Which one?
Yeah, if you see Juliet there, she throws that slight dummy and head down and drives hard through, pulling in 3 defenders there. Probably just work a little bit quicker on the ground to get that ball back.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, time's off. Right scrum, girls.
Well, break in play. I think it's maybe a contact lens.
Cool. Time on. Yep, that's your mark. Left
So
and
perhaps
left.
a temporary change here for Dunfermline. Emily Chada coming on.
And then you can come in. Ready?
Yeah, I think about a windy day and trying to change a contact's probably not the recipe for success there, but yeah, you'll want to get Isla Napier back on as quickly as you can. She can influence the game quite well around the physicality side of it.
Stay there. Let's use it now, please.
Solid scrum again by Biggar. Certainly one area of the game that looked to have the upper hand in the opening 2 scrums, and then finding space out in the left flank. A loose pass.
Backwards, backwards. Thank you.
That's been snapped up by Dunfermline. Biggar defence racing forward, but Dunfermline doing well. 2 or 3 quick passes to get outside those first defenders.
Where are they going?
Again, angling back in
Hands away, hands away.
towards the breakdown. Hands coming in there from
Tackle roll
Biggar.
first. Let's use it.
And now Dunfermline looking to go a little wider.
Stay there, stay there.
Good ball retention here from Dunfermline. However, commentators curse just knocking that ball on, leading on an early Isla Napier try 4 minutes into the game, having the better of the opening exchanges. But as I said, one area of the game where Biggar perhaps look like they have the upper hand is at scrum time.
Here we go. Mark's here.
Yeah, I think Biggar are able to set a solid platform at scrum time, and they move the ball well. I think at the moment they're maybe just overrunning it slightly, which means the ball's not going to hand. But from the Dunfermline side of things, what they're doing really well is they're building the phases. They're being pretty direct when they have ball in hand. If we want to see one thing improve, probably just the speed of the breakdown, just so they can keep playing at that pace.
Set!
Well, here go Biggar. They get numbers on this right hand side. That's a lovely run by fly half Lucy Ronald. Takes play up towards the Dunfermline 22. Now the forwards go to work. Lindsay Smith beside me, indicating the space might now be a little wider.
Yeah, I think if Biggar can stretch Dunfermline, there's some space on that edge for them.
Ball goes to deck, but no knock on. Dunfermline defence reorganised themselves, but still space out wide there for Biggar. Well, past one tackle up into the 22 inside 15 metres. Biggar looking for the reply to that early Dunfermline try. What's been won though at the breakdown by Dunfermline, that's Juliet Ramsey. Just bangs the ball off downfield, chases her own kick. to be picked up on the Biggar 10-metre line. That's a great chase by Dunfermline. And the kick, will that make it into touch? No, that's a loose kick. I think that's been knocked on by Dunfermline. Biggar will breathe a huge sigh of relief there.
Yeah, I definitely think Dunfermline have put them under a fair amount of pressure there. Watching Juliet Ramsey again, instrumental in how they've exited, got out of their own 22, got the ball further down the park, and look where they are now. They're over the halfway line and they're in a better attacking position again.
And the one thing we haven't mentioned was the weather conditions. We've just come over from Hive Stadium where it's blowing a gale, and we forget in our commentary position here it's nice and sheltered, but it'll be fairly windy down there, and you saw that from that kick blowing back in field.
Yeah, pretty tough ask for Niamh Murray, the fullback there, to try and bang the ball out there, but she's a pretty talented player. She's one to watch.
Stay. Let's use it.
Biggar again from the scrum, and Robin Allen once again looking dangerous but couldn't quite find the hands of our centre partner Beth Bailey.
Yeah, I think if you watch Biggar, they're trying to move the ball and they're trying to do it at pace. It's just not sticking quite yet. Maybe hold your feet a little bit longer in a support play.
No problem.
Yeah, good work from Robin. She gets on the outside of Juliet again, and then she makes that pass. She's drawn in potentially that second defender as well, which is trying to get that past the hand.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
So Kirsty Sivright wearing 9 for Dunfermline.
Let's just come out the tunnel. Let's do it again. Right, same again. Left and left. Okay? So come this way for me. Yep.
You would hear referee Mary Pringle there saying the ball had just come back out the channel.
Crouch.
You can see it there.
Bind. Set.
Well, it comes out on the Biggar side, but then a forward pass. His possession back to Dunfermline. I'll have another crack at the scrum.
Yep, your ball. Mark's here. Just here. Yeah, you come this side.
Yeah, I think Lucy just took her eye off the ball there, and she's planning her next move before she'd actually had ball in hand. But from a forward's perspective, another go at another scrum. I have to say, I think the quality of the scrums have been really good. Could be a little bit lower, but in terms of like shape and building a platform for people to attack off, I think it's been pretty good from both sides.
Well, Biggar winning the previous scrum against the head, and they're having a go at this one as well. Dunfermline though get it to the hands of Ailey Rose, the number 8.
Tackle her away. Take a step.
Again,
Good.
slow ball. Lindsay, you mentioned that if they could do one thing, it would just be to
Good work.
improve their ruck speed, but the forwards keeping it tight now. It's pick and go this time through Anna Stoddart.
Yeah, they're doing really well to keep the ball and build the phases. Potentially just a little bit more dynamic around that clear out, so they can play quicker.
Now in behind the forwards to the back division again. Juliet Ramsey coming in off that left foot, taken down well by the Biggar defence. Katrin Malcolm,
Hands out.
the hooker this time with the carry. Once again the backs, just a hint of space here in this left hand touchline. Fullback Daisy Smith.
Yeah, good decision by Daisy there to step back inside, take it away from the touchline.
There's been some nice handling among the Dunfermline forwards. But they come to that left hand side. Anna Stoddart again.
Backwards,
A loose pass couldn't be taken by Sophie Chalmers, and she's driven back by aggressive Biggar defence, and then piling into the breakdown.
Really good work there from Biggar. It's very aggressive, low, good clear out.
And the carry by Lily Clarkson, and then Emma Wiley again just using the forwards. Dunfermline defence strung across the Biggar 10-metre line again, coming forward. Biggar back division Just struggling to find their mark with some of these passes in the early stages of this game.
Good, turnover's good.
Going backwards into their own 22, and it's been turned over by Dunfermline, so a great attacking opportunity for the Fifers.
And tackler away.
Kirsty Siverite again, just waiting on that ball. Tip on from Anna Stoddart to the try scorer, Isla Napier. And this time it's Ailey Rose, the number 8. Good hands once again from the Dunfermline back row.
It's okay.
Slowly making some headway into this Biggar defence. 15 metres out to the left, and again there's a little space on the left hand side if they can get it there. Sophie Chalmers bundled into touch by Connie Sanderson, but Dunfermline building nicely inside the 22.
Yeah, I think Dunfermline are doing very well to build the phases, like we've already said. I definitely think probably play just slightly faster. I think they'll get more joy out of that. I think Dunfermline, when they do have the ball, they do look dangerous. Just need to get that hand catch to stick. But the conditions are probably a bit challenging from they're going into the wind.
Lily Clarkson, the Biggar captain, finds a target in the line out. Emma Wiley waiting on the ball. Out to Lucy Ronald. Gets that one as far as she can. Downfield, picked up by Daisy Smith, the Dunfermline fullback. It's a good chase. Smith taken down on the Biggar 10-metre line.
That's Connie Sanderson again, who's chased off and made that hit there. Well done her.
Dunfermline looking a little disorganised on this side, even though they had possession. At the
12 and 13.
Penalty awarded to Biggar.
Yeah. Sorry. I just felt like you guys came
Biggar
around the
opting
side.
for the scrum, where they very much had the upper hand, right in the middle of the pitch. It's a long way to get that ball to the touchline. We've got another look at the turnover here.
Smart call there.
Crouch. Binds. Set. Stay. That's okay.
So Wiley again from the Biggar scrum. Again looking dangerous on this right hand side. Good footwork by Robin Allen. Biggar now up to the Dunfermline 10-metre line. Slow ball again. Ailey Rose making a nuisance of herself for Dunfermline, who's slowing down that Biggar ball. Turned over, but illegally so. No release.
Biggar just showing a glimpse of what they're capable around that contact area with their carries. Nice low carries, landing on ball, and really good support that's in there quickly to clear out. They've done well in that area there, I would say.
That's the second time in the game that they've found space coming round to the right hand side of the scrum as well.
Yeah, I think just a little bit of patience to build those phases, gain some ground, rather than trying to run everything.
Crouch. Binds. Set.
20 minutes played in the first half of the girls under-18 cup final. Isla Napier with the score from Dunfermline 4 minutes into the game. The difference between the sides for now. Once again, just a little untidy. Robin Allen getting the ball out there to her winger, Rose Scott. Off she goes into the 22, and Scott will go over. What a run by the left wing. Touches down behind the posts. The pass from Allen, and then the wing still a huge amount to do. But she goes over and squares the match at 5 apiece.
Yeah, very good finish by Rose Scott there. I don't think you need to give her very much space. She's pretty rapid, and I think Biggar just showing how dangerous they can be if they can get that ball out into the wide channels.
Try scorer for Biggar, number 11, Rose Scott.
If you watch that drawn pass there from Robin, she looks like she might go on the inside, but she gets it away to Rose, who then goes on the outside arc, and finishes very well. She had a lot to do to finish.
Well, conversion successful from out in front of the posts, and Biggar, who've been up against it for most of this first half, now take the lead by 7 points to 5.
good work from Rose there. She transfers the ball from her outside arm back into her inside, so she has got that option to hand off should that defender get closer to her. Well, I think she kind of left them for dead there.
It was Emma Wiley with the conversion.
They're too good at their job.
As I said, Biggar have just looked a little clunky with some of their handling with their earlier possession, but showing just what they can do.
Yeah, definitely. I think previously they've kind of overrunning things a little bit, but that there showed you what they can do when they move the ball well and get that hand catch timing on point.
Two girls there.
Well, it's been a cracking contest in the opening 21 minutes, 35 minutes in each half.
Numbers, please.
In this under-18 final.
Yeah, it's been very good so far, quite
Blue,
evenly
come
matched
come off the line.
teams, which I think that's
There
what
you
you want
go.
in a final, isn't it?
So Dunfermline looking for a reply. A line out over on the far side. Now they unleash the backs again. Out to Juliet Ramsey. Certainly their go-to player. And trying to get some go forward. Again going backwards here.
Good pressure there from Biggar to come up and shut them down, shut that door off for them. I think that was Connie Sanderson again. They're unlucky there.
Yes, Biggar just going off their feet at the breakdown. Penalty to Dunfermline.
I suppose from Biggar's point of view, their defensive efforts to close the space down has been good. It's now doing it collectively and then staying on their feet at that breakdown if they go for that turnover.
Well, that kick from the penalty not quite going into touch. Two Biggar players getting in each other's way, but managing to come up with the ball. So Biggar with possession again on their own 10-metre line. Scrum half, Emma Wiley finding space just round the side of the breakdown, showing good strength, making 10 or 15 metres. Now the forwards tightening things up. Eve Hamilton.
Ball's there.
Slow ball this time for Biggar, so they're just keeping things tight, pick and go round the corner.
Yeah, and I think that's a smart move from them. They've got quite a bit of joy out of that in the last 10 or so minutes.
Now they find some space. That's good footwork. The offload not going to hand, but it's been picked up by Biggar. However, there was a knock on in there. Biggar just bursting into life after 3 or 4 carries from the forwards, finding space and accelerating through and almost paying off for them.
Yeah, I think Biggar have now found their feet in the game. They've relaxed into the game and they are now starting to build those phases.
Cool. Ready? Crouch. Binds. Set. And hold.
The Dunfermline, you would think, will look to just get this one in and out. The pressure will come on from the Biggar scrum. And a loud blast in the whistle of referee Mary Pringle, rewarding that Biggar pack.
Come on.
Yeah, I think if you watch the replay,
We okay?
Biggar managed to get underneath Dunfermline. I think we've got it coming now.
Okay, so we're going to make a sub. Yeah, okay.
So the initial set is good from both teams, but Biggar managed to get underneath,
please,
and if you watch Dunfermline start to come up, which makes it very difficult for Ailey Rose at the back there to pick it up and go.
Yep. So left and left, you go that way. Yep. Go stand up a second, stand up. Go left and left, come on, so you go that way, okay? Yeah, that's it.
So Katrin Malcolm, the Dunfermline hooker, coming off, replaced by Emily Chada, who was on briefly earlier.
Binds. Wait, sorry. Set.
And Biggar opting for another scrum from the penalty. Good attacking platform, and once again flooding round to the right with Lucy Ronald. Was through a tackle. Down she goes, about 8 metres short. In come the hands from Dunfermline, and that is a hugely important turnover.
I would say a bit unlucky there. I think she was pretty quick. Very good from Lucy to get that half break.
Just there.
Very quick to present the ball as well. Yeah, I think she's quite unlucky there.
We spoke about it though from the previous scrum. I think they've sensed that if they come flooding round to the right hand side from that scrum, there are spaces in the Dunfermline defence. Let's have another look at it here, Lindsay.
So just to step off the line. Perfect. That's great.
Maybe the extra roll just to deny the Jackler access to the ball. I'm not sure.
Yeah, potentially.
Dunfermline
hands out now, hands out.
doing well there.
Stay there, stay
under
there.
pressure,
Good.
very close to their own try line. It's a big kick by Juliet Ramsey. A good play by Biggar. Back they come again into the 22.
Yeah, watch Niamh Murray there, very balanced runner.
Ball.
Moves her feet, asks questions of the defence.
Still a more.
It was Biggar who were under the caution the opening stages of this game. As you said, Lindsay, just growing into it and applying more pressure. However,
Stay there, stay there.
loose pass again. A waste of an opportunity. And Dunfermline with an advantage here, sensing that they might have some space on the left-hand side. When knocked on, it's been snapped up. The referee playing an advantage, and Biggar will go in for their second try. It'll be Libby Cuthbertson, the blindside flanker. As Dunfermline tried to play their way out of the 22, it all went horribly wrong. Ball went to deck and it was snapped up by Cuthbertson. And Biggar extend their lead. It's 12 points to 5.
Lily Cuthbertson.
Cool. But you can tell them that.
So if you watch here, it comes from that initial tackle from Robin Allen. Ball gets spilt by Dunfermline. Really quick pick up from Connie Sanderson, who gets that offload away. So Biggar can be pretty dangerous if they get that contact area right, if they apply enough pressure. They're doing well off loose balls at the moment.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah.
Emma Wiley is lining up the conversion. Successful with her early attempt. Rose Scott with the first try for Biggar. Cuthbertson this time, and once again Wiley raises the flags. It's Biggar 14, Dunfermline 5. Isla Napier with the opening score of the game after only 4 minutes for Dunfermline, but since then it's increasingly been Biggar in possession, applying the pressure, and they are rewarded with their second try of the match with about 6 minutes to go till half time.
Yeah, Biggar have done well. They've I suppose gained more possession with the pressure that they've applied, so they're getting the rewards from that. I think Dunfermline though, if they can get further down the field, get back up over the halfway line, and speed up their play a little bit, because they're doing some really nice things. They move the ball quite well. So yeah, be keen to see what they can do in the next 5 or 6 minutes.
It's a big tackle from Dunfermline. Biggar growing in confidence. In possession just on their own 10-metre line. Lucy Ronald again, that's good hands. Robin Allen once again involved. Dunfermline closing down that attack.
Wait. You had that. You had that.
A real contest for it at the breakdown, but it does come back on the Biggar side.
And release now. Good.
Juliet Ramsey piling into that breakdown, but can't affect the turnover. It's still with Biggar, not making much ground here, still on their own 10-metre line. But just moving that Dunfermline defence around, probing for holes, and now they find one. Off they go again. That's a lovely pass out the back door. Couldn't quite find the hands of Connie Sanderson.
Good.
Yeah, it looked like there just needed to be a little bit more clarity who was going for that. There was a couple of players in support, which is good, better than having none.
Backwards play.
Arrow shaped. Oh, Biggar forwards, losing the ball. Another thumping tackle.
Take a step
Big
back.
carry by Dunfermline. maybe have another look at that one, because that was a huge collision. It's still with Dunfermline. Well, no, it's been turned over again by Biggar. The contest at the breakdown has been fierce, but it's with Biggar again, working their way up towards halfway. It's heavy going against this Dunfermline defence.
Yeah, I think both teams are doing quite well to find other ways to win the ball back from each other. There's been quite a few rips, pressure applied, ball's been spilt.
Oh, that ball's been plucked from the air though, and away goes number 8, Ayr Rose, as she got the legs not quite to get to the try line. Dunfermline will look to recycle this quickly. Ayr Rose with the intercept, as Biggar look to play out of their half. She's set up the position for her side. It's slow here, so will they go to the forwards? Well, no, they're going to go a little bit wider.
Hands out, hands out.
Dunfermline now, as we approach half-time, looking to level things at Scottish Gas Murrayfield. This girls under 18 Youth Cup final. It's been plucked though from there, this time by Biggar. It's another intercept, this time for Biggar. Up offside though.
Back foot.
Yeah, the game's starting to open up a little bit now. It's kind of a little bit loose. It's exciting, at least. I think both teams reacting to what's in front of them, but I also think both teams could maybe look after the ball just a little bit more, just as we head into that half-time break.
Well, Dunfermline from the penalty, looks like they will just tap, a little shift across to the right, but they go instead to the left, and there is space there if they can get it out. Juliet Ramsey perhaps could have given the pass, but still they go towards that try line. Their hand goes up from Mary Pringle, awards the try. Over go Dunfermline for their second. Well, it came from the tap penalty. Biggar up offside as they took the intercept. We'll have another look at it here. Juliet Ramsey lifts the ball up to fullback Daisy Smith, and it is Smith who fights her way through the last two Biggar defenders. And Dunfermline narrow the gap to 4. It's Biggar 14, Dunfermline 10.
Yeah, very good carry from Juliet. Uses her footwork to try and beat some defenders, ask them questions, gets to ground and then looks for that lift to keep that ball alive, which is brilliant. Very good support line from Daisy.
It will be Megan Laurie, the Dunfermline left wing, tasked with adding the 2 extras.
Cool.
It's been a cracking first half. We've got about a minute and a half to go, so we'll have time for a restart. Isla Napier with the opening try. That conversion attempt doesn't quite have the legs. Rose Scott and Libby Cuthbertson with the 2 Biggar tries, but back come Dunfermline. Daisy Smith this time. Neither conversion successful for Dunfermline. That's the difference between the two sides at this stage. Another look at the try, Lindsay.
Yeah, very good carry, fend. She uses her feet, keeps her legs driving, and then is looking for that support as she's going to ground, which gives her that opportunity to keep the ball alive. Daisy does very well at finish because it was pretty busy there, a lot of traffic.
So 90 seconds left in this first half. Oh, ball knocked on by Ayr Rose as she came forward to gather.
And hands away.
She does do well though to then try and next job, we've got to try and win this ball back again.
So can Biggar have the final say of this first half?
Thank you.
In possession, it's outside the Dunfermline 22. Once again a strong carry through the forwards, making 5 metres or so there. Dunfermline defence just strung across their own 22, and the forwards pulling the ball out the back door to the back division. Robin Allen up to Beth Bailey.
Hands off.
Dunfermline again piling into the breakdown, but it's still on the Biggar side. Again, keeping things tight for now, but another good carry inside the 22 now. Again, they probe down that left-hand side, but a knock-on in there. And Dunfermline survive.
unlucky with that knock on. I could see what they were trying to do, keep the ball alive, keep that continuity going, because it was starting to suck the Dunfermline defenders in. So, right idea.
A bit more. Yep, perfect.
Looked like a hand in there in the tackle. Crucial, because we've seen how dangerous Biggar are once they get inside that Dunfermline 22.
Ouch. Binds.
Well, the clock has ticked over the 35-minute mark inside the stadium here at Scottish Gas Murrayfield. So Dunfermline, with the best scrum of the game, I was about to say, will they just get this ball off the pitch? But no, looks like they're going to have one last attack from their own 22.
Yeah, both teams still looking to play a lot, which is good. That's what we want.
And away. Get out too.
Oh, mistake here could be dangerous. However, that Biggar defence is clustered around the breakdown, so there is space a little bit wider for Dunfermline if they can get the ball there. It's gone loose though. It's been picked up again by Rose Scott. We've seen her pace down that left touchline, but into touch over on the far side. And with that, Mary Pringle blows for half-time.
Make sure we're working really hard to get tacklers away.
And a first half here in the Girls Under-18 Cup final. It was dominated by Dunfermline in the first 15 minutes or so. Rewarded with the try to Isla Napier, but Biggar grew into the game, scored 2 tries of their own on the 20-minute mark with Rose Scott, and then 8 minutes later through Libby Cuthbertson. But it was Dunfermline who had the final say 2 minutes before half-time through Daisy Smith. As evenly contested as we thought it might be, and the difference between the two sides at halfway, just the boot of Emma Wiley, successful with both of her conversions. The half-time score here at Scottish Gas Murrayfield, it's Biggar 14, Dunfermline 10.
Yeah, I think it's been a brilliant first half. Both teams looking to play. Both have got managed to expose each other's strengths and weaknesses, which has been really good. Some individuals that have kind of stood out. Juliet Ramsey for Dunfermline, been pretty consistent around those contact areas, creating collisions. I think if you just watch her here now, she moves her feet to try and get on the inside of those defenders. She keeps going, big strong fend from her as well. Probably something that Biggar struggled to deal with in that opening few minutes of the game.
Well, this was the build-up to the first try, going very, very close here, but it was Isla Napier, the open side flanker, just got hands in the ball there, picked round to the right, spun out of the tackles, touches that ball down on the goal line.
She did really well there. She timed it perfectly, picked, went round blind and twirled away, bumped and burled away from the defenders and got that ball over the line, so well done her. And then if you look at Rose Scott now, she's fast, you know, we've seen that today. I think we'll probably see a lot more of that as the game starts to open up in the second half. But yeah, she did really well to finish that, because she had a fair distance to go as well.
So Rose Scott there, and then Dunfermline trying to play at their 22, ball goes loose, and it was Libby Cuthbertson, the blindside flanker, with the second Biggar try.
Yeah, I think the pressure there from Biggar to turn the ball over and then be able to play off that loose ball just shows you how dangerous they can be if you give them a bit of space. But what I liked from Biggar there was that how they pushed up, went and won the ball back rather than sitting and waiting, which I thought was really good. They kind of set out a bit of intent that we're here to play.
The pass there from Connie Sanderson to her back row, Libby Cuthbertson, but back came Dunfermline. Well, let's have a look at the tackle. We spoke about this one in commentary. Wasn't quite sure who was involved. It was Olivia Buchanan crashing into contact.
I think it was Beth Bailey. Beth Bailey at 13 for Biggar. I think what she does well is she owns that space. She gives her no space to get around her.
Well, in this final try, the position set up as Ailey Rose took the intercept, didn't quite have the legs to make it to the try line, taken down 7 metres or so short. Then Biggar with their own intercept, but they were up offside, penalty, and it was Juliet Ramsey again showing her strength, lifting the ball up into the hands of her fullback Daisy Smith, and another good try.
Yeah, it's been a pretty entertaining first half in terms of the tries that have been scored. Both teams have had to work hard to score them, but they've been good tries as well. The ability to move the ball, get to space, or keep the ball alive out of contact has been really good. Hopefully we'll see more of that in the second half.
So As you say, a very entertaining first half, Lindsay. 4 tries, 2 apiece. Isla Napier and Daisy Smith for Dunfermline, Rose Scott and Libby Cuthbertson for Biggar. And Emma Wiley with the 2 successful conversions, seeing Biggar into a 4-point advantage at the break. 14 points to 10, they lead in this Girls Under 18 Cup final. Join us again in around about 7 minutes for second half action. Welcome back to Scottish Gas Murrayfield for the second half of this Girls Under 18 Cup final. Biggar against Dunfermline. It's nicely poised at 14 points to 10 at half time. 2 tries apiece in that first half. And Lindsay Smith, what will the coaching team have been saying at half time in the respective changing rooms?
Ready, girls, let's go.
I mean, I think I would be praising both teams if I was in their changing rooms. I think both teams have tried to play. They've tried to move the ball a lot, which has been really good to see. I think they'll probably just kind of get them to calm down a little bit coming back out for that second half. It's a close scoreline, so how do we manage that? But I think it's been pretty exciting, and I think there's a lot more to come from both sides in that second half.
Well, it's Biggar to get the second half underway. A reminder, Biggar playing in red and black, Dunfermline in the blue and white. And Dunfermline, unlucky, just couldn't quite take that low restart. So it's first possession to Biggar in the second half from a scrum, an area of the game that they were dominant in the first half, and a great attacking platform in the opening minute of this second period.
Binds. Set. And hold.
Emma Wiley, Biggar scrum half, waiting at the base this time, flooding round to the left, but loose pass couldn't be taken. And here Mary Pringle, the referee, indicating that ball had come off the foot of the Biggar player, so no knock on. Again, it's a real feature of the first half, that carrying from the Biggar forward pack. And then out it goes from Kate Leaper, the loose head prop releasing the backs. Robin Allen trying to get the hands free. Again, no knock on. Play goes on, and it's fullback Niamh Murray angling through the Dunfermline defence. Does she have the pace to get to the corner? She does indeed. Wonderful run by the Biggar fullback Niamh Murray. And with the second half barely a minute old, Biggar extend their lead out to 19 points to 10.
Yeah, Niamh Murray's a very good athlete. Her ability to step and go, she's fast. She'll find a gap. She'll try and create space if it's not there for her. If you watch here, she beats one defender, fends, transfers the ball to the outside arm, and has that inside arm ready to fend if needed. But very good finish by Niamh Murray.
Just bring it this way for me. That's okay? Yeah.
Yep, as we saw her there, she's transferred that ball again. She's able to put that fend in if she needs to, but she didn't need it on that occasion, and she's over the line.
We'll have time off after this.
So a great start to this second half for Biggar. Dunfermline unable to take the restart cleanly. Gave Biggar possession from the scrum, and they were clinical. First they came round to the left, ball was recycled, and then finding space over on that right hand side after 2 or 3 very effective carries from the forwards.
Yeah, Biggar have definitely come out all guns blazing this second half. Dunfermline probably not had the start they would have wanted, but plenty of opportunity left, and it's about maybe drawing a line under those little mistakes, because they're just little ones, and how do they build the phases again and get further up the field.
We're just doing a check on her.
So one of the Dunfermline players down in the in-goal area is getting some treatment. Hopefully we'll be okay. Referee Mary Pringle down there, but Skye Anderson on now for Biggar, wearing number 19. Thankfully the Dunfermline player seems to be okay, just working her way back towards halfway.
Yeah, good to see both those players back up. I think there was just a bit of a clash over that try line.
Yeah, it's Daisy Smith, the Dunfermline fullback, who scored that second Dunfermline try just before the break.
Yeah, I think Dunfermline are struggling a little bit with the wind, just as Biggar were in the first half, so it will be interesting to see how both teams manage the wind, either to their advantage or not, in this second half, because it's proven a little bit difficult at the moment.
That's perhaps the reason for some of the handling as well in that first half. I say we haven't really spoken too much about the weather because we're so sheltered up here in our commentary position, but it is difficult down there. Biggar with the scrum on halfway. Emma Wiley looked like she was going right, comes back to the left. Good hands from that Biggar back division out into the hands of the left wing, Rose Scott.
Yeah, Biggar are starting to move the ball really, really well now. They look a bit more comfortable with ball in hand as well.
Kate Leaper met by solid Dunfermline defence on the Dunfermline 10-metre line. It's been won though by Dunfermline, and then knocked on, winning possession and then immediately losing it. And here come Biggar again, Emma Wiley. It's well taken by Lucy Ronald. Off her toes, referee shouts advantage over as away goes Connie Sanderson, racing down that touchline. It's a lovely pass inside, and through go Biggar again. They've taken a real grip of this match. This time it's Lucy Ronald, and that's 2 quick-fire tries at the start of this second half for Biggar.
Yeah, they've definitely sent a message since coming back out, but I think we saw glimpses of what Lucy Ronald was capable of in the first half, and now she's getting a little bit more hands-on ball time to make decisions. A very good support line by Lucy there. Beth picked up that ball just off her shoelaces. Very good to move the ball pretty quickly between 12 and 13 and then get it out to the wide channel with, I think that's that Robin Allen, who nice offload out of contact to Lucy, who manages to beat 2 defenders to get in under the post. So well done, Lucy.
Yeah, some lovely handling by the Biggar team. Again, good work by the forwards, and then that back division looking very dangerous when unleashed.
Yeah, if you watch the work rate off the ball as well by Robin Allen to get on the outside, so she starts it and then she gets that third pass and then away again. So it's not just about that hand catch that they're now making stick, it's the work rate off the ball they're doing to get in a position to play again.
Yes, lovely balanced running by Robin Allen, and then the tackle, just lifting that ball up on the inside. And Lucy Ronald running a lovely support line on the inside at pace. Too much for that Dunfermline defence to handle. And the difference between the sides now, 16 points. I feel that Dunfermline have to be the next side to score. And with 1 possession just on their own side of halfway.
Stay there.
Quickly reorganise into some sort of attacking formation. It's one of their try scorers, Isla Napier, with the carry. Now they go a little wider.
Very good goal for Anna Stoddart there. Dunfermline have done well to win that ball back. They've applied a bit of pressure. They're quite good at their individual tackle technique, which is applying that pressure and winning that ball back.
Yes, Anna Stoddart's looked good in the second row. Juliet Ramsey, she's done all game, making ground with ball in hand. Don't have a lot of numbers out there on that left-hand side. Again, a loud blast in the whistle of Mary Pringle as Biggar get hands on the ball. No release by Dunfermline, and a chance here for Biggar. I was about to say to get themselves into that Dunfermline half again, but as they did in the first half, calling from the scrum.
Yeah, I think that's probably a smart move by them. They know it's working for them. They obviously feel confident through their scrum, so why not keep using it? It's providing a platform for them, but it's also giving their backs more space, more options.
Bind. Set and hold.
That whole Biggar back division just off screen. Strung off to the left. A nice inside pass. Dunfermline expecting that ball to go a little bit wider. Biggar instead with the inside pass, and away they go again. Trying to keep the ball alive in the tackle. Doesn't go to hand, but it's been picked up, and they continue the move on towards the Dunfermline 22. Wiley again using the forwards. And through the hands of Lucy Ronald to the forward, just taking play a little bit wider. Back division well set up off to the right. Again, it's the bigger forwards
Good work.
with the carry. Options left and right here. They go to the left. Wiley just having a little look herself. Referee playing an advantage here, so Biggar can roll the dice if they choose. Once again, about 15 metres or so out, leading by 26 points to 10.
Okay. And roll.
Again, just a hint of space round the side of the breakdown. Emma Wiley very alert to that.
8.
The referee coming back for the penalty. Ailey Rose offside.
If you look at the field position that Biggar are in now, but that all came from that original line break from, I think it was Connie Sanderson, who got hit on the inside. Good work from her to come off her wing, go looking for that ball. That's what you want your wingers to do. And then that offload into Lucy, who's come on at pace as well in support. They've kept that ball alive, and look at them now, they've gone from just outside their own 22 to within the opposition 22.
Right, let's hold our push.
For the bind, make sure there's like a...
Keep your gap. Yeah. So come left and left. So start this way. That's it. Yeah. So your heads are in different spaces. Okay, and 2s, hold the push, yeah? Okay, crouch. Binds. Set and hold. Good.
Another solid scrum there by Biggar. Fed out to their backs.
Biggar making good ground into the 22 again, coming round the corner.
Backwards.
Hit hard on the tackle there as they try to get the pass away. Just buys Dunfermline a little bit of breathing space.
Good work.
Biggar come again.
Backwards play.
The referee says that ball went backwards.
Hands out, hands out.
Dunfermline are doing well just now to fill the field defensively. They just need to now come up together as a line rather than 2s and 3s.
Which is exactly what they've done there. They've allowed space for Biggar, and they'll go in again for their 5th try.
I think it's Lucy Ronald again.
It is indeed Lucy Ronald, the fly half, having a great game in the red and black of Biggar. And with 45 minutes played here at Scottish Gas Murrayfield, the 5th try for Biggar, 31 points to 10, they lead. And it's a long way back, you've got to say, for Dunfermline. Another look at the try here.
Yeah, good offload from Robin Allen out of contact into Beth, who supports, bit of footwork. Then you see Lucy hit that in line to support and get that ball from Beth. The thing, like Dunfermline's work rate is good, it's just trying to do it collectively now, especially from a defensive point of view. They're filling the field well, they're nominating, but it's now pushing up and not showing Biggar too much space, because if you do, this is what they do to you. They'll step in, step out, find the gap and get that offload away.
3-7-9.
So another successful conversion for Emma Wiley. 4th of the game. Extends Biggar's advantage, 33 points to 10, they lead. They've really taken control of this game, 14 points to 10, they led at half time. It was still anybody's game, but 3 tries in the first 10 minutes of this second half, taking the game away from Dunfermline.
Number 17, Caitlin Hogue. Number 19, Sky Anderson. And number 20, Katie Biggar.
Great tackle there by Juliet. Ramsey chopped low, stops the attack straight away.
Biggar though now, full of confidence, running hard, making metres with every carry. And back division, asking for the ball. Again, just showing great pace.
Backwards.
Referee again says that ball went backwards.
Backwards off blue initially, and then forward off red.
think it perhaps hit a Dunfermline hand. You'd hear Mary Pringle, the referee there, saying it had gone back off blue but then knocked on by Biggar. We'll have another look at it here, but it will be a Dunfermline scrum.
Yeah, I would say good reactions from Lucy Ronald though to get on that and be ready to play the next option if they'd got away with it.
I think it was our opposite number, Emma Martin, the Dunfermline captain, that tried to get a hand in and knocked it back in the Dunfermline side, but Biggar trying to pounce on it, knocking the ball on. So what sort of response can Dunfermline mount? Scrum on halfway, picked up by Ailey Rose, the number 8. And backwards for now in the face of stern Biggar defence. They're trying to win themselves a turnover, and they do indeed. Dunfermline holding on the ground. Biggar awarded the penalty, and again calling for the scrum. No surprise.
No surprise at all. I think if you watch here, the ball's sitting there for a long time. Let's try and move that a bit quicker, because what you're doing there, Dunfermline, is you're allowing Biggar to get set and ready to go again. If we can go a little bit quicker, you put them under a bit more pressure.
Crouch. Binds.
So a change at scrum half for Biggar. You'll see wearing 19 there, Skye Anderson.
And stop.
Biggar scrum marching forward, told to stop in fact, they're so dominant by the referee. Again, nice hands, great pace. Ball out to the fullback again, Niamh Murray arcing back in field. Biggar looking increasingly dangerous as the match goes on.
Yeah, I think you can see that by the way they're playing. They're much more confident. You can see how they move the ball, the footwork pre-contact.
Robin Allen combining with Beth Bailey in the centres, out into the hands of Connie Sanderson, steps inside the last tackle, and Sanderson will score round behind the posts. That's 6 tries for Biggar now. And having really been under the caution the opening 20 minutes of this game, opening up now, showing exactly what they're capable of in attack. It's been an impressive performance. It's 38 points to 10. They now lead, and Connie Sanderson, the latest try scorer.
Yeah, nice movement from Lucy to Robin. Robin who takes on the defender and gets that offload away, off to Beth. Good support from Connie, who steps out then in. There's a little bit of work to do to beat that last defender.
Just tap her on the back. Yep, and post now, Niamh.
Well, Lucy Ronald now taking on kicking duties. Emma Wiley making way for Skye Anderson at scrum half.
No.
Well, the two assistant referees just having a quick look at each other. I thought that had perhaps gone over the crossbar, but it must have gone underneath. So unsuccessful with the conversion attempt.
Change for Dunfermline. Coming off, number 16, Carolyn Wilson, and number 17, Emily Chatham, and on to place number 2.
Another look at the try there. Connie Sanderson, the right wing, finishing off the move. Robin Allen again, Beth Bailey, both involved, the Biggar centres. And I think that Biggar back division, they're enjoying themselves now. It's another great carry by the Biggar hooker, the captain Lily Clarkson.
Advantage over.
And a power of work, the Biggar captain. And that just helps to create space for that Biggar back division. Away again goes the try scorer, Connie Sanderson. And then fly half, Lucy Ronald looking for support on the inside, didn't quite go to hand, no knock on though. So it's still with Biggar. 10 metres away from that try line.
Love that they're trying to move the ball, but maybe just can we get 2 hands to that ball sometimes to make that pass more effective.
Well, pick and go, it's the power of the forwards this time. Driving over. The forwards have decided that the backs have done enough. I think that's the loose head prop. It's Kate Leaper wearing the headgear, comes up with the ball. First to the breakdown there, realised there was space just round the side of it. We'll see it here.
Good footwork pre-contact there from the forwards to try and carry hard, break through. and then that quick pick and go from Kate there, a couple of metres out. Well done. But I think what you're seeing now is that Biggar, the competence that the back line are playing with, they're getting the team into better positions. Their speed to support is quicker than it was in the first half, so they're getting a lot more joy off that, and they can play to a much higher tempo, which is probably putting Dunfermline under a little bit more pressure. I think that's Autumn McDougall there on ball. Really good footwork to try and beat 2-3 defenders. She stays low, carries hard, presents the ball quickly, which gives Kate that opportunity to pick and go on the move.
It's been an impressive second half showing from Biggar. Still about 17 minutes left to play here at Scottish Gas Murrayfield in the Under-18 Girls Cup final.
Yeah, I think Biggar have been impressive in the second half. I think, you know, Dunfermline are still continuing to try and play. They just haven't had any possession to really play with. So defending for long periods of time. You know, but they're still filling the field. They're still playing. They're still pushing up. It's maybe just trying to do that collectively again, like they were in the first half.
Well, again, that was Juliet Ramsey racing forward, making the tackle behind the gain line. And again, Lily Clarkson, the Biggar captain and hooker, with the carry. She's been excellent with ball in hand, and then thumped off downfield by Biggar. And a good chase here. How will Dunfermline get themselves out of this corner? Well, it's been won by Biggar. That all coming from the kick chase, and it will be Niamh Murray who goes over. All coming from the kick. The chase from the two Biggar players, and just forcing the error, winning the ball back, and Niamh Murray, the Biggar fullback, in for the 8th try for this Biggar side.
Try for Biggar, it's another one for number 15, Niamh Murray.
Just there.
Yeah, if you watch the replay we've got there, that all came from that kick. Really good from Lucy to see the space in behind, then the chase that you got from Niamh, and I think it was Connie as well. Very quick turnover as well, or pick and go, sorry, to keep moving. So look what you can do when you apply the pressure, I suppose.
And the conversion attempt didn't quite have the legs from Lucy Ronald. I don't think the conversion attempts matter too much now. Biggar leading by 48 points to 10, run away with this game in the second half after a very strong showing in the first half by Dunfermline. But as you said, Lindsay, they've hardly had the ball in this second half. They've certainly never given up. Biggar haven't kicked an awful lot, but they picked their moment well. A great chase, and Niamh Murray coming up with the 8th try.
Yeah, it would be good to see a couple more kicks coming in this last kind of period of play. I think the girls are showing that they're starting to find other ways to beat teams, and let's see a few more kicks in and see what comes of it.
Just one in the backfield for Dunfermline. There is space there, but I think they'll go to the forwards again. Nice footwork, just getting on the outside of the defender. Pressure coming on at the breakdown from Dunfermline, but that Biggar back division again, slicing through the Dunfermline defence. Off they go up to the 10-metre line, looking for support. Doesn't go to hand. No knock on. Big tackle this time by Ailey Rose, the Dunfermline number 8. Ball goes loose and it's been snapped up by Dunfermline. Away they go through Megan Laurie, the left wing, and then the outside centre, Olivia Buchanan. And Buchanan, has she got the legs? Chased all the way. That's a brilliant cover tackle, I think, by Lucy Ronald. The Biggar fly half, but it's still with Dunfermline. Bundled into touch, just a metre or so from that try line. Brilliant breakout from defence by Dunfermline. Quick tap, over they go. They do get their try, their 3rd try of the day. We said they'd never given up. They're rewarded with another score.
Yeah, no, they've absolutely not given up. They've kept going, kept pushing, kept trying to apply pressure. We'll get the rebuild now. It's a very good turnover from Megan Laurie, who made the break. That offload into the centre, Olivia. Good decision from Dunfermline there. Ailey Rose just take that quick tap while the Biggar defence was disorganised. So very smart thinking from her.
Yes, Ailey Rose, the Dunfermline number 8, who's had an excellent game, rewarded with a try. Megan Laurie, the Dunfermline left wing, who was involved in the build-up to that try. Well, a very difficult conversion attempt, about 6 metres in from this touchline in the west stand side. Right-footed kicker. Catches that nicely, may well be on target, didn't quite have the legs. A good attempt. But Dunfermline, as we said, rewarded for their hard work. They hadn't given up, they just didn't have the ball, and really with their one of the few possessions they've had in this second half, showing just what they can do.
Yeah, so they haven't had a huge amount of possession in the second half, but as you say, pretty dangerous when they do have it and they make the right decisions, or have done at the right time.
When you're ready.
So that breaking a run of 6 consecutive Biggar tries in the opening 20 minutes or so of the second period. Still 11 minutes left on the clock inside the Scottish Gas Murrayfield Stadium. Another penalty goes the way of Biggar.
Yeah, it was a good kick-off receipt by Dunfermline. Moved the ball, carried well. It was just that holding on the deck. Had the support been there, a little bit quicker. Good bit of footwork before contact there. Good. Gets the ball on the outside, lands on ball, tries to present it, but I think that Lucy Ronald over. Yeah, very quick. If you give her time and space, she's on that ball.
Katrin Malcolm there with the carry for Dunfermline.
Play away, play away.
It's Biggar once again opting for the scrum from the penalty, allowing their backs to play. Lost a bit of ground there, but still in possession. Out to Rose Scott. We've seen how dangerous she can be. Ball goes loose, pounced upon by Robin Allen, but on this occasion knocked on.
Yeah, I think what Dunfermline did well from a defensive point of view is they pushed up together.
Nice and straight, okay?
Held their feet at the right time and made contact at the right time, which shut off that option and applied just a little bit more pressure to get that final pass away for Biggar.
Binds. Set. Yep, let's go.
Well, Dunfermline can throw caution to the wind here, trailing by 33 points. Might as well enjoy the last 10 minutes. So the scrum just on their side of halfway.
Yeah. Don't stand up.
Referee not happy with that first engagement at the scrum.
Crouch. Binds. Set. And hold. Stay.
Again, the pressure comes on from Biggar. The cries of heave from the crowd down in front of us, all wearing red and black. And it was won by Dunfermline. Out again to the excellent Anna Stoddart. And again with that footwork just getting on the outside of the defender. This little switch of play.
And hands out,
Megan Laurie involved there. Off they go down that left-hand side. Emma Martin, the captain.
That's okay. That's all right.
It's the forward pass, I think, though. Just hands possession back to Biggar.
Yeah, again, Dunfermline, we've said it before, you know, they keep fighting, they keep battling. Like that started from Juliet's carry hard into the midfield. They moved the ball quickly, couple of carries from Anna Stoddart. She makes meters every time she carries because she keeps the legs moving.
Bind. Set. And hold, hold.
Here come Biggar again, and there is space on the left-hand touchline. Instead, just straightening into contact. Quickly recycle. It's been intercepted again by Dunfermline, and they'll go in for their 4th try. And once again, it's the number 8, Ailey Rose.
That's the second time she's intercepted today. She got caught the first time, but that wasn't happening this time.
Yes, Ailey Rose with the earlier interception, setting up the try for Daisy Smith. Well, that's 2 tries for Ailey Rose in the space of 4 minutes. An excellent performance from the Dunfermline number 8.
Watch her, she sits up quite high, she reads it well and she times it perfectly to get her hands on that ball. She's watching for, I think it was Lucy Ronald, for when she's going to make that pass, but because she sits up quite high, she has that opportunity to get onto the ball. And now has to convert her own try.
20.
Ailey Rose attempting to convert her own try. Not quite as impressive as the run from the intercept.
Yeah, I mean, she's worked pretty hard up to this point.
We'll give her that. She really has played very well the base of the scrum for Dunfermline, rewarded with those 2 tries.
Ready?
And they really have shown a lot of fight of this Dunfermline side. 48 points to 20. Biggar lead, 6 minutes left to play.
Hands out, hands out, hands out.
Dunfermline now from the restart.
And away,
Again, nothing to lose here. Look to throw this ball around. It's another good carry. Slightly quicker ball for them here. There is space if they can get it through the hands, but shut down by the Biggar defence. Well, no, they do manage to keep the ball moving. That's good hands by Dunfermline, and away they go again. And it's that left wing, Megan Laurie, and that is 3 brilliant tries back to back for Dunfermline.
Brilliant turn of pace by Megan Laurie there, but you know, the lead up to that was that really good hand catch to get it out to those wide channels, that work rate to get on the outside of that Biggar defence. Yeah, Megan's pretty quick. You don't need to give her much space because she'll be away. But really good hands by the 13, Olivia. Yeah, Olivia Buchanan.
Yes, you could see they knew that's where the space was. The Biggar defence came racing up, and it looked like they might shut it down for a second, but it was accurate handling from Dunfermline out to their left wing, Megan Laurie, and she really does have a huge amount of pace. Conversion attempt unsuccessful, but it's Biggar 48, Dunfermline 25, and about 4 minutes left to play here in the Under-18 Girls Cup final.
And I think that's something that Dunfermline have done well all day, is they've identified the space and where to try and attack. When they've had the possession, they've been able to move the ball to there. It's that kind of first 20 minutes of the second half that they just were starved of any possession. But look at them, they've come back into it again and scored some lovely tries.
Let's stop messing
3.5 minutes left to play. We'll get you to start thinking about your player of the match, Lindsay. Well, a kick from Dunfermline, taken at the back by Robin Allen.
Go that way.
A return kick just rolling down towards the 22. I think she perhaps had a 50-22 in mind. Not an awfully far away from that. The Biggar centre. Again, a loud blast in the whistle. Not rolling. Penalty to Dunfermline. I'll just tap and go here. The hooker, Katrin Malcolm, driven into contact by Michelle Godos, the tight head prop.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, thank you.
It's been lost though, the ball sitting there on the Biggar side.
Let's go.
Slow ball. Referee Mary Pringle even getting impatient. Let's go, she says.
Good work. Nine, I'm not
Biggar looking to just slow this down.
And away, tackler. Good work, ball's there.
Biggar, I think, just looking to run the clock down here. I'm guessing, Lindsay, that you would rather have kept playing and get this out. We've seen how dangerous the back division are.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to see them keep playing right to the end. I think this has been a pretty good match all day. Just been the momentum swung in favour of each team at different points. But yeah, I'd like to see both teams playing right up to the end.
Juliet Ramsey again just racing out the line, making a mess of the Biggar possession. We briefly mentioned her earlier. I remember I did a bit of work up at Perth Highland Games this year, and I think she was 16 at the time, she'll be 17 now, but won the ladies event, and I think as the top Highland Games athlete in Britain was invited to go across to San Francisco to compete over there, which is a big thing, and I think finished third if I remember correctly. So a very strong youngster in the centres for Dunfermline here, but will come out on the losing side.
Yeah, she's a very talented athlete, very strong, so it lends itself to rugby. But yeah, she's a skillful rugby player in her own right as well.
Megan Laurie with the run up this right hand touchline again. Biggar know all about her pace now. It's been knocked on though by Dunfermline, and Lindsay, let's take the chance now to get your thoughts on the player of the match.
Yeah, I think there's been a few players that have really stuck their hand up today. Played very well on either side. People to mention would be Ailey Rose, a couple of interceptions there today. Megan Laurie, she's finished strong as well. And obviously we spoke about Juliet Ramsey from the Dunfermline girls, but from the Biggar side, I would say Lucy Ronalds stood out. So has Niamh Murray, especially in the second half, came alive, and definitely Connie Sanders as well. But I think my player of the match today is Biggar's number 10, Lucy Ronald.
So a worthy winner of the Player of the Match award, Biggar fly half Lucy Ronald.
Brian, we're going on your time.
Scored tries number 4 and 5, and a long list of try scorers today for Biggar. And with that, the referee blows for full time. And it's Biggar with the win in this girls under-18 cup final. They were hugely disappointed to lose last year. And we spoke about at the start, their under-16 team had lost, their under-18 team had lost, and I think today's team was made up largely of players who had featured here in those two losing sides last year, and that will mean a huge amount to them to pick up the win. Dunfermline, though, they can hold their heads up high. The game ran away from them in that second half. They never gave up, and they had the final say. 3 tries at the end of the game for Dunfermline, but it was Biggar who come away with a well-deserved victory, and they are crowned girls under-18 cup final champions.
Yeah, massive congratulations to Biggar. I think that they played exceptionally well in that second half. They moved the ball when they had their opportunities, and they were hard to defend because of how quickly they moved the ball, found space, used their footwork, and they almost came alive in the second half more. But credit to Dunfermline. There was some really good periods of play by them. They scored some lovely tries, especially. We just see one of Niamh Murray's tries. She's just showing how dangerous she really is if you give her a bit of space, and then when she can get on the outside, she's suited to playing at fullback because it gives her more time, more space. She can pick her timing off that. And then that's I think Lucy Lucy running in for her 3rd try, or the club's 5th try, sorry, her first of the day, but she managed the game really well, moved that ball outside to her centres, but then worked again to get on the outside to get that ball again. So her work rate off the ball was really good as well, which put her in those positions. And then I think another one of their second half tries, that ball out quickly to Robin Allen, who nice offload onto Beth, who gets it out to Connie. Connie, yeah, Connie Sanders with a bit of work to do, steps out, then back in again. Good finish though to get in under the posts. See Connie again, good footwork again to beat those defenders.
Yeah, it was 4 tries in the opening 15 minutes of that second half. Took the game away from Dunfermline, and still 2 more to come here. Kate Leaper
might be one of my favourites because it was a forwards try. Nice work by the forwards, bit of footwork pre-contact, kept those carries low and hard, made it hard to defend, and then that nice quick pick and go over the line. And then here we get that turnover from Niamh Murray, which came from that kick chase. But really good, quick turnover, quick thinking by her, and again, as we said, bit of space to her, and she's away.
But huge credit to Dunfermline. They trailed by 48 points to 10 at this stage, but they came back. They had the final say with 3 tries at the end of the match. 2 for Ailey Rose and 1 for Megan Laurie. We'll see those now.
Yeah, quick thinking by Ailey Rose there, but that comes from the work that Dunfermline had done to get into within the 5 metre line. Very quick thinking to tap and go while the Biggar defence was disorganised. And then this second intercept that she got of the day, very well read by her, up nice and high in defence, and then had a bit of work to do to finish. And then this last try, very good work from the centres linking up, getting that quick offload onto Megan Laurie, who, if you get her and give her some space on that edge, she's going to take it, and she did very well to finish that try.
So wow, what a game. 14 points to 10 at half time, 2 tries each, very much in the balance, but a hugely impressive second half showing from Biggar. 6 tries in the space of 20 minutes, just took the game away from Dunfermline, but they never gave up. 3 tries of their own at the end, so 5 tries in total for Dunfermline. Hugely entertaining, but it finished Biggar 48, Dunfermline 25, and Biggar getting over the disappointment. Beaten finalists in 2022 and 2024, they won here in 2023, and once again crowned champions in 2025.
Yeah, I think they just showed, a bit of their experience of being at big occasions like this, and managed the game just slightly better at times when it counted.
Dunfermline coming up for their medals, their first visit to Murrayfield. A reminder, as we said at the start, featuring players from Dundee Rugby and Glenrothes. It's great to see the 3 clubs working together.
Yeah, I think that's what it's all about. We want these girls to be playing 15-a-side rugby, and to make that happen, if they have to join up, then I think that's the route to go down, because some of these girls may not have made it onto this pitch at Murrayfield had they not had that opportunity to join up. So I think there's some very bright rugby futures ahead in that Dunfermline team.
So the runners-up medals being presented by Hazel Swankie, Scottish Rugby Vice President. Just having a word there with Juliet Ramsey as she goes through. One of 2 or 3 players, well, I mean, they all played incredibly well for Dunfermline, but in terms of players who stood out, there are a few of them have got a big future. Juliet Ramsey, one of them. We spoke about Ailey Rose as a real contender as player of the match in a losing side.
Yeah, and I think an added bonus to that is they're only in their first year of under-18 rugby as well, so there's a lot more to come from them, but it's good that they're getting that exposure at this level now, and they're definitely 2 players that I think we'll see a lot of in the future.
Great to see such a big crowd down in front of us as well. on Cup Finals Day. Youth Cup Finals 2025. So spread across the whole Murrayfield campus. Games going on in the back pitches, Hive Stadium, and here in the main bowl at Scottish Gas Murrayfield. A wonderful occasion. And we've just witnessed a match fitting of the occasion. That's our match officials now coming up to receive their medals. Mary Pringle, who was out in the middle, assisted by Yvonne Tunnicliffe and Niamh Hay. Mary Hay giving out these awards. CRB match official representative. Mary Pringle was excellent as well. Get control over the game, kept it trying to get them moving. When in particular you could hear her speaking to Biggar as they were trying to slow the game down towards the end. Keep moving, keep moving.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing. Let's keep the game moving. Let's keep the girls playing for as long as we can. Let's encourage them and help them out in that area, and I think they did very well to do that today.
So the bigger players now coming through. Keith Wallace, Scottish Rugby President, giving out the awards. And you can see the cup just sitting behind Keith there. Lily Clarkson, the bigger captain, who said, we read it out at the start, about half of this team losing to Stirling in the under-18s last year and the other half losing to Cambuslang in the under-16s final. You could sense just by her words in the build-up to this how hungry Biggar were. She said, we're just glad to be back and have the opportunity to try to do better, but they came here absolutely desperate to lift that trophy again, and with that second half performance, worthy winners.
Yeah, definitely. The performance from that second half from them was outstanding. You know, it was very difficult for Dunfermline to contain them. They showed their kind of expertise and a bit of class as well.
A word for the coaches. We haven't mentioned them. Dunfermline head coach Nick Matheson and his counterpart, Biggar head coach Richard Mellenby. They've clearly prepared their sides very well for this occasion.
Yeah, they've done a brilliant job. It's a long season, and to manage everybody and get them to this point, and also manage I suppose the emotion of an occasion like this as well. They've done a fantastic job to do that.
And Lily Clarkson, the Biggar captain, making her way out round in front of her team with the trophy, thrusts it aloft. You can see what that means to that Biggar squad. A hugely impressive performance under the cosh, as we said, for the opening 20 minutes of the game, when Dunfermline with that opening try and playing all the rugby in the Biggar half with the wind at their back. But once Biggar settled into it, it took them 20 minutes or so, and they got that first try. 8 tries in total. They'll head out onto the pitch now just to get their photos taken in front of the little green board. Under-18 Girls Cup winners. The 21 players who featured for Biggar today all played their part, make their way out onto the pitch for photographs and the trophy presentation made, as I say, by Keith Wallace, Scottish Rugby President. So there we go then, full time at Scottish Gas Murrayfield in the girls under 18 Youth Cup final. Biggar 48, Dunfermline 25, the final score. And let's see if the boys can live up to that one, as that really was a cracking game of rugby. There is one last game still to come live on Scottish Rugby's YouTube channel. It's the under 18 boys cup final between Boroughmuir and Ayr, which kicks off at 5:30. I'll be back in around about 15 minutes in the company of Neil Graham for that one, about 5:20. In the meantime, congratulations once again to Biggar, the girls under 18 National Cup winners, and thank you for watching.
Scotland's oldest rivalry. A battle that goes back generations.
Edinburgh Rugby versus Glasgow Warriors. History written in blood,
sweat and tries.
I told you it was going to be dramatic, and that is exactly what it is.
Now the stakes are even higher. 2 cities,
2 games. A former champion against a fierce challenger.
Fans divided, a nation watching. Hampden Park,
Murrayfield. Pride, honour, bragging rights.
This is a derby that defines Scotland. This is the 1872 Cup.
The Scotland women's rugby team are making moves.
To a stadium we've dreamt of, a stadium every rugby player dreams of. We're making moves to Scottish Gas Murrayfield.
Scotland women face England's Red Roses in the Guinness Women's Six Nations at Scottish Gas Murrayfield on Saturday the 18th of April 2026. Join the movement.
Scottish Rugby is on a mission to get more young people playing the game, in schools and across your community. To encourage more young boys and girls to play the game, we've introduced a new initiative called Turn Up and Play. As the name suggests, it's all about just turning up at one of the events across the country and having a go at playing under the watchful eye of experienced coaches. For more information, head over to the Scottish Rugby website.
had Imogen. She came through our ranks of minis. When she reached 12 and started Preston Lodge High School, unfortunately she wasn't allowed to play with the boys as the rules changed. So we seen a need to bring girls rugby in, canvassed our committee and membership and opened rugby up to East Lothian and implemented East Lothian girls rugby. That was 10 years ago.
And what kind of state is the girls rugby in right now at PL?
Absolutely thriving. So we are delivering taster sessions in all of our primary schools. So we have 4 primary schools that we cover, St Gabriel's, Preston Pan's Infants, Preston Tower, well it's 5 then. Blindwell's Primary, the brand new school in the new town that's being built here, Cokenzie Primary School and Long Nidri Primary School. So we deliver taster sessions to nurseries and in school and right through our high school, through our School of Rugby. It's phenomenal. We see girls wearing their badges out and about, we hear girls talking about rugby, they're hashtagging rugby, they love it, they breathe it. It's bringing a whole new generation into our game. They're bringing their parents along, their siblings along. It's just great to see.
What's your name?
Erin.
Sarah.
And how long have you been playing rugby for?
4.5 years.
1 year now.
And how did you first get involved with rugby?
My grandparents were very involved, well, my granddad, and I just really loved it, like watching it. My friends went to it, so we just all went together and started here at PL.
And what draws you into playing rugby?
The team sport aspect, and then there's so many aspects of the game to kind of be good at, if that makes sense, and then obviously the contact I really love.
And what was that the first couple of weeks of learning the game and doing training sessions like?
It was pretty tough because you didn't really know anybody, but after a few weeks you got into the rhythm of it and you started making really good friends, so it was good.
What's the best bit about the camaraderie and the environment at Preston Lodge?
I feel like it's just kind of, if you're unsure of anything, you can say there's a drill going on and you're kind of unsure of what to do, you can ask literally anyone, like the person next to you, or even if you've never spoken to them before, and yeah, I think that's kind of thing, yeah.
How has the player pathways experience been for you?
It was tough at first, meeting new people and seeing all these players with different abilities than you, but once you got into it, got knowing the coaches and the players, it was really good. There was a really good positive environment in it, so yeah. Well, I'd encourage them to come along to just one session, not put any pressure on them, and they don't even need to do the actual drills, just to look, meet people, say hello, watch how we do it, and look at how the environment really thrives and stuff like that.
And the very best thing about getting on the rugby field, what do you most look forward to?
Contact, but also just the entire game, really, playing the game.
Scotland's oldest rivalry. A battle that goes back generations.
Edinburgh Rugby versus Glasgow Warriors. History written in blood,
sweat and tries.
I told you it was going to be dramatic, and that is exactly what it is.
Now the stakes are even higher. 2 cities.
2 games. A former champion against a fierce challenger.
Fans divided, a nation watching. Hampden Park.
Murrayfield. Pride, honour, bragging rights.
This is the derby that defines Scotland. This is the 1872 Cup.
The Scotland women's rugby team are making moves.
To a stadium we've dreamt of, a stadium every rugby player dreams of. We're making moves to Scottish Gas Murrayfield.
Scotland women face England's Red Roses in the Guinness Women's Six Nations at Scottish Gas Murrayfield on Saturday the 18th of April 2026. Join the movement.
Scottish Rugby is on a mission to get more young people playing the game, in schools and across your community. To encourage more young boys and girls to play the game, we've introduced a new initiative called Turn Up and Play. As the name suggests, it's all about just turning up at one of the events across the country and having a go at playing under the watchful eye of experienced coaches. For more information, head over to the Scottish Rugby website.
Imogen, she came through our ranks of minis. When she reached 12 and started Preston Lodge High School, unfortunately she wasn't allowed to play with the boys as the rules changed. So we seen a need to bring girls rugby in, canvassed our committee and membership and opened rugby up to East Lothian and implemented East Lothian girls rugby. That was 10 years ago.
And what kind of state is girls rugby in right now at PL?
Absolutely thriving. So we are delivering taster sessions in all of our primary schools. So we have 4 primary schools that we cover, St Gabriel's, Preston Pans Infants, Preston Tower, what's 5 then? Blindwells Primary, the brand new school in the new town that's being built here, Cokenzie Primary School and Long Nidry Primary School. So we deliver taster sessions to nurseries and in school and right through our high school, through our School of Rugby. It's phenomenal. We see girls wearing their badges out and about, we hear girls talking about rugby, they're hashtagging rugby, they love it, they breathe it. It's bringing a whole new generation into our game. They're bringing their parents along, their siblings along. It's just great to see.
What's your name?
Erin.
Sarah.
And how long have you been playing rugby for?
4.5 years.
1 year now.
And how did you first get involved with rugby?
My grandparents were very involved, well, my granddad, and I just really loved it, like watching it. My friends went to it, so we just all went together and started here at PL.
And what draws you into playing rugby?
The team sport aspect, and then there's so many aspects of the game to kind of be good at, if that makes sense, and then obviously the contact I really love.
And what was that the first couple of weeks of learning the game and doing training sessions like?
It was pretty tough because you didn't really know anybody, but after a few weeks you got into the rhythm of it and you started.
Welcome back to Scottish Gas Murrayfield for the culmination of a fantastic day of rugby at the National Youth Cup finals. We've just seen a superb girls under-18 cup final, and now it's the boys' turn as Boroughmuir and Ayr go head-to-head in the boys under-18 cup final. Well, before we focus on this one, let me just run you through what else has been happening today. 8 games spread across 3 pitches at the Murrayfield campus. And it all kicked off at 11:30 this morning with 3 games in the girls under-16 Shield final. Stuart prevailing 38 points to 31 against Highland in the boys under-18 Shield final. Stirling County winning 29-12 against Peebles, and in the boys under-16 cup final it was Melrose who defeated Stirling County by 22 points to 15. Then at 1:30 in the girls under-16 cup final, a closely contested match out on Hive Stadium. It was Stirling County who saw off Dundee by 28 points to 24. And then 3 games kicking off at 3:45 in the back pitches. Highland beating West of Scotland 37-29 in the boys under-16 Shield final. In the girls under-18 Shield final, it was Stirling County 53, Preston Lodge 0. And then on our previous live game, the girls under-18 cup final, here in the main bowl, Biggar 48, Dunfermline 25. And the final game of the day, the boys under-18 cup final, Boroughmuir against Ayr. I'm delighted to be in the company of Neil Graham, head of regional pathways and game development.
Brilliant to be here, Bruce. Thanks very much. And I am head of regional pathways, game development, so look after coach development, match official development as well as some of the regional pathways. So we've got a number of boys on show tonight who are part of that programme. So really exciting night.
You preempted my first question. What on earth does that mean? We'll very quickly run you through the route to the final for both of these teams in round 3 of the boys under-18 cup. Boroughmuir on the road at West of Scotland, winning 40 points to 7, and then a hard fought victory against D-side, 24 points to 14 in the quarter final, and then seeing off Curry Chieftains, last season's finalists, by 33 points to 21 in the semi-final. As for Ayr, well, they've had 3 dominant performances in round 3, beating Peebles 40 points to 12, and then 50-0 winners against Mackay at Milrose in the quarter final, and then had to travel all the way up to Inverness in the semi-final, where they beat the Highland Eagles by 55 points to 5. And the Ayr side on your screens now. In front row, Scott Harley, Callum Gemmell and Nathan Scott. Second row, Josh Probyn and Blair Black. And in the back row, it's Matthew Harrison, Hamish Cornell and Adam Gibbon. Captain Cameron McGarry is alongside Ryan Hind at half back. In the centre, it's Ben McKinlay and Liam Johnston. And in the back 3, Gregor Sampson, Finn O'Brien and Hamish Good. On the bench, Ben Haney, Teo Avaloai, Lewis McGonigal, Douglas Russell, John Dunlop, Callum Gregory and Carter Kotze. Strong Ayr side. For Boroughmuir, they have a front row of Robert Ferguson, Cameron Baird and Kieran Gilliland. In the second row, Cal Cunningham and Matt Hassan. Their captain, Elliot Ibarra Craig, is on the open side flank alongside Mal Baines and Tom McTaggart. In the back row, at half back, it's Lewis Forge and Struan Wood. Kieran Gaddis and Kieran Finlayson in the centres, and the back 3 of Max Rickus, Noah Barfoot and Archie Stewart. One late change on the bench, sadly. Daniel Johnston, who was due to play in jersey 16, is ill. He's been replaced by Jack McRae. And also on the bench, Miles Goldie, Eli McNair, Tanei Matenga, Kami Tab, Sam McDonald and Ewan Harrison. Well, Boroughmuir, no strangers to Murrayfield on Youth Cup Finals Day. Won 4 in a row. That run halted last year when they failed to make the final. I know Richie Lockhart, their coach, was hugely disappointed. He said before the match they were very excited to be playing on the big pitch again, and although their under-18 side have been here many times before, this squad haven't, so they felt they would be nervous, but lots of positive energy. Been a tough season for them. You'll know a bit about it, of course, the newly formed league, the the open competition under 18. 4 of the top schools, 3 of the top clubs, and the schools have really gone well. But Ayr actually have done well in that. They've won 3 games. Boroughmuir just the one, and the 2 sides met in the middle of November through at Milbury. Ayr 40 points to 19 winners in that one, so perhaps coming in as favourites.
Yeah, you know what, both clubs put a lot of resources, a lot of time and effort into their programmes, and they're developing some fantastic players as a result, and consistently developing players. So really great to see both teams here for what for a number of these players will be the first time. But yes, they met earlier on in the season. Ayr took the spoils on that occasion. But you know, as we've seen in the past, there's some fantastic talent on show out there today, and really looking forward to what should be a great game.
Referee there, Lee Fish, and he'll be assisted by Tom French and David Chang Leng. The 2 sides out in their huddle, and sadly we'll have a moment's silence here in memory of the Cumnock DO Harry Riley, who sadly passed away a few days ago.
Yeah, Harry unfortunately passed away a couple of days ago. Fantastic stalwart of the game, absolute salt of the earth kind of character. He'll be sadly missed. Obviously thoughts go out to his friends and family.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having a great man in Scottish Club Rugby, Harry Riley.
So a moment's silence there in memory of the Cumnock Development Officer, Harry Riley.
Yeah, Harry was involved in a number of pathway programmes and was a development officer, so involved in everything, had a huge passion for the game, and he'll be sadly missed.
So our final game of the day here inside Scottish Gas Murrayfield. That's Boroughmuir against Ayr, and it's Ayr wearing their pink and black jerseys who get the game underway. Boroughmuir in their green and blue quarters. That's first possession for the Boroughmuir side inside their 22.
Go on.
That's been turned over by Ayr, so a great attacking opportunity for the Milbury side, through the hands, out to the right wing, taken down, well not taken down in fact, ball flicked back inside, and that almost resulting in a score in the opening 30 seconds of the game, snuffed out by Boroughmuir, goes into touch, but what a start for the Ayr side.
What a start indeed. You see immediately their intent, their physicality in the defensive line, really getting up off the line, put a lot of pressure on the Boroughmuir attack. Great to see.
Boroughmuir will have to be accurate here. First line out of the game, 5 metres from the try line. Cameron Baird with the throw, finds his man in the middle, and they set up the maul and break away. It was the hooker, Cameron Baird, who makes good ground, buys his side 10 metres or so. Another carry, is that to set up the angle for the kick? You would think so. Lewis Forge back to Struanwood, thumps the ball down this, well, the left-hand touchline on the west stand, down in front of us. It's a good clearing kick. Boroughmuir survive an early scare. It'll be an Ayr line out just on the Boroughmuir side of halfway.
Great clearance from Struan there. Struanwood moved to 10 this season, been playing a bit 12 in the lead up to this, but he's definitely evolving into that all-round half-back, which is great to see.
On the air.
Callum Gemmell, the Ayr hooker. Good throw to the middle of the line out, off the top, and then stabbed through by Ryan Hind. Picked up well by Kieran Finlayson. Boroughmuir outside centre. slow ball there, so just back to Struanwood, who looks for territory inside that Ayr half, but the referee will come back for a penalty. Ayr offside.
Just him. Perfect. Just here, 7 offside.
Yeah, lovely chip through from Ryan there. Just some really creative attacking play. Really put the Boroughmuir defence under a bit of pressure early on.
Archie Stuart gathering the ball for Boroughmuir. Penalty given away by Ayr. That allows Boroughmuir to take play inside the Ayr half for the first time. And they'll have a line out over on the far side of the pitch.
Keep the gap there, no contact in the air.
Both teams throughout the season have shown a really strong line out. Both of them have prided themselves on securing really quality balls, so it's going to be an interesting battle in this game.
Taken at the front of the Boroughmuir line out by Carl Cunningham, wearing number 4. A strong carry in the midfield. Forge has a look right and left, goes to his left, uses the forwards again, another good carry. And that Boroughmuir pack, a hint of space just round the side with a breakdown. Struanwood just running it straight, then the open side flanker, the captain, Elliot Ibarra-Craig, wearing the red headgear. Off they go to the right, and number 8, Tom McTaggart, just drops his shoulder into contact. Boroughmuir inside the 22 now, nice inside pass. Boroughmuir keeping this Ayr defence guessing out again to the captain, Captain Ibarra-Craig.
Tackle!
Ayr trying to hold him up, but does well to take the ball to deck. Nice pass from Kieran Gilliland, and then through goes the hooker. Cameron Baird in for the first try. Well, Boroughmuir surviving a scare at the other end, 30 seconds into the game, but 4 minutes played. It's Boroughmuir with a try through Cameron Baird, the hooker.
What a score from the young hooker. Absolutely fantastic running line onto the ball, putting real pace onto it, attacking shoulders. Brilliant to see. And Cameron well been involved in regional pathway, national pathway stuff. He'll be chuffed a bit with that score.
So Cameron Baird, the hooker, the front row heavily involved. Kieran Gilliland, lovely pass in the build-up to that try. Showing their skills. It will be Struanwood, the Boroughmuir fly half, just to the left of the post, right-footed kicker, and this should be fairly straightforward. Up go the flags, and Boroughmuir lead by 7 points to 0.
What was really nice about that build-up is they were really patient. Boroughmuir, kept possession well, really good support lines, putting that pressure on the Ayr defence consistently through that, and that led to that great try with a lovely bit of skill to finish. So yeah, a great couple of moments so far.
What a start to this game. 5 minutes played, and it's Boroughmuir with the early lead.
Yeah, tackle's made. Get onside.
And then possession from the restart just outside their 22. They go to the forwards, that's a nice ball out the back, and perhaps space on this left-hand touchline shut down by Ayr. Boroughmuir are here to play rugby. Again, nice hands from the forwards. Tom McTaggart is shifting the ball. And back they come to the left-hand side. Switch of direction. Back they go to the right. Throwing the dummy, straightening and carrying. Their defence holding firm for now, just on that Boroughmuir 22, and then winning themselves a penalty at the breakdown, holding on.
Great tackle, holding on.
Yeah, that's where Boroughmuir have got to be careful in this game. Very good over the ball. Throughout their whole open conference programme, they've been very hot on the ball. A number of them really good jackalers over the top of it, so opportunity to steal possession, which they did there. Great play from Ayr.
Nice done.
So punching that ball into touch inside the 22, just have another look at the breakdown, and it was the open side Hamish Cornell
on the front man, please, guards.
Winning the penalty for his side. And a chance for them now. The line out 10 metres from the Boroughmuir try line. Can they get a quick reply to that Boroughmuir score? Them all well set, driving towards the try line. Ball goes down off, clean through the middle.
Release now!
They go, Boroughmuir trying to rip that through Kieran Gilliland, but it's still with Ayr. Good quick ball here, out it goes. Dancing footwork from Ryan Hind. And then round the corner of the breakdown, Cameron McGarry, the captain, in for the try. Boroughmuir just giving the scrum half too much space. The side of the breakdown, alert to the opportunity. And it's Ayr, do get the reply. It's Boroughmuir 7, Ayr 5.
Yeah, Ayr had a number of opportunities to score there out wide to begin with, but you know, again, we're patient. Cameron just got a great opportunity ahead of him, scanned well, took the near side space and scored a great try. Both teams looking to play though.
Ryan Hind raises the flags to level the scores at 7 apiece. And if the opening 8 minutes are anything to go by, this one will be an absolute cracker. Another look at the try, Neil.
Yeah, again, Ayr just building some really good phase play, great support around the breakdown to secure that quick ball. So that gives them options. It gives them lots of options in attack. They could have gone wide into the corner, but McGarry, yeah, scored a great try into the post.
A long kick from the restart from Boroughmuir down into the Ayr 22. Adam Given wearing 8 for Ayr with the carry.
No hands. Always in.
Then Matthew Harrison making another few metres, setting up the angle for the kick. And it's a good one from Ryan Hind. Takes play up to the Ayr 10 metre line.
Thank you. Ayr on the 10 metre.
Both 10s will be happy with the way they've started the game as individuals. You know, I think clearing the lines really confidently, putting their teams in good positions. Great to see.
Great.
Both lineouts have functioned well so far. Cameron Baird, the try scorer.
Well.
The hooker finds his man in the middle and then whipped away by Lewis Forge. Nice pass out to the captain, Elliot Ibarra Craig in the midfield. And round the corner come the forwards, led by Tom McTaggart.
Away, Black.
Big
no,
number 8.
Off feet first.
Again, thought about going left, instead go right. Struanwood using the forwards.
Use.
McTaggart again sees space in front of him. That's a good chop tackle by the Ayr defence. And the switch of play from Struanwood. And then back he comes to the left, tries to fight his way through contact, does well.
No
the fly half makes good ground and quick ball. Ayr defence though well set, a loose pass. Tidied up by Lewis Forge. That's Forge now in fact, and it's scrum half. Takes a step, lifts the ball to his hooker.
Advantage.
Cameron Baird again, a referee playing an advantage here, so Boroughmuir can roll the dice. The captain, Ibarra Craig, been prominent in the opening exchanges. Quick ball again. It's allowing Boroughmuir to play on the front foot. Another strong carry.
Move now.
Through the forwards. Ball comes squirting out the back of the breakdown on the Ayr side, and we'll come back for the penalty.
Yeah, just getting a little bit high there in the tackle. Just need to be careful, keep that height down, obviously below sternum. But again, Ayr will be pretty pleased with their defensive line there. Just need to be careful about that tackle height as they get through the phases.
Captain, please. Number 6.
Referee Lee Fisher, very experienced in this youth space, done a lot of games at this level this season. Just having a word with the 2 Ayr players there just to keep the tackle height down.
Well, a yellow card shown for that high tackle.
That's why it's only a yellow.
So Ayr down to 14 men.
Back on the line, back on the line.
Heading to the centre for a spell, Ayer's number 6, Matthew Harrison.
That's Matthew Harrison, the blindside flanker.
Time on, penalty, high tackle.
So 11 minutes played in this boys under-18 cup final. That's Boroughmuir 7, Ayr 7. Cameron Baird with the opening try for Boroughmuir, and then Cameron McGarry with the reply for Ayr.
There you go.
From the penalty, Boroughmuir back inside that. Ayr 22, and Ayr, remember, defending now with 14 men. What can Boroughmuir make of this? Well, the overthrow, but rather fortuitously lands in the hands of a Boroughmuir player. And once again, the captain with the red headgear on, not difficult to spot. Keep your eye on Elliot Ibarra-Craig. Out wide, kick by Kieran Geddes. Ayr will come up with this inside their 22.
Back foot.
Again, just one carry to set up the angle for the kick. And sent off downfield.
Nice, Tom.
We didn't speak much about the weather at the start of this. It was touched on briefly in the previous game, the girls under-18 cup final, and Ayr in this first half playing into a difficult breeze. You would see that from the clearance there, not making a huge amount of ground, going into touch just outside the Ayr 22.
That's it, Black on
Boroughmuir will be disappointed with that previous line out. Good opportunity to attack with a strong drive and maul, but they've got another opportunity here.
Maul.
Well, taken cleanly in the middle of the line out, get them all set.
Tackle now, hands.
It's gone down.
Broke away.
Again. Legally, so we will play on from that. Loose pass, but it's ended up in the hands of Archie Stuart, the Boroughmuir fullback. Centre field, so options both ways, and as they've done frequently in the early stages, Boroughmuir just taking play back the other way. Off to the right, then back to the left. Again, just keeping this Ayr defence guessing and moving about.
Hold.
And back again to the forward pod on the right hand side. That inside ball, that's the second time they've done that in the game. Just on the fringes of this Ayr 22, Ayr defence coming forward. Tackle made by Liam Johnston. Outside centre. Hint of space over on that right hand side. Ball goes loose, but it went back, and Boroughmuir now inside the Ayr 22. Good ball retention. And again, good hands by the forwards. And Boroughmuir now 6 or 7 metres short. Back they come to the right. Once again, that inside pass from Kieran Gilliland. Ayr defence holding firm for now, remember, down to 14 men. Ball stabbed across field. That's a lovely kick. Now, has that ball been knocked on? It was Max Rickus, I think, who took it. I think he's lost that ball. A lovely crossfield kick.
Go line, drop out.
Yeah, giving it as a drop over the line, but what a build-up play from Boroughmuir. Really patient. Love the fact that they're going either side of the ball, either side of the breakdown, creating real pressure on the Ayr attack. Fantastic crossfield kick by Wood to finish, and yeah, they'll be looking to use that option again, I think.
Now here they come again. Archie Stewart, the fullback. How long can this Ayr defence survive? Struan Wood with that crossfield kick. Max Rickus almost taking it, dropped over the line. The referee, I think, playing an advantage again. He is. The right arm is out. Boroughmuir go piling into the breakdown, but no advantage. We'll come back for the penalty. Offside this time.
Thanks.
Yeah, just sneaky offside in that breakdown area there, which has been on a couple of occasions just been slightly too eager to get off the line. But that's a testament to Boroughmuir's attack, really keeping the defence guessing. Great to see.
So Struan Wood gets that ball into the corner. Let's have a quick look at the tackle here.
There we are, mate. Thank you.
Well, Archie Stewart was only going one way, straight into Scott Harley.
Yeah, a few mitigating factors there. Probably ball carriers dipping a little bit into contact, potentially, that the referee saw there.
And Cameron Baird just overthrowing. So wasted opportunity for Boroughmuir, and away come Ayr up towards the halfway line. That's a brilliant carry, relieves some pressure for Ayr. Down to 14 men, good quick ball, off they go to the left, they've got numbers, there's some space. Perhaps should have gone through the hands. And thumped off downfield into the 22. Ayr will be looking for this just to set up, but touchdown in goal. And we'll have a goal line dropout, but Ayr under the cosh surviving and find themselves down at the other end of the pitch. I think we'll have a short break in play. Looks like one of the Ayr players down, taking some treatment, and everybody can have a breather.
Not near play, we can crack on.
Some great footwork by both sets of forward packs. You know, what we're seeing is a number of carries from forwards, but they're getting the step in, they're trying to break the gain line. Both sets of forwards showing their skill set off early in this game.
It looks like Ayr hooker Callum Gemmell is down inside the Ayr 22.
Willie, side one if you give
well,
us
you
time
can
on
see
the yellow, please.
Is that Ben Haney wearing 16 for Ayr.
Thank you, Willie.
Coming on, so Ayr forced into an early change. That's hugely disappointing for Callum Gemmell, having to leave the field of play after only 17 minutes.
Yeah, that's why we've got, time's still off. He needs attention, so we're going to time off for a bit, lads.
So Boroughmuir 7, Ayr 7 after 17 minutes of this boys under 18 cup final. Cameron Baird with the opening score for Boroughmuir after only 4 minutes, converted by Struanwood. But 3 minutes later, Cameron McGarry with the reply for Ayr. Ryan Hind with the conversion. Let's have a look at them now.
It worked alright, it looked okay from there, to me as well.
You're into playing the forward pack there for that first try. Outstanding. They'll be pleased with that. They've been working on that a lot at training. Both teams, in fact, just trying to get that extra pass in. But it all starts with really quick ball to break down both tries, and just taking advantage of the spaces in front of them.
And I've not said something, but they're taking a couple of steps in it, so you guys.
We'll have a slight break in play because stretcher sadly required here. So let's have a quick chat. Something we mentioned at the start. It's the first year of the boys under 18 open competition. You'll know a bit about that. So it's got 4 of the top schools, 3 of the top clubs. The clubs have found it hard going initially. Maybe not surprising. I think we probably knew that the top schools were very strong. Boroughmuir picking up just the one victory against Stirling County. Ayr have won 3 games. So what can you tell us about that competition and how it's gone in its first season?
Yeah, so the competition was set up to provide the top schools, top clubs with an opportunity to get more consistent fixtures at a higher level, and it's certainly done that. You know, whilst yes, the clubs, there's been some challenging fixtures, and some of the results will maybe, you know, you can read into them a bit too much sometimes. Actually, there's some been fantastic close games that have been separated by a couple of interceptions, for example. So you know, notable game, Boroughmuir v Stumel earlier on in the year. Great game of rugby. Exactly what we want to see with boys under 18 conference.
Come back, retreat.
Well, the result in that competition that's most relevant to today was on the 15th of November. Ayr 40, Boroughmuir 19 through at Milrayfield. And Ayr, having strolled through the 3 rounds of the cup so far, coming into this one perhaps as favourites in many people's eyes, but Boroughmuir have been on the up of late. 3 hard-fought victories on their way to the final.
Holding up, lads. Back you come.
You see the clearing kick here. Struanwood evading tacklers and then thumping the ball off downfield. Wind at his back and takes play up towards halfway. And it's the new man, Callum Gemmell, sadly leaving the field of play, replaced by Ben Haney. Haney to throw into this line out.
You're way apart. Come up, please. Hold there. Boroughmuir, hold on your mark. In you come. Boroughmuir, press. Off you go. Thank you. Step in. 1 metre. That's it. Keep it credible.
Well, he's accurate with his first throw. And the breakaway from Hamish Cornell, clean through the middle. And Scott Harley, the loose head prop. Good work here by the Ayr pack. still down to 14. Quick ball for Cameron McGarry, the captain. Here's try scorer. Midway point in this first half, all square at 7 apiece.
No two.
Squirting out the back there, Boroughmuir not allowed to dive on that ball as it's emerging from the breakdown. Good communication from the referee there, telling Cameron Baird not to go down in the ball. Another Ayr player down, getting some treatment. That ball kicked through, just rolls dead.
Okay. Thank you.
So we'll come back from where that was kicked, but we're going to have another break in play. It's certainly physical out there.
Certainly is, isn't it? I mean, the contact area is high level for the under 18 game. We've seen some carries there from two forwards, Proven, Harley, making real meters, but really aggressive in that contact area. That's going to put pressure on the tackle technique of these lads, and just to try and stop them at source and stop the attack from getting over the gain line. But yes, certainly a physical level. Certainly wasn't like this when I was playing there, Bruce.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. I was just going to say youth rugby was absolutely not like this. I mean, there was always 8 of us in a ruck for a start. I never had any clue what was happening. You're in the bottom of most of the rucks, but there was no structure to it or anything like that. And now, I mean, it looks very much like the adult game. There's structure. The skill levels are off the charts compared to what we ever had. It really is very good to watch.
Yes, you know, both clubs, I'd say, putting a lot of resources with a lot of expertise into both the programmes. These lads will be trained 3 times a week. You know, they'll be getting strength and conditioning from qualified coaches, extra skill sessions, etc. So the level has definitely creeped up over the years, and that's exactly what our competitors are doing in other countries. You know, that some of these lads will be hoping to get into district programmes in the new year, on to our pro alignment games and potentially into Scotland under 18s. That'll be some of their ambitions, but they're playing against teams in other countries who are doing exactly the same. So great to see that these teams are putting those resources in.
There you go, guys. Tom, I'll go inside. I'll leave you with this side, mate.
Yes, I mean, ultimately to be a good rugby player you have to have the appropriate, the relevant skills, but there's no getting away from the fact that players are getting bigger and bigger, and even at this level, as you say, that there has to be a professionally run strength and conditioning programme. Boroughmuir have had their academy in place for many years now, and Richie Lockhart, head coach, a man I know very well from my playing days. For Ayr, their head coach, Fraser Climo, who bit of an icon down at Ayr at Milbury in his playing days, a New Zealander. So 2 very, very good coaches, and you can see that in the quality of their strides.
Hold back first.
Yeah, both coaches put a lot of time into their own development as well, which is great to see. Always striving to get better as individual coaches.
Away, Black.
Kieran Geddes with the carry, the scrum for Boroughmuir. Some big ball carriers in that, well, in both packs. Robert Ferguson this time for Boroughmuir.
Move, Black.
And then Kieran Gilliland doing likewise, takes play up towards halfway. Now the backs get their turn. Geddes flinging the pass out wide, but a little bit loose, goes into touch. So that attack coming to naught from the Boroughmuir scrum.
Great, thank you. That's your yellow back on, yeah? On the line, lads. On the line.
Yeah, Ferguson doing really well there. Boroughmuir 1, ex-Mel player, now at university. It still qualifies under 18, so back at this level, which is good.
As Geddes just trying to loop that ball over the top towards Noah Barfoot. It was in his general direction, but didn't go to hand. Hands possession to Ayr from the line out. Breaks up again, but not for the first time today.
Arrive on back, yep, that's you.
Ayr going clean through the middle of them all, and now their forwards go to work.
Push.
No connection out the back there, so one option but to stick the head down into contact. Cameron McGarry, the Ayr try scorer, the captain, and out it goes. Wide.
No hands, no hands.
Here on the Boroughmuir 10-metre line.
Hold.
Boroughmuir defence set to come forward hard. Another good carry. And lots of numbers out there on the left-hand side, but instead going route one, just dropping the ball off to the lead runner.
Reese.
And again, through the breakdown, fighting their way towards the 22, and once more, quick ball, tip pass.
Tackle hands.
Again, solid tackle from the Boroughmuir defence, but Ayr playing at a pace here. Boroughmuir defence having to work very hard. Again, that's just another huge collision. And now Ayr go wide again. The arcing run by Ryan Hind. McGarry has to go in and try and win possession, but he didn't have any help. And Boroughmuir within the rights just to come round, pick up that ball. One possession, but then have thrown a forward pass. So Ayr will have another crack at it, this time from the scrum, but still tied at 7 apiece, 23 minutes played. But wow, some game.
A great game, isn't it? What an advert for the under 18 game. Ayr attack, put a lot of pace onto the ball, probably standing a bit too deep at times, possibly just not interested in the defence enough, but you know what, they've got some great ball carriers, haven't they? That when they get that ball in the hand, they're making yards, and they're recycling balls so quickly that it's putting the Boroughmuir defence under pressure.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Snail. 1, 2, 3. Hold.
The pressure coming on. It's scrum time from Boroughmuir, but it does come out on the Ayr side. Switch of play as they crash it up through the middle. And Cameron McGarry takes 2 or 3 steps, tries to interest the defence. Loose passes again, but it's still with Ayr. And then clean through goes Hamish Cornell. Kick through, foot race. Well, it was left by Max Rickes. I think the official will have to have a chat here.
I'm fine with this here, he's just held his ground.
Yeah, happy with
but I
that.
can't see who's grounded it. What have
No,
you got?
it's picked it up over the line, it's a score, it's a try.
Okay, lovely.
Well, you could hear David Chang Leng there, the assistant referee, happy that it was touched down as it was kicked through. It was perfectly weighted kick. Max Rickes didn't know whether to pick it up or leave it. It's rolled over the try line, and it all came from the work of Hamish Cornell, and Boroughmuir get their second try.
Cornell, he's been really eventful in this game so far. Elusive runner, obviously showing different skill sets there as well as a back row. Again, Bruce, not many back rows in my days putting the ball on the foot, but that was good to see, wasn't it? A great bit of skill and well finished. Assistant referee in a perfect position as always.
I think we were very much told not to kick the ball in the back row.
I certainly was.
I'm not sure either of us could kick it like that. It was a beautifully weighted kick by the open side flanker Hamish Cornell, and I think a deserved score for Ayr. They've had the bulk of the possession in the last 5 or 6 minutes, playing at pace, really testing the Boroughmuir defence, and that is a fantastic conversion from out wide. And Ayr now establishing a 7 points advantage with about 10 minutes left to play to half time here at Scottish Gas Murrayfield.
Conversion from number 10, Ryan Hines. So the score now in the 27th minute of this first half. It's Boroughmuir 7, Ayr 14.
Stay up.
So Ben McKinlay, the Ayr inside centre, the try scorer. Ryan Hind with the conversion.
Hands away. Taken in.
And Ayr, well, you'd hear the referee telling Ayr that had been taken into the 22, which means they can't kick directly to touch, so he just thumped the ball down into the Boroughmuir 22, gathered by Archie Stuart. And stabbed through by Struan Wood. It's chased by Noah Barfoot, but it's Ayr who come up with it. Weaving their way through the Boroughmuir defence goes Liam Johnston, and Ayr really growing into this game now.
Yeah, they're getting their extra pass in, aren't they, in that attack? They're just stressing the defence, putting that extra pass in that just generates that continuous pressure on the Boroughmuir defence, and yeah, definitely in the ascendancy.
Back foot.
The scrum a ruck about 50 metres out from that Boroughmuir try line. Ayr leading by 14 points to 7, looking for their third try. Off they go to the left, another lovely tip-on pass. Excellent skills by the forwards, getting themselves in a bit of a muddle there. Scott Harley thought about a pass, drives forward instead. It's been lost in the tackle, picked up by Kieran Geddes for Boroughmuir.
Stay back there.
Boroughmuir just take one or two carries here and set up the kick. They'll be mightily relieved to have survived there.
Release! 9!
It seemed almost inevitable that Ayr would get themselves over the try line again. Scott Harley stripped of the ball as he was driving forward. Boroughmuir taking another phase, this time with Mal Baines. Struan Wood just waiting in his own in-goal area, hoping his forwards will make him another 5 metres or so. Now it goes back to the fly half. Pass rather dropping on him. Again, that is a superb clearing kick.
That is exactly what his forward pack will want to see. You know, that great clearance kick right on the halfway line relieves the pressure. He's been playing very well so far this game.
Boroughmuir on the line, lads. Set your gap. Blue on the halfway.
Again, we spoke about it in the previous game. The size of the crowd has swelled somewhat for this one as well. It is great to see so many people inside Scottish Gas Murrayfield for this final. That's the Boroughmuir captain again, Elliot Ibarra-Craig, crashing into contact.
15, no!
Boroughmuir now looking for the reply.
I told you no. Back you go. Off feet, 15.
Hamish Good, their fullback, going off his feet at the breakdown. Penalty to Boroughmuir. And Struan Wood will just look to get this side a line out inside the Ayr 22. Oofed. He'll breathe a sigh of relief there.
He certainly will, won't he? I mean, right on the 5. But what a great platform now for Boroughmuir to have a go at a critical time in the match. You know, 5 minutes to go. Great opportunity for Boroughmuir to come back into this.
Lads, no contact in the air. Waitley hits the ground.
That was coming from a non-kicker in me. He probably was exactly where he meant to put it. I just thought as it left his foot, that's going touch in goal. But he'll say it was perfectly judged. And that gives his side a great attacking opportunity. Tom McTaggart, the target in the middle of the line out, driven forward.
Ruck now.
Ayr just about keeping them at bay. Boroughmuir a metre or short. The troops massing. Pick and go.
Short.
Inches short now. Perhaps one more carry. Round to the right they go. Referees on the spot. Probably unsighted there. Back it comes. The captain, Ibarra-Craig. Over he goes. So Elliot Ibarra-Craig, the Boroughmuir captain, done a power of work in the opening 31 minutes here, and he gets his side's second try.
He's been outstanding, hasn't he? He's been everywhere. Great support lines throughout the build-up of that as well. Just took his opportunity. Great low volley position. Ducked underneath the Ayr defence to score a great try.
Well, it came from the penalty. It was Struan Wood. Judged his kick perfectly into the corner, 5 metres out. Boroughmuir Pack did what they needed to do from the line out. Went very close. Taken down a metre or so away. Just 2 or 3 carries. And it was Elliot Ibarra-Craig, the captain, who scored Boroughmuir's second try. Cameron Baird with the first. And it will be Struan Wood with the conversion attempt from out wide. Catches that nicely. They are have a quick look at each other. The flags stay down. So it's Boroughmuir 12, Ayr 14, about 3 minutes to half time.
Initially, Ayr did really well to stop that Mole in that line out there. You know, I think that's a really difficult area of the game when you get a Mole going, as Boroughmuir are good. Ayr did very well to stop that, but Boroughmuir are very patient. pick and goes at the base, and yeah, fantastic score to finish with. Levels this game up nicely.
It's a great restart. Allowed the Ayr chasers to get there, but they got their timing horribly wrong.
Just a penalty, guys.
Contact in the Ayr. Referee saying just a penalty.
Yeah, I think good goal from referee there. I think just a mistiming rather than anything malicious.
11, please. It's just a penalty, guys. It's timing, but let's look after each other. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Great bit of refereeing there at this level. You know, just a little word in the ear, I think, is what's needed in those situations.
Yes, it's been a good first half from Lee Fish, the man in the middle for this one.
Time on. Penalty. Contact in the air.
I'm sure we'll have another little look at that one in a second. Well, in fact, we're going to have a look at it now. Our director is on the ball. Almost.
Just on the edge there.
I'm giving too much credit to our director.
Right there.
Huge credit to both of these sides, though, for what they've served up in this first half in the Under-18 Boys Cup final. Now we will have a look at it.
Mira, step in on the AR. Thank you. Yes, you're great.
I think a second look, yeah, maybe slightly different. It's always the replay, isn't it, that gets you. But yeah, I think in a live situation, I think Lee Fish had a good view of that and made a positive decision.
Yes, I think, well, it's the captain again, Elliot Ibarra Craig. He's not the biggest forward on the pitch, but he's got some heart. Makes great ground for his side. And now the backs again through initially Struanwood, then Kieran Geddes.
Thank you, John.
A hint of space there in that Ayr defence, and Boroughmuir almost finding a way through. Back to Wood.
Yeah, Boroughmuir not really taking the attack to the edges, are they? They're playing in the 15s, obviously trying to test out the midfield defence of Ayr, and then just having a look and see what opportunities exist. But they're definitely playing quite a narrow attack here.
Yeah, it's quite a contrast in styles or approach between the two sides. Referees playing an advantage. Ayr have knocked that ball on, so it's still with Boroughmuir. This could be the last play before half time, and it could be enough to see Boroughmuir go into the break. Ahead in this one, out to Kieran Geddes again. The dancing footwork, through he goes. Taken down 5 metres short. Quick ball out the back. Struanwood. Max Rickus cuts back inside. Has he got there? Yes, he has. Great work by the left wing. Well, we just said that Boroughmuir hadn't really got the ball out into the hands of other wingers. That might well be Max Rickus' first touch of the ball, and over he goes. Great try.
Great try, wasn't it? And we're just talking about the build-up play, being very patient, you know, getting the ball into the right places. It's attacking shoulders, great footwork and great handling skills from the forwards. I know we're talking a lot about Ibarra Craig and his work rate. We talked about Cameron Baird and his ability to get that ball tipped on. But they'll be delighted with that just before half time.
Struanwood lining up the conversion from about 6 metres in from the Boroughmuir left hand touchline. He's kicked well, both from hand and from the tee. Brings that one round absolutely beautifully in the wind, clean through the uprights, and with that the referee blows for half time. And we could not have been treated to a better first half here in this Boys Under-18 Cup final. Both sides throwing everything into it, but it's Murrayfield who lead at the break. 3 tries for the men from Meggetland. Ayr 2 tries, and it's Boroughmuir 19, Ayr 14.
Great first half, really enjoyed that one. I think both teams showed what they can do. You know, great from a neutral point of view. Fantastic advert for the Under-18 game. I think that last conversion probably summarises the skill level in this game. You know, really fantastic conversion from Wood, drawed it in nicely through the post, and that probably just summarises we've seen a very high skill level from both forwards and backs. There has been a decent breeze, but actually kicking's been good, handling's been good, all round fantastic first half.
Well, let's have a look at all of the first half tries, 5 of them, and it was Cameron Baird, 4 minutes into the game, the Boroughmuir hooker, who cut his way through the Ayr defence.
Yeah, again, that first try. Look at the footwork on the big fella. Did really well to power his way through to the try line there. That was a great start that kicked things off.
And back came Ayr with 2 tries. First was Cameron McGarry.
Yeah, what I really like about this try is he's seen the space going back against the grain. You know, he's sniped what all good scrum halves do. They have a little look in front of them first. He's done that really well and took a great opportunity into the post.
And then it was Ben McKinley, the inside centre, with the second try for Ayr, both converted by Ryan Hind.
Yeah, probably my favourite try so far, pick of the bunch, just that little nudge through as we're talking about, perfectly timed, lovely chase there by inside centre. Again, great skill level, lots of intent to be creative in the attack as well from both teams.
Well, you can see Max Ricketts, we spoke about it, that was so difficult for him. He didn't know whether to pick it up or let it go over the Boroughmuir left wing, but we'll talk about him in just a second. But first, Elliot Ibarra-Craig, the captain, he's had a brilliant first half. The strength to drive over there with Boroughmuir's second try.
He's got a fantastic work ethic, hasn't he? He's been everywhere on the pitch. Obviously, you'll see him popping up in the tight areas, like we saw there with his try. But we've also seen him in the open as well, putting in some pretty good looping passes, great support play. Yeah, so four tries in that space, fantastic, and finished off nicely here.
Yes, Max Ricketts, we mentioned him at the other end. And he had an awful lot to do when he got that ball to cut back inside. You can just see the ball lifted over the top here by the centre. The defence coming across fast. Cuts back inside, and the strength to make his way to the try line. And then a brilliant final conversion by Struan Wood.
Yeah, Hamish Good almost tried to get his foot underneath the ball there. That would have been an interesting decision, held up potential opportunity there for Ayr. But yeah, great finish by Ricketts. And again, I think both coaches will be pretty happy going into half time. It's going to be a tight one.
So fantastic first half, and that's our final game of the day in the National Youth Cup finals. A very long day, kicked off at 11:30. 8 games, and we're in the Boys Under 18 Cup final, and it is finally poised at half time. Boroughmuir 19, Ayr 14. Join us again in around about 6 or 7 minutes for second half action. Welcome back to Scottish Gas Murrayfield. Our final 35 minutes of National Youth Cup Finals Day. It's the Boys Under 18 Cup Final. Half-time score, Boroughmuir 19, Ayr 14, still anybody's game. And it's Boroughmuir who get the second half underway. Great contest for the ball. I think that's been knocked on by Ayr, so first chance of the second half will go to Boroughmuir. Need to fight very hard at the breakdown for possession. There's that man again, Elliot Ibarra Craig, the captain.
Release now. Okay.
Well, the referee saying no advantage accruing from the Ayr knock-on. Will come back for a Boroughmuir scrum.
Ibarra Craig just starting off the second half as he finished the first, hasn't he? Just everywhere on the ball, really greedy for the ball. He's just a nice player to watch. Easily stands out with the red scrum cap, mind you.
Yes, wearing number, just going to say, because he's on your screen now. If you failed to spot him in that first half, wearing 7, red headgear.
Metre and a half, metre and a half. Crouch! Bind!
So options both ways here for Boroughmuir.
Set!
And then they go to the left. I'm not sure if that was a loose pass or if Struanwood perhaps took his eyes off that, but no damage done. Ball didn't go forward. Archie Stuart tidies things up for Boroughmuir, the fullback. Another man who did a good job in that first half with a little ball he had, and big carry through Robert Ferguson. Little dummy from Struanwood. Was in behind the lead runner.
Passive.
And Boroughmuir now take play into the 22. Kieran Gilliland, not for the first time today, comes crashing onto the short ball from his scrum half. Then off they go to the left again. Something Boroughmuir did well in that first half, just zigzagging at times, keep the Ayr defence moving. Oh, and then clean through the middle. Again goes the hooker, Cameron Baird. Almost a carbon copy of his try in the first half. This time he can't get his way to the try line, and then the ball knocked on. I mean, it really was almost identical to the first half when Baird took that short ball clean through. This time their defence managed to halt the Boroughmuir hooker. And then Boroughmuir will be hugely frustrated by that knock-on, but it will be an Ayr scrum.
Say again?
Yeah, interplay from the front row there, brilliant, wasn't it? They're really using that option. Gilliland on the ball, Baird running hard lines outside him, working really well for them. And I'm sure they'll continue with that option, as we see on the screen at the moment. Just that interplay. That's what we need in modern front row, is that ability to make that pass.
It was Hamish Good, their fullback, who made a key tackle, and then Kieran Finlayson unable to take the pass. I think was probably already looking at the try line. And pressure coming on from the Boroughmuir 8. Ayr holding firm. Well, no, it's been turned over. It comes out on the Boroughmuir side. Tom McTaggart with the carry. So Boroughmuir will have another chance here. Gilliland tries to go clean through the middle and almost does. Stopped about a metre short. The tight head prop done a power of work and whipped over the top. Trying to find Max Rickus, but just a bit of a wild pass. I'll have another look at it here, but Boroughmuir given a second opportunity from the scrum, but unable to take it.
Yeah, I think the wind seemed to have changed direction the last couple of minutes there down the bottom corner. That ball travelled straight into touch, went forward. Flag is going the opposite direction from the ones on the stadium here.
That's it, keep the gap credible, lads. You can hold. I'm happy with it.
So Ayr survive again. It's a good line out, and again a good carry. They've done that so many times today, but Boroughmuir have never quite got their maul defence set, and it's allowed Ayr to come clean through the middle on several occasions. Making cheap yards there, then back it goes to Ryan Hind. Thumps that ball off down towards halfway, but back will come Boroughmuir through Struanwood.
Yeah, good chase by Ayr there, putting getting a lot of territory up the field.
Lewis Forge again using Robert Ferguson. Both Boroughmuir props effective on the carry. Tom McTaggart likewise, the number 8.
Tackle, hands.
Makes good ground, quick ball for Forge. Wood uses his fullback.
Back.
Well, it's the fullback there, Archie Stuart. I think it was perhaps Matt Hassan, was it, going almost clean through. The Ayr defence just strung across there. 22 under the cosh for the last 5 minutes or so.
Advantage.
The referee playing an advantage again.
Not rolling.
Boroughmuir have 2 opportunities. Can they take their third? Just looking for a kind bounce. They don't get it. Noah Barfoot was on hand if that ball had just sat up.
Thanks,
but good vision by Struanwood, and we'll come back for the penalty.
Roll away, Black.
Yeah, Gilliland just using his really effective handoff there to get some great yards moving forward, putting the Ayr defence under real pressure. And something, you know, again we'll see quite a lot at this level. Just an opportunity to put a little kick through to, you know, free attempt with the advantage coming.
I hear you. There we are. Back you go, please, guys. Back you go. Thank you.
Struanwood again. Just punches that ball, maybe not as close to the corner as he would have liked this time. 10 metres or so out.
Ayr 1 and 6.
Yeah, I think that Wynn's doing all sorts of stuff on the pitch side there. He judged his conversion in the first half there really well, but maybe just didn't quite get the direction he wanted on that one. But still, a really good attacking opportunity for Boroughmuir, who have set up their mauls pretty well from this position so far, and they're looking to probably do the same again, or maybe fake out and have a go straight away into the backs.
Number 19, Douglas Russell, coming on for Ayr. His sister Lottie Russell featuring in the Women's Premiership final yesterday for Watsonians.
No hands now.
Which I won't say too much about.
Steel's good.
That's a sole one still, Bruce.
No comment. Oh, Ayr trying to play their way out from their 22 and they've lost the ball. It's been snapped up again by Boroughmuir. Their 4th opportunity in as many minutes. Can they take advantage this time? They're very close to that try line.
Release on the ground.
You can see the ball there, just inches short. It's back with the forwards. Over they go. They do have their try. And the last man up looks very like Kieran Gilliland.
Yeah, they're very well there, haven't they, just bouncing that loose ball. I think that just shows their intensity in the defence. You know, when you're putting pressure on the defensive line and you're getting up off the line, you're going to force errors, you're going to get on that loose ball. We'll just have a look here, see who gets on ball.
Check, please, sorry.
Well, we'll have another look in a second, but it was great work by the forwards. Ayr will be kicking themselves. I mean, Boroughmuir, they had 3 opportunities inside the 22.
Thanks, Tom.
Ayr showing great ambition, and the coaches might wish they had just hoofed it off downfield, but there was an opportunity there if they had been a little bit more accurate, but ball went down, snapped up by Boroughmuir, and eventually they get themselves over the try line and extend the lead that they held at half-time, 19 points to 14. It's now 24 points to 14 and a healthy looking advantage for Boroughmuir. Now we will see the try scorer.
When you're ready. You hold that. Hands away. They've won the ball.
I think it is perhaps Cameron Baird, crediting Kieran Gilliland with that. I think Cameron Baird, who's already scored the opening try for Boroughmuir, very nearly scored 4 or 5 minutes ago as he cut clean through the Ayr defence, was denied on that occasion, but from close range has gone over for Boroughmuir's 4th try.
Stay up, Blue, stay up!
Great defensive pressure here from Boroughmuir. Good chase from that kick. with Wood keeping the ball in play. And then a very good follow-up chase just to keep pressure on that Ayr attack, forcing the error, Boroughmuir ball.
I'll look after that, thank you. We've got a scrum. Right there, yes, right there. Good, boys.
Another look at it. Their fullback, Hamish Good. Driven back by Noah Barfoot.
Barra Craig just causing carnage in that breakdown there again. You know, work rate, driving through the contact, not making it easy for Ayr to maintain possession. Really good work in that contact area from Barra Craig.
Bind!
Well, a malfunction on the scoreboard inside Scottish Gas Murrayfield, but the score on your screen is correct. Boroughmuir 24, Ayr 14. Well, played 10 minutes of this second half. Still 25 minutes to go in what has been an incredible final match of the day. And here go Boroughmuir again, just getting better and better as this match goes on. Loose pass though.
They're starting to see some spaces which maybe didn't appear in the first half, out in that wide channel in that 15. One more pass there and I think they would have been away.
Ball goes to the deck, but again Boroughmuir fortunate, and it's twice it's gone down, but went backwards. Struan Wood again, the man to tidy up. Mal Baines, the blindside flanker, and then that's Kieran Gilliland. He's had some brilliant carries.
Yeah, his leg drive through contact is what's really giving Ayr a lot of difficulties. The tackle comes in and he just powers his way through, getting over the game line.
Mal Baines involved again, but the ball, I think, stripped in the tackle. And it's back in Ayr's possession just outside their 22.
Advantage over.
Well, you were talking about how the wind was doing funny things, and here it was very much behind Ayr there as they send that ball down towards the Boroughmuir 22. That's good work by Noah Barfoot, the Boroughmuir right wing. Well, and then through the breakdown again goes Cameron Baird. Finds his scrum half, Lewis Forge, into the hands of Kieran Geddes, the inside centre, taken down 15 metres short. Here come Boroughmuir again. Ayr defence, try to regroup, get hands in the ruck there. Huge turnover for Ayr there. They really couldn't afford to concede again. Cameron Baird causing absolute mayhem, the Boroughmuir hooker.
Yeah, again, Boroughmuir, Baird and Gilliland, just two players who are eventing really highly in this game. Great opportunity just through the middle of that breakdown there from Baird, took that gap, and great support play, and what a turnover to finish with though from Ayr, just over the ball there. There'll be that's just that working off the ball from Ayr has been really good, and as I say, they are very good at jackling over the ball. They've stolen a number during this game so far, and a good opportunity here to maybe build something.
10 points the deficit for Ayr, still very much in this game, but if they had conceded there it was a long way back for them as Boroughmuir ring the changes. Eli McNair coming on, Tanay Matenga likewise, and then Ewan Harrison coming on at fullback for Archie Stuart. And it's the Ayr forwards again splintering that Boroughmuir maul defence. Hamish Cornell, I think the man carrying there, but well, it all went a bit wrong for Ayr there, but we'll come back for the penalty.
Good 10 metres made there from that driver maul, and again just pushing the Boroughmuir defence back. Good to see that Ayr are taking the decision to pump it into the corner after that maul, and they'll be looking to maybe do something similar again here.
Well, they'll be encouraged, because if there's one area of the game that I think the Boroughmuir coaching staff will be frustrated about, it's the Boroughmuir maul defence.
Right where they're going to play. Just the other side of that remark there, thank you. Grand. Time's off. Wait for this. Time's off. Sorry, time check please, time check.
Break and play for some treatment. Thankfully the scoreboards inside Scottish Gas Murrayfield have been rebooted. Boroughmuir 24, Ayr 14.
Time on.
So 13 minutes played in this second half. Still a long way to go, but a try here for Ayr will make things very interesting.
Not quite set up as well there. The air maul just a little bit too high. Didn't get in the same body position as last time, but again, still a good setup here.
Yes, better defence there by Boroughmuir, but as you say, Ayr not set quite as well as they have been earlier, but still on the attack. Hamish Cornell again involved. Two number 7s have been very, very good.
Off his foot.
That's Ayr on the Boroughmuir 22. They haven't spent an awful lot of time in the second half down here.
Let it come.
They want to make the most of it. Out it comes to Ryan Hind. Converted both of Ayr's tries so far. Back to the forwards and Theo Avaloi on in the front row. One of several replacements coming on. Strong carry by Ben McKinlay.
No 7.
Second try scorer for Ayr. Still in the 22. Unable to get much go forward, but penalty given away by Boroughmuir. And again, they'll be annoyed by that, just contesting at the breakdown when they had Ayr just, you know, not allowing them any ground whatsoever. And that just allows them to put that ball into the corner and set up that driving maul again.
Good momentum here from Ayr. Teo coming off the bench there, just making an immediate impact with his carry. Big ball carrier. A night for the front rows. A lot of events from front row players tonight from both teams.
That's grand. Guys, come from the back foot of the maul, please. Be careful of your binding.
Ayr have got to be accurate, take these opportunities. And they break away through Hamish Cornell, but it's been stripped by Boroughmuir.
Press, go back, go back, go back.
Ayr unable to take advantage of the opportunity there from the penalty, and then sent long over the top of the breakdown, but stays in the field of play. So back will come Ayr through Ryan Hind, accelerates through contact. They've lost 30 metres, or well, it's been turned over at the breakdown again. This time by Kieran Gilliland. The tight head prop has been excellent. There's his counterpart in the front row, teammate I should say, Robert Ferguson.
He was dipping.
Ayr defence coming forward hard. Boroughmuir back on their 22. Comes squirting out again in the contact area, this time in the Ayr side. I think the wind probably caught that and just died on, not sure which of the Ayr players it was, but ball knocked on, and again there's 2 or 3 players down on knees, perhaps feeling the pace of the game.
Long passive play, that high ball and play time, number of turnovers, wasn't there? But again, both teams wanted to play, both teams wanted to try and get speed out the ball, which is exactly what we're trying to promote in our game in Scotland, is getting that rugby speed going. Again, front rows all in action. I think there was a strip at a rip of the possession from Cameron Baird on the 5 metre line, which set up that opportunity for Boroughmuir to have a counter.
John, are you happy with the clock, yeah?
Miles Goldie coming on now. And that'll be to replace Kieran Gilliland, he's been absolutely superb.
Yeah.
Gilliland's been brilliant, hasn't he? He's had a great game.
Guys, keep the work
carried well,
please. 8.
Done his job with the line out. I think created some great attacking opportunities for Boroughmuir. Yeah, he'd be very proud of his performance tonight.
5. Sub, please. 5. Well done.
Another change for Ayr, also in the front row, Lewis McGonigal.
Is number 18, Lewis McGonigal.
Yes, the physicality and the pace perhaps beginning to take its toll, not surprisingly.
He's coming right now, yeah.
Yeah, both teams have got good squads. You know, both got depth in their squads. Both teams actually put out second 15s on a regular basis, under 18 level. So they've got numbers to on the bench. They've got good depth. They've got some players of real quality. Some under 17s on both benches. So good to see.
Brilliant. I'll go inside, DC.
Scott Harley having to come back on wearing number 1 for Ayr. Didn't get much of a breather.
Stay square. Good. Crouch.
We think the stadium clock is now back, showing the correct time. 51 minutes of this match played, 2:35 minute halves, so still 20 minutes to go somehow. Boroughmuir 24, Ayr 14. Again, a solid carry by Kieran Geddes, the Boroughmuir inside centre. It looked like there was perhaps space out to the right, but instead looking for the inside pass. It's been knocked on, and Ayr with another opportunity. When we spoke what seems like 20 minutes ago now about the opportunities Boroughmuir had inside the Ayr 22, eventually converting one of them after 4 attempts. Ayr now will be starting to feel like they've had their time now inside the Boroughmuir half, and they're going to have to convert one of them.
They certainly are, yeah. They're going to need to take the opportunity here. It's going to be interesting what they do. Boroughmuir look like they've set up pretty narrow on that far side there. So possible opportunity for Ayr to attack. But Boroughmuir will be disappointed with that attack there. I think maybe just trying to force a little bit of an offload there when it maybe wasn't on. But yeah, good attacking platform here for Ayr with a solid scrum.
Well, it's picked up at the base by number 8, Adam Gibbon. Feeds his scrum half. And Ayr back inside the Boroughmuir 22.
Yeah, you've got it.
Great work again at the breakdown.
Yep.
Boroughmuir win themselves a penalty, and Ayr just struggling to go through phases in the same way that Boroughmuir have managed at times. And again, it's just from great work at the breakdown by that Boroughmuir side.
I think it was maybe Barra Craig who got off the back of that scrum lightning fast, got to that far breakdown and stole it. So again, great example of work rate off the ball from Ibarra Craig.
Thank you. Ayr on the line. Thank you. On the line, please.
Here he comes, just watch him in the red headgear. Helped by his mate Kieran Finlayson, I think the outside centre. The two of them combining to effect the turnover, but well spotted, Neil. Or did you just guess? Because he really has been everywhere, so it was a fair guess.
Fair guess that red scrum cap helps, doesn't it?
Here he goes again. Side down on the Boroughmuir 10 metre line now. Forwards coming round the corner, making good ground. Again is Tom McTaggart. Now the backs have manufactured some space out this right hand side. Away they go through Ewan Harrison on at fullback for Archie Stuart. Play now in the Ayr 10 metre line.
Hold, yes.
Forwards again, and Scott Harley, sorry, not Scott Harley, it's Robert Ferguson, the Boroughmuir loose head. Showing his skill set again as he's pulled that ball back to his fly half, but Boroughmuir have lost 10 metres or so here, still in possession. Here he is again. Robert Ferguson. Ball goes back. I think the referee playing an advantage here. An Ayr knock on, almost into the hands of Cameron Baird, who was about to bullock his way through another hole, but I think Ayr will be sick of the sight of the Boroughmuir hooker, but we'll come back for the scrum.
Yeah, well, I think all the Boroughmuir forwards running onto the ball with real pace and real venom, aren't they? That's creating some good opportunities to go forward, creating some good ruck speed. Boroughmuir seem to be back to that similar style of play, playing in between the 15s and then taking the opportunity to go wide when it's on.
You can see the skill set there. Boroughmuir attacking down the right flank through Ewan Harrison, and then recycled. Robert Ferguson, the loose head prop involved on 2 occasions.
Bind. Set. And squeeze.
So Boroughmuir scrum, centre field, picked up by Tom McTaggart. Oh, lovely ball out the back door, couldn't quite find the hands of Ewan Harrison.
Backwards there all the time. He's the first player, play on. Ball's
Lots of space here on the left-hand side of the pitch for Boroughmuir, although they've lost it.
Well, and then it's been lost by Ayr. I was about to say there's space now for Ayr over on that far side. It's been kicked through. It's just about the bounce of the ball. Both sides had opportunities there. It was on for Boroughmuir, and with the turnover, it was then on for Ayr. The Boroughmuir defence disorganised. They only had 3 or 4 players across there, but Ayr losing possession. They've kicked that downfield. Return kick from Boroughmuir. Couldn't be taken on the full. Somehow stays in the field of play. That's a good tackle. If you can hear the oohs and ahs from the crowd down in front of us.
Bring advantage.
I think we had a volley, didn't we, there, I think, from that kick, which was interesting style. I remember Mr. Finn Russell attempting that at some point in one of his games, but here we go again. Through the middle, go Boroughmuir through Kieran Finlayson, still going, tries to get the hands free. I think that's been knocked back by Ayr, so play will go on here. Ball's on the Ayr try line. We'll come back for a penalty that Kieran Finlayson, showing great pace and strength. The Boroughmuir outside centre.
Yes. Got you there, Tom. 4.
Yeah, lovely intent from Boroughmuir, attacking the spaces. Oh, taking a look at this attack here, but yeah, loving that creative play, that mindset they've got.
That was Ewan Harrison. Is this our volley? Yeah, couldn't quite get there. Somehow stayed in the field of play. So it was Regather, high tackle there. That was me saying in commentary it was fine. It looked fine at the time, but the referee was playing an advantage.
Yes.
But yeah, so maybe get a look at the break by Kieran Finlayson, the Boroughmuir outside centre, in a second, because it was great work. Took his side very close again, but Ayr clinging on underneath it. We've got about 13 minutes left to play, going by the stadium clock inside Scottish Gas Murrayfield here. It's Boroughmuir 24, Ayr 14, our final match of the day, the boys under 18 cup final.
Here we go again, yeah, Boroughmuir again just getting a good line break in here, again forwards into play. Started this off with yeah, a lovely bit of play near the end, attempted offload in the tackle. It was very close to being a terrific try, but they'll come back for the advantage.
Yes, it was good awareness. I missed who made the break. You could see Josh Probin, the Ayr number 4, just came out the line. It's that defending the ball. He was defending the next man and left a space in behind, and Boroughmuir alert to that opportunity, clean through. It was just the delayed pass, and Kieran Finlayson saw it happening. He went through the gap, took the pass, and if he had his time again, he would maybe give the pass slightly quicker. He held on to it and tried to get the ball out of the tackle. Lost his opportunity by that stage.
Yeah, and I think some good defensive work by Josh Proven to work back into that space. You know, a line break from an outside centre. You know, he's chased back. He's got in the way for that offload line. Made a nuisance of himself, and it's worked. It's come off for Ayr, and but they're going to have to face a potential line-out situation here. So he's going to get his defensive line-out more skills at the ready.
Still just the one try in this second half. Cameron Baird to open the scoring after only 4 minutes for Boroughmuir. The half-time score, Boroughmuir 19, Ayr 14.
Thank you.
Currently 10 points the difference, 13 minutes left to play.
Lads, wait for him to hit the ground, no contact in the air.
There's an advert for youth rugby.
What's
up there? The girls showed the way in the previous match. Biggar seeing off Dunfermline eventually. Some great performances from both sides.
Ball.
It's a good setup by Boroughmuir, nice and low, getting a good 5 metres there. They'll be would have been pretty keen to have kept that going, but good defence from Ayr just to stop that momentum.
Boroughmuir can convert here. It is a very long way back for Ayr. The forwards keeping it tight for now. 5 metre short ball. Knocked on though by Boroughmuir. Ferguson was in there again. The loose head prop. He'll be disappointed there.
Yeah, I think it was a great rip here from. Yeah, it was Harley, wasn't it? I think the Elu said great skill just to get that ball loosened off and scrum to air.
Crouch. Bind.
Quick reminder that in mid-November, when these two sides met, it was Ayr who prevailed by 40 points to 17. For now, it's Boroughmuir with the advantage, but here go Ayr showing ambition to run the ball out of their 22. That perhaps should have been given that pass, and the upshot is that Boroughmuir have come up with it again. It's just non-stop attack for Boroughmuir.
Great pick up from Adam Given there, the Ayr 8, but yeah, just turned over, and a good opportunity here again for Boroughmuir to have a goal, although they've just knocked on, and this game keeps on turnover ball every second, it seems.
Robert Ferguson again involved. And not a bad option there. I think just getting that ball into touch. There was that Cameron McGarry, the Ayr captain.
Thank you. Boroughmuir 9. So please. And 11.
Yeah, I think that was that proven. I think potentially just ripped the ball there in the contact. Another good bit of skill. But again, this game is a great advert for Underrated Rugby, isn't it? It's very entertaining.
So Cammy Tab on wearing 20 for Boroughmuir. That will be at scrum half in place of Lewis Forge. Is it a good game? A fairly easy ride, has to be said, behind an impressive Boroughmuir pack.
Cross forward, regathered.
It's just got a little bit scrappy in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Both sides struggling to keep a hold of possession.
Yeah, just handling error there from Boroughmuir gives Ayr a good opportunity here to just try and close the scoreline down. Still plenty of time on the clock for them to do so, but they need to do it pretty soon.
Callum Gregory wearing 21 on now for Ayr. Fraser Climo ringing the changes. 9.5 minutes left to play. Ayr have somehow got to score twice if they're going to take the trophy back to Milbray. Kicked through, couldn't be taken by Boroughmuir, so Ayr have made 10 metres or so there. The referee, I think, playing an advantage, but clean through the middle. Go Ayr again, and then kick through the chase by Josh Probyn.
Yeah, come back.
The referee was playing an advantage.
2 offside, never onside.
Offside.
Tackle.
I think it's a second row's licence, isn't it? When there's an advantage, you can kick the ball. I think that's the deal these days. But a nice little nudge through actually from Josh, but they've brought it back.
Say again.
What's interesting to see is both defences are starting to narrow up a little bit as the game goes on. It's been quite a high ball and play game, so both teams certainly seem to be narrowing a little bit in terms of maybe just getting that fatigue starting to build in, so opportunities are coming up certainly out in the wide channels.
And Ayr, you feel, have got to convert this opportunity. Ben Haney finds his man in the middle of the line out. It was Probyn.
Stay up, green, no hands.
It's gone down 6 metres or so short. Pick and go round the side. It's been stripped again, and who else? Cameron Baird. I think he thought about the kick, but nicely timed pass.
Didn't survive the play, right.
Ayr come piling into the breakdown. It's come squirting out the side, I think. Well, the referee just having a quick word with his AR. There will be a Boroughmuir throw into the line out. Ayr will try and apply pressure here, but just another opportunity goes a-begging for Ayr.
Yeah, really good counter ruck in there from Ayr. Really good low body position, just not coming off in terms of possession for them.
Cameron Baird, the man with the strip and the tackle, finds his man under some pressure in the middle of that line out. Heavily contested by Ayr. That's a good drive by Boroughmuir. They'll try and win a penalty here.
No hands now. Black.
Goes to deck.
Ball's available,
See
Blue.
Kami Tab
Go
just
back foot, go
looking
back
back for his fly half. Struan Wood, he catches that one nicely, rolls into touch up around the Boroughmuir 10-metre line.
Leave that.
Yeah, good clearance by Wood just to relieve a bit of pressure there. You know, this time in the game, a bit of tactical sort of play, just to getting that territory. We know that Ayr have a strong attacking maul, so want to keep it away from the 5-metre line, and that's a good bit of play from Wood.
Well, that was Cameron Baird's last action as Jack McRae, well, a late addition to the replacements bench. Daniel Johnston sadly missing out, originally named in the 16 jersey. Let's come back on the Boroughmuir side as away goes Noah Barfoot. Well, here go Boroughmuir looking for a try that would surely win the game for them, leading by 24 points to 14. Ayr again failing to convert at the other end. Tom McTaggart, the Boroughmuir number 8, playing scrum half, referee playing an advantage. Centre field options both ways. Off they go to the left. They thought about kicking through again there. Struan Wood, strong carry by the fly half, takes play into
still advantage
the 22. It's Lewis McGonigal, replacement front row. A wild pass, but it's still with Boroughmuir. In come the hands from Ayr.
Good Jackal.
Well, that was legal, so the referee will come back.
Yeah, Boroughmuir's attack always two sides of the ball. You know, they've got opportunities to go left or right. A number of their players can play first receiver, and including their front row, as we've been talking about. That just puts a lot of opportunities in front of them, which is a positive sort of blueprint piece that we've been working on within all our age grades.
Time off for the medics.
Matt Hassan there with the carry.
Thank you, John. Cammy, let's keep this tidy. You were down there getting a bit of attention. I mentioned your vice captain, yeah? A word with lads when time's off, yeah? Aye, never onside, mate, yeah? Yeah, I know, yeah. Number 4, green, and number 4, pink. No, number 4, pink, subs.
So the stadium clock showing almost 65 minutes played. Boroughmuir 24. Ayr 14, penalty to Boroughmuir. They've called for the kicking tee. This would take them out to 13 points advantage. Essentially, it doesn't change the picture. It's still two scores that the Ayr need. It would, of course, mean that they needed to convert both to come up with a win, and they have 5 minutes left to do it. So this right out in front of the posts. Catches that nicely. Ayr's keeping a very close eye on that. I think that just faded past the left upright, and Ayr sending that off downfield. The water carrier something to get themselves off in a hurry. That's gone over the head of Noah Barfoot. Good chase by Ayr. The tackle made on the Boroughmuir 10-metre line. And the Ayr defence now just sensing they need some urgency, they need possession. Boroughmuir has manufactured some space out there on the left-hand side.
Stay on side.
So it's on the Boroughmuir 10-metre line. Both defences are tiring. More and more gaps appearing, and Boroughmuir will look to keep this ball in hand. And they have found space over on that left-hand side. And away they go through Kieran Finlayson again. He's got a man inside. It's Matt Hassan. Can he make it to the try line? He's taken down by Ryan Hind. And hands in from Ayr. I think they'll feel that they should have been awarded a penalty there, but it's still with Boroughmuir. This, you would think, to win the cup for the side from Megatland. They're almost there. Hands coming in from Lewis McGonigal. Just inches to go. Out it comes again to Tanay Matenga this time. over they go, and that will be the try that takes the trophy back to Meggetland. It's Boroughmuir 29, Ayr 14, and it's the replacement, Tanae Matenga, who scores the try for Boroughmuir.
Yeah, as they've shown all game, just the ability to change direction in the attack. You know, they were going with the flow, quick change of direction. Lovely play from Boroughmuir.
Reset, go through your process.
Yeah, great ball transfer there. He was almost away, wasn't he, the big fella? Got side down, and as you say, Boroughmuir probably very close to getting a turnover there. But look, Boroughmuir finished that really well with a change of direction at the end. Well finished.
So a hush comes over the crowd here inside Scottish Gas Murrayfield. Conversion attempt, again unsuccessful, but 15 points the difference. So it's more than a 2-score game. Boroughmuir have the game in the bag, and let's take the chance then, Neil, to get your thoughts on player of the match.
There's been a number of players from both sides, haven't they, who put in some top performances. You know, I think Cameron Baird, I think he's left the pitch now. Terrific effort in the loose and in the tight. You know, I think Kieran Gilliland as well. Both front rows from Boroughmuir. A lot of interplay. But you know, I think the standout player for Boroughmuir and the captain Elliot, Ibarra Craig, is probably the man we're going to go with.
Give, please. Yeah, give.
I think a very good choice, Neil. He has been absolutely everywhere.
Thank you. Yeah, you're fine there. Thank you.
His work rate, particularly, I think, off the ball. He's got a broad skill set that puts his teams in good position, and seems to captain the team really well, which is exactly what I want to see from a 7.
Scored his side's second try from close range after half an hour. Ayr looking for what would be a consolation try now, back inside the Boroughmuir 22. They'll wonder what might have been if they'd converted some of their earlier opportunities, but they'll be keen to have the final say in this boys under 18 cup final. Again, thumping defence by Boroughmuir.
Yeah, fantastic tackle in the midfield there from Ibarra Craig. You know, he's not the biggest guy, but puts in a fantastic effort. He's got a great work rate, great technique as well. Gets nice and low in the tackle.
Boroughmuir defence driven Ayr back 5 metres or so. Now they get themselves back on the front foot, and good quick ball, dummy thrown by Ryan Hind.
No 7.
The clock showing 70 minutes inside the stadium, so this should be the last play of the game. Can Ayr get themselves over first points of the second half? Looking for their third try. Driving into contact there goes Teo Abaloy. Now there's numbers out wide, but opting not to give the pass again. Boroughmuir looking for the intercept, not be a deliberate knock-on. Penalty Ayr.
No attempt.
Playing some really nice stuff here in the last phase of play here, aren't they? Going to go to the corner, as you say, probably too late in the game to change the result, but they'll be looking to get a try under the belt here.
On the line, lads.
Ryan Hind stabs the ball into the corner for what we assume will be the last action of the game. On your screen there, the player of the match, Boroughmuir number 7 and captain Elliot Ibarra Craig. Well, and the line out goes astray to the cheers of the Boroughmuir crowd down in front of us, and they're on their feet. And Boroughmuir 29, Ayr 14. They were hugely disappointed not to feature here last year, having won 4 in a row. They didn't make it to the final, but they got themselves back here, and they were determined to make it pay. They have done that. 19 points to 14 at half time, but a strong second half showing from Boroughmuir. 2 tries to add to their 3 in the first half, and Ayr gave their all in their first appearance here since 2019, but you've got to say, Neil, Boroughmuir worthy winners.
Yeah, they were. I mean, first half very competitive, both teams putting up fantastic attacking play. Second half, obviously Boroughmuir have been the dominant force in that, but the credit to Ayr. I think at times Ayr will be looking back at that video probably and looking at opportunities missed, but what a final we've had tonight, a real treat for a Sunday evening here. Both teams, lots of really good play. I think the key for me, the key difference would be some of those players we mentioned before, the front row for Boroughmuir. Captain Elliot Ibarra-Craig, just worker off the ball, just proving the difference on the night.
So confirmation on your screen there of the final score in the Under-18 Boys National Youth Cup Final. Boroughmuir 29, Ayr 14. Great performances from both sides. Now let's have a look at all the action, highlights from the first and the second half. All 7 tries, and it was all started by Cameron Baird after 4 minutes.
Yeah, what a line, and what great start. I think we knew when we saw this try we were going to be in for a special night, and that's a great try from Cameron Baird. Lovely running line from there. And then we go into McGarry, who just takes this opportunity at this breakdown just to snipe back against the grain, and lovely try, almost under the post, but again that evened things up really well. Second try in here for Ayr. We talked about that lovely nudge through, putting into the big dead ball area here at Scottish Gas Murrayfield, and McKinley going in there with the third try.
Well, at that stage, Ayr led by 14 points to 7, but Ayr scored the next 4 tries, 2 either side of half-time, and it was your player of the match, Elliot Ibarra-Craig, from short range.
Yeah, he did well just to get underneath the Ayr defence there. Boroughmuir come in the second half with probably one of the tries of the night, I think, in terms of how this was finished off.
Max Rickus, the left wing, still an awful lot to do there. And then into the second half, Cameron Baird again, who was in your reckoning for player of the match. We weren't quite sure who had scored that one at the time, but it was the hooker again from close range.
Yeah, we're pleased with that finish again, using his powerful body position, and then we get a lovely finish here. Again, had to work hard. The substitute, but came on, finished that really well.
Yes, Tanae Matenga with the final score of the match, 3 minutes before full time. 5th try for Boroughmuir. So Baird, Ibarra-Craig, and Rickus in the first half. Cameron Baird again, and then Matenga to finish off the scoring. Ayr, they gave it their all. Cameron McGarry and Ben McKinley with those tries in the first half, but just couldn't quite convert the opportunities they had. They didn't have many of them, but they were down at that end, and showed great resolve in defence at times, to be said as well. It made Boroughmuir work for everything. Boroughmuir could have perhaps scored another couple of tries. It really was a fantastic advert for youth rugby.
Yeah, it certainly was. I think both teams showing real intent about their game plan. They had a real tactical plan come into this, both teams to try and get the advantage. Obviously on the night, Boroughmuir have taken that win, but all credit to Ayr. I think some of their defensive efforts first half and latterly in the second half was great to see. The work off the ball, really high. But yeah, absolutely credit to Boroughmuir. They had a clear tactic to play within the 15s, which worked for them, as well as some, I think, really good early on tactical decisions to go for touch from Wood at 10.
Well, a reminder of your title, which I had to read again, Neil, just to make sure I got it right, because got more words in it when you were asking for your title. Head of Regional Pathways and Game Development. You're going to come across a number of these boys again, and as part of that pathway programme. There's some really classy players there on show tonight.
Yeah, and some players who are still looking and fighting for places. We've got our inter-district programme kicking off in the new year, but it's starting on the 25th of February with our under-17 festival at the Orium. Some of these players will feature in that, but there'll definitely be some players tonight and over the course of the last few weeks will have put their hand up for selection and have should be very proud of their performances tonight.
You can see Richie Lockhart, the Boroughmuir head coach, just chatting to his troops there out in the middle. As I say, that will mean an awful lot to him. I know how disappointed he was not to be here last year. They were beaten in the semi-final, and after what was a tough season, we've spoken about that in this newly formed league, but they've grown, they've built over the past few weeks, and you can see exactly the types of things that they have been working on and coming to fruition tonight. Remember, they were beaten 40 points to 17 the last time the two sides met. That was only 4, 5, 6 weeks ago. They've managed to turn that round tonight with a brilliant performance.
Yeah, well done to the coaching teams, but from both sides. But yeah, absolutely. Richie will and his team will be delighted with that, and the way the players have implemented the game plan, and the way they adapted throughout with the conditions as well. I think also call out to the match officials. Obviously, I think Lee Fish did a fantastic job in officiating that match tonight. I think it's a fast-flowing game, high ball in play, but he's still a young man who can get around the park no problem. So well done, Lee.
So our first presentation will be to your player of the match, the Boroughmuir captain, Elliot Abara-Craig. Vicky Cox, Scottish Rugby's head of competitions and compliance, will present this one. Hardly recognise him without his red scrum cap on, but he really was exceptional. Among a number of brilliant performers in that Boroughmuir pack. We spoke about Cameron Baird, Kieran Gilliland as well. That whole front row, Robert Ferguson, has got through a power of work, and that allows everyone else to do their job. When you've got big front row ball carriers doing that, it makes everybody else's job so much easier.
Certainly does. Their front row from Boroughmuir got them going forward on a number of occasions, and their handling skills, as well as their powerful contact work as well, was really strong tonight. Got Boroughmuir on the front foot on a number of occasions, got them out of trouble on a number of occasions as well. But a fantastic effort from those three.
Ayr coming up to receive their runners-up medals from Hazel Swankie, Scottish Rugby's vice president. And again, they can be very proud of their performance, their first year at Murrayfield since 2019. And if memory serves me correct, it may well have been Boroughmuir that beat them on that occasion as well. I think that was maybe 15 points to 14, a tighter game on that occasion.
Yeah, big rivalry between these teams. As I said, they've played each other this season in the Open Conference already. As I say, Ayr got the better of Boroughmuir on that occasion, but that was a good game as well. But yeah, tonight definitely the honours go to Boroughmuir, but Ayr boys should be proud of themselves, and I know a number of these boys will be eligible again for next season. So opportunity to have another good cup run next year.
The other side in that competition, Stirling County, they saw off Peebles in the boys under 18 Shield final. They're the three club sides in that league alongside the four schools. Final Ayr players going through, receiving their runners-up medals. And our match officials will again receive their medals from Vicky Cox. You mentioned them, Lee Fish, Tom French and David Chang Leng. They did a great job, got all the major calls right. And it's probably worth mentioning, we didn't say it at the time, I think the one that we perhaps questioned was the tackle in the air, and I meant to say at the time, these officials, they don't have the luxury of a second look at it. I mean, we're used to that now watching on television. They can have 100 looks at it if they want, and it's a group decision. Have to make that decision in the moment. As I say, I think they got just about everything spot on. Yeah,
I totally agree. Great performance from all of them, and yeah, they've only got one look at things live, and yeah, I thought they all did a great job today. Very experienced operators, all three of them.
Well, Boroughmuir now making their way up the stairs to receive their winners' medals from Keith Wallace, Scottish Rugby president. I think is Cameron Baird coming up first. The Boroughmuir hooker, who was in our deliberations as player of the match.
He had a brilliant game, didn't he? You know, running line is actually pretty quick as well. You know, top end speed, good footwork, handling skills up there as well. So yeah, he was a close contender for that player of the match for sure.
Scored the opening try of the match, the first try in the second half, and went clean through again. He was brought down, I think it was by Hamish Good, the Ayr fullback, denied him a hat-trick. Tackled 5 metres or so short. I think Boroughmuir eventually scored from that one, but yes, wonderful performance by Cameron Baird, and pipped to the player of the match award just by an even better one from Boroughmuir captain Elliot Abara Craig, who will be the last man up the stairs. Will lift the boys under 18 National Cup, their 5th in 6 seasons, and again credit to the setup that they have down there at Meggetland, the academy.
Yeah, got a good setup. You know, Alex Toulis is there, who runs the Boroughmuir Academy, puts power work in. I say these lads, they're a club team obviously, so they're in the gym in the mornings and the evenings, getting really high quality sessions, and it's paying off. Same goes for Ayr as well, just not their night tonight.
Well, there is the captain, just having a quick word with the president as he has handed the trophy just down in front of us. And let's listen for the cheers of the Boroughmuir faithful, both sides very well supported here. And the trophy raised aloft, and it's back in Boroughmuir hands. Well, they will make their way down now onto the pitch here at Scottish Gas Murrayfield. Again, we've been treated to some fantastic rugby today. A reminder, we've had 8 games here on National Youth Cup Finals Day. It's a huge operation. You forget how many people involved in this, how many clubs here, all starting at 11:30 this morning. Boroughmuir make their way out to their the little green sign. I'm never quite sure what to call that, board, sign, something that says that they are, I don't know, care how we describe it, they'll just care about what is written on it, that they are under 18 cup final champions once again. And everybody on their feet down in front of us for one last cheer of the day, as the Boroughmuir captain Elliot Abara Craig will thrust the trophy aloft. The more muted cheers this time. I think everybody is I think everybody's probably lost their voice.
Well, maybe the Robbie Williams soundtrack to it, maybe he's putting the muted celebrations possibly.
Yeah, I think they're all singing along to that. We'll give you one final quick word before we wrap up. Neil, you could perhaps just summarise the day and the last game that we've just watched.
Yeah, great day. Finals day is always a highlight of the calendar, isn't it, for everyone. a number of games today, boys and girls. What a terrific event, a real highlight for the season. It takes a lot to get here. We know that there's players, teams have put a lot of effort in to get to this point. But yeah, what a testament tonight, what a way to finish today's event with that standard of game, that quality that we saw tonight from Boroughmuir. Yeah, great to be able to spend some time with you, Bruce, as well. But yeah, and well done to Boroughmuir for lifting that cup. And look, as I say, some learnings from that, but I'm sure they'll be back stronger next year.
Thank you very much for your input, Neil. Full time at Scottish Gas Murrayfield then in the boys under 18 Youth Cup final. Boroughmuir 29, Ayr 14. And that concludes our coverage of the National Youth Cup finals. Congratulations to all of today's winners. Commiserations to the losing sides after a wonderful day of rugby. From all of us here at Scottish Gas Murrayfield, thank you for watching.